Su Ning also entrusts Feng Xiu with the large stock of pills he prepared for Tao Tao, asking him to give them according to her condition as she grows. As for the people around her, Su Ning sends Chu Yang to serve Wan Yi instead, and helps Gui Yi build his own trading company in Yunying City under Wei family support. Even as a mortal realm man, Gui Yi now commands Void Realm subordinates simply because everyone knows he is Su Ning's brother. When Su Ning says goodbye to his family and friends, the mood is heavy, but everyone understands he has to leave the abyss north for a larger world. After that, Su Ning also parts from Yixingye, He Minji, Xiying, Xiaowenwei, and the others before leaving State Feyin behind. He leaves the reserve pills behind for Little Gray, because this time he is taking only Gray and Cyan with him. Little Gray is depressed but understands, and in the end it agrees to go to Yunying City and serve as Tao Tao's mount instead. Wan Yi personally escorts Su Ning and the others all the way to the abyss north coastline and sees them onto the ship. Those pills Su Ning made are the reason Wan Yi is still standing at all. But even with some relief, the old man knows he can only place the future of Swallow Hair Insect on Su Ning's shoulders. Then Su Ning sails for State Wanxing with Ting Yukong, Gu Man, and dozens of captured Jade Knight sect disciples under escort. After nearly 3 dangerous months on the endless sea, the ship finally comes within half a day's distance of State Wanxing. On deck, Ting Yukong points out a strange sight to Su Ning: Dao weapon fishing boats working the sea even this close to shore. Su Ning watches martial artists using artifacts and even Dao weapons to drag fierce demon beasts from the sea, and the scale of State Wanxing starts sinking in. Ting Yukong explains that the endless sea is dangerous but packed with resources, and there are even rumors of hidden mystic realms beneath it. Su Ning is stunned that a place this deadly can be treated like a fishery, but Ting Yukong says these sea foraging masters are mostly unofficial sect members and lone experts. Ting Yukong adds that State Wanxing is still mostly made of ordinary people, but martial arts are easier to access there, and the upper limit is far higher once someone begins. That helps Su Ning recalibrate his expectations, because even as a Dao realm expert, he now understands he is entering a land where true scale works differently. 6 hours later, the Dao weapon ship strikes the coastal rocks and finally reaches State Wanxing safely. Ting Yukong and Gu Man are openly relieved, because even with 3 Dao realm masters aboard, the endless sea is never a safe crossing. The moment Su Ning steps onto shore, the dense spiritual energy of State Wanxing hits him so hard that he instantly feels like he has entered a better world for cultivation. He even judges that in a place like this, he could recover from a single battle in only 4 hours. But Su Ning does not linger, because the first thing he has to do in this new land is go find Ling Ran in Fenghe Canton. He parts on good terms with Ting Yukong and Gu Man, who again invite him to visit the Source Sect in State Wanxing someday. The 2 Source Sect masters head off with their newly absorbed high-level Void Realm recruits, pleased with how much this trip has strengthened their sect. Su Ning sets out alone on his own mission, taking Gray at his side while Cyan and Su Hujuan stay hidden inside the Demon Beast Scroll as he heads toward Fenghe Canton in State Guqing. After a long journey, Su Ning finally reaches Fenghe Canton in State Wanxing and is struck by just how enormous this place is. As he takes in the state, Su Ning realizes its massive population and rich cultivation environment explain why State Wanxing produces so many top masters. He also learns the rules here are different. Inside the cities, even Dao realm experts must obey the imperial court, while the wilds outside are left to the martial world. Gray is delighted by the dense spiritual energy, and Su Ning promises that once he finds Ling Ran and recovers the Swallow Hair Insect treasury, they can settle down and eventually bring out Su Hujuan and Cyan too. Su Ning enters a county city in Fenghe Canton and immediately notices that this single county is already far larger and stronger than the places he came from. The patrols make the point even clearer, because the weakest soldiers are already at High Mortal Realm and their leaders are in the Void Realm. Knowing a crowded restaurant is the fastest place to gather martial world news, Su Ning heads for the best one in the county. Inside, even the waiter is a Mortal Realm 9th stage martial artist, and that alone shows how intense State Wanxing's culture of cultivation is. The waiter proudly explains that working in a place like this pays in cultivation resources, so even odd jobs can become a path toward the Void Realm. Su Ning orders a few expensive delicacies, then stops the waiter and offers a pure source pill in exchange for one useful answer. The waiter immediately recognizes the name, and tells him Master Alchemist Ling Ran is living in the faint bamboo forest outside Luoxiu County. Su Ning hands over the pill, pleased that he found Ling Ran's location almost as soon as he arrived. Before Su Ning can leave it at that, a refined man named Jingyiqing approaches and asks if he is also heading to the faint bamboo forest to become Ling Ran's disciple. Su Ning says he only wants to visit Ling Ran, but Jingyiqing bluntly warns that anyone who is not an old friend will not be able to meet her directly. Su Ning invites him to sit, and the two formally introduce themselves. Jingyiqing notices Gray looks unusual, but he quickly shifts back to the real topic and guesses from Su Ning's destination that he must be an alchemist too. He explains that people seek out Ling Ran either to become her disciple or to learn from her, because her reputation in alchemy is famous across State Guqing. Jingyiqing admits this is already his 3rd attempt, and says every 10 years at least 100 alchemists come to challenge Ling Ran's disciple assessment. That catches Su Ning's attention, because for the first time since leaving the Abyss North, he may finally be able to measure himself against a real alchemy circle. So instead of insisting on his original reason for coming, Suning agrees to join the disciple assessment alongside Jiniching. Jiniching explains that passing the test only earns in-name disciple status, while true core disciple positions are extremely rare and usually reserved for master-level talent. Hearing that, Suning quietly rethinks Lingran's standing and realizes she must have enough influence to keep the Swallow Heron sect treasury safe when others could not. The two finish their meal together, and Gray barely reacts to the expensive dishes that would impress most martial artists. Suning leaves for the faint bamboo forest with Jiniching, but because he slows down to match Jiniching's speed, the trip takes nearly 10 days. When they finally arrive, the faint bamboo forest looks less like a grove and more like a vast green sea stretching without end. Jiniching gets visibly fired up at the sight, because this third attempt is the one he came to stake everything on. They barely step onto the bamboo path before a white-clothed swordsman flashes out to stop them and demand their purpose. Suning immediately senses the guard is a Dao realm body-smelting master, while Jiniching calmly explains they are here for Lingran's disciple assessment. The guard allows the two men inside but refuses to let Gray enter the bamboo forest with them. Suning accepts the rule at once, and Gray turns into a silver blur and leaves to wait outside until he is done. The guard warns them the assessment only has 150 spots and more than 100 candidates are already inside, so they need to hurry. As they walk deeper in, Jiniching explains that the swordsman is not a disciple at all but one of Lingran's followers, people chosen to maintain this place in exchange for top-quality pills. That arrangement makes sense to Suning, because serving a master alchemist like Lingran is itself a valuable opportunity. Deeper in the forest, Suning sees more white-clothed followers and strangely tamed demon beasts moving around like house pets instead of wild monsters. The assessment ground finally opens up ahead, a broad brick clearing with 150 tables laid out in neat rows. Most of the waiting candidates are high-level Void Realm alchemists, with only a few already at Dao Realm, and the atmosphere is heavy with quiet concentration. Jiniching tells Suning the rule here is simple: find an empty table, sit down, and your spot is secured. Suning decides to take the assessment first, because passing it will let him see how State Wanqing's alchemists really measure up before he meets Lingran in person. He and Jiniching claim two connected tables in the corner and settle in to wait. While Jiniching closes his eyes to steady himself, Suning stays relaxed and studies the equipment laid out in front of him. Each table comes with the same small pill furnace and burning wood, making it clear this assessment is designed to strip away external advantages. Suning immediately understands why. Because special gear like his own Dao weapon furnace could still tilt the odds if outside equipment were allowed. Hours pass into the night as more and more candidates arrive, until the assessment ground is nearly full. Then the quiet venue suddenly stirs when a handsome man in a green robe walks in and people around the square start whispering the same name, Gao Shitsa. The whispers make his status obvious, because everyone acts like Gao Shitsa is not just another candidate but someone expected to claim a core disciple spot. Gao Shitsa ignores the noise completely, takes an empty seat with smooth confidence, and Suning watches closely as he realizes this famous newcomer matters. When Gao Shitsa's name comes up in the waiting area, Jiniching is stunned that Suning has never heard of him. Jiniching explains that Gao Shitsa is a famous martial arts family talent and a master alchemist who is clearly aiming for Lingran's core disciple spot. That reputation makes Suning realize Lingran's alchemy level must be high enough to draw even someone like Gao Shitsa here. By the next morning the last candidate arrives, and a white-clothed attendant announces that the assessment will officially begin at noon. The news hits hard, because for many ordinary alchemists this test could decide whether their path still has a future. At noon, a group of Dao Realm disciples emerges from deep in the bamboo forest, led by a cold woman in a light yellow dress. Jiniching quietly tells Suning that this woman is Pei Shuwen, one of Lingran's core disciples, not Lingran herself. Pei Shuwen notices Gao Shitsa right away and gives him a quiet nod, while the other core disciples practically treat him as a future junior brother already. Pei Shuwen lays out the rules. 2 rounds, qualified candidates become in-name disciples, and only the best will personally meet Lingran for a chance at true core disciple status. Her final warning is blunt: anyone caught cheating or swapping pills will lose any chance with faint bamboo forest and likely ruin their name in State Guqing's alchemy world too. Servants bring out the first round materials, and Suning sees 5 very basic pill formulas laid out in 15 total sets. Then the first real pressure lands. Every one of the 15 pills must succeed, because wasting even one set of materials means instant failure. Pei Shuwen makes it worse by demanding at least 8 superior grade pills out of the 15, a requirement high enough to crush most of the field before they even start. The 4-hour timer starts, and while most candidates move nervously, Pei Shuwen and the core disciples focus almost all their attention on Gao Shitsa. Gao Shitsa immediately shocks the field by dumping all 15 sets of materials into one furnace and refining all 5 pill types at once. As his Dao Realm alchemy technique runs smoothly from start to finish, even Pei Shuwen can tell his skill has climbed to another level. A string of muffled pops announces the result, and 15 pills leap out together onto Gao Shitsa's table. Pei Shuwen checks the batch and goes stiff when she finds 8 superior grade pills and 7 perfect ones. That performance instantly changes how the core disciples see Gaojitsa, because this future junior brother is already stronger than many of them. Gaojitsa casually asks if he has passed, and Pei Shuwen can only tell him to wait for the second assessment. Before that shock settles, a white-clothed monitor hurries over and points out that Su Ning has also already finished all 15 pills. The examiners rush over and find Su Ning sitting calmly behind another full row of finished pills, fast enough to match Gaojitsa. When Pei Shuwen starts checking Su Ning's pills, the result hits even harder than before. All 15 of Su Ning's pills are perfect, turning Gaojitsa's incredible result into second place in a single moment. The impossible score makes some of the disciples suspect pill swapping, because a full set of perfect pills feels absurd even by master alchemist standards. The monitor confirms he watched Su Ning the whole time, and Su Ning really did throw all 15 sets into the furnace and refine these pills himself. Su Ning's quiet arrival from nowhere unsettles everyone far more than Gaojitsa's fame ever did, and Gaojitsa feels that first real sting of frustration. Gaojitsa steadies himself by deciding the first round only tested basics, and the second round will be where true pill refinement decides who is better. Pei Shuwen drops her earlier distance, walks up to Su Ning, and directly asks for his name. After Su Ning gives only his name, Pei Shuwen still treats him as someone almost certain to become this year's new core disciple. The field erupts in whispers about the unknown Su Ning, and even Jin Yiqing is left reeling at how badly he misjudged the man he traveled with. Jin Yiqing forces himself to calm down and focus, knowing he has no choice but to fight for his own pass instead of comparing himself to Su Ning. While Su Ning waits quietly and notices Gaojitsa watching him like a rival, the rest of the candidates struggle through the long first round. By the end of the 4 hours, the pressure from Gaojitsa and Su Ning has wrecked the field so badly that only 37 candidates pass instead of the 50 Pei Shuwen expected. Jin Yiqing barely reaches the line at the final moment with all 15 pills and exactly 8 superior grade ones, and the relief hits him hard. Su Ning congratulates him softly, and Jin Yiqing admits he truly failed to see how strong Su Ning was. Su Ning cuts off the praise and tells Jin Yiqing to steady himself, because the harder second assessment is about to start. For the second round, servants bring 30 kinds of herbs in equal amounts, and Su Ning immediately sees that they can be combined into more than 10 different pills. Pei Shuwen explains that this time they only need to refine one pill, can fail as many times as their materials allow, and will be judged by how difficult and how well refined their chosen pill is. When the 2-hour round begins, nobody moves at once, because choosing the right pill is now the real battle. While ordinary candidates weigh risk against success rate, Su Ning and Gaojitsa think in a different league and search for the hardest pill they can possibly make. Drawing on the Red Sea Demon Lord's alchemy records, Su Ning identifies the rare extreme strength pill, a difficult formula with demonic path traits that few people here would even recognize. Su Ning judges that he can keep the success rate around half and, with enough materials for 2 tries, decides this rare pill is worth the gamble. The moment Su Ning starts refining, Gaojitsa feels the pressure again and rushes to make his own choice. Gaojitsa settles on the Moonlight Pill, a Dao Realm pill he believes should win the round if he can refine it at superior grade before Su Ning outdoes him. Watching from the side, the core disciples assume both prodigies are probably aiming for the Moonlight Pill and treat this round like a direct duel. Then Gaojitsa's first attempt goes wrong, and a thread of white smoke from his furnace exposes a failed refinement. The disciples quickly note that he still has more chances, but Gaojitsa knows the real problem is that Su Ning has already shaken his state of mind. He forcibly calms himself and begins a second Moonlight Pill attempt, aware that if he keeps spiraling he might not even pass. Half an hour into the round, Su Ning's furnace trembles and a gray extreme strength pill jumps cleanly into his hand. In the test area, Su Ning calmly looks at the gray pill he just made and knows he pulled off a rare one-shot success, a superior grade extreme strength pill. The nearby core disciples expected a Moonlight Pill, so when they see Su Ning's strange gray pill, their surprise turns into real unease. Pei Shuwen quickly realizes the problem is bigger than one test result. Su Ning just made a pill none of them can even identify, which means his alchemy knowledge is beyond theirs. While everyone is shaken by Su Ning, Gaojitsa is still buried in his own refining, and has no idea the room has already changed around him. A burst from the furnace finally marks Gaojitsa's success, and he exhales in relief after refining a superior grade Moonlight Pill. That relief dies the moment Gaojitsa looks over and sees Su Ning's finished pill is not a Moonlight Pill at all, but something he has never seen before. For the first time, Gaojitsa feels his confidence crack, because the mysterious newcomer has stepped outside the limits of everything he thought top young alchemists should know. Before the assessment even ends, Pei Shuwen checks Gaojitsa's pill first and confirms he will almost certainly be chosen as an in-name disciple. Then Pei Shuwen moves to Su Ning, picks up the gray pill, and openly admits she has never seen anything like it. Su Ning explains that it is an extreme strength pill, a brutal Dao Realm medicine that lets the user stay at peak condition for 3 days and nights. When Su Ning adds that even an elementary Dao Realm master can use it, the listeners stare at him like he has gone too far. Su Ning does not argue with their disbelief and simply gives the price for that power. After the effect ends, the user dies from exhaustion. That answer is too serious for Pei Shuwen to judge on her own. so she takes the pill and heads straight into the deeper part of the bamboo forest to ask her master. Deep inside the forest, Pei Shuwen reaches a broad bamboo compound and enters the house where Ling Ran is waiting. Ling Ran, youthful in appearance but carrying an old and heavy presence, asks if the unnamed disciple selection is already finished. Pei Shuwen explains that a candidate refined an unknown pill, and Ling Ran's curiosity sharpens at once. But as soon as Ling Ran examines the gray pill, her relaxed expression hardens into something much more serious. When Pei Shuwen repeats Su Ning's description, Ling Ran confirms it really is an extreme strength pill and immediately orders Su Ning brought to her. The moment Pei Shuwen leaves, Ling Ran's fear shows through. The extreme strength pill was created by the Red Sea Demon Lord, so Su Ning might be tied to the dreaded Red Sea Demon sect. Back at the assessment grounds, Pei Shuwen returns in a hurry and tells Su Ning that Ling Ran wants to see him personally. Su Ning is surprised too, but he quickly realizes this strange pill has opened the private meeting he actually needed. When Su Ning enters the room, he immediately notices Ling Ran is watching him like a possible threat, not a promising student. Ling Ran sends Pei Shuwen away so she can question Su Ning alone. Su Ning greets her respectfully, but Ling Ran cuts straight through the politeness and demands to know what connection he has to the Red Sea Demon Lord. She explains her logic bluntly. Only someone tied to the Red Sea Demon sect should know how to make the first Dao round pill that Demon Lord ever created. Su Ning finally understands the source of her hostility and realizes just how intimidating the Red Sea Demon Lord's name is in State Wanqing. He tries to calm her by saying he is not from the Red Sea Demon sect and only learned the Red Sea Pill Sutra. That only makes things worse, because Ling Ran knows the Red Sea Pill Sutra is the Red Sea Demon Lord's core technique and should never be in an outsider's hands. Seeing words will not be enough, Su Ning pulls out the sect token Wan Yi gave him and presents it to Ling Ran. Ling Ran takes the token, checks it, and recognizes it as the real token of the Swallow Heron sect. Even then, her suspicion spikes again, because she knows this token should have been with Wan Yi and wants to know why it is in Su Ning's hands. Su Ning answers honestly that Wan Yi gave him the token in person and entrusted him with rebuilding the Swallow Heron sect. To prove it, Su Ning explains in detail how he met Wan Yi and repeats the hidden Swallow Heron sect secrets only a true insider should know. He ends by stating his real purpose here. Wan Yi said the Swallow Heron sect treasury is with Ling Ran, and he came to receive it for the sect's revival. Once all the details line up, Ling Ran finally believes him, and the hostility in her face begins to melt away. She quietly reflects that Wan Yi is still alive somewhere, and has chosen a successor all the way from the Abyss North. Now treating Su Ning as one of her own, Ling Ran asks the question still bothering her. How did someone from the Abyss North learn the Red Sea Demon Lord's core alchemy art? Su Ning tells the truth and says he passed an inheritance test the Red Sea Demon Lord left behind in a mystic realm in the Abyss North. Ling Ran accepts that explanation and even says the talent needed to pass such a test makes Wan Ye's choice of successor seem reasonable. She presses one step further and asks if the Red Sea Demon Lord told him to join the Red Sea Demon sect after reaching State Wanqing. Su Ning admits he did receive a keepsake that could get him into the Red Sea Demon sect at any time. Then he makes his choice clear. Wan Yi helped him enter the Dao realm, he accepted the sect token, and he has no intention of abandoning that promise for the demonic path. That answer finally satisfies Ling Ran, and in her eyes Su Ning stops being a risk and starts looking like the right successor. With the decision made, Ling Ran summons a round bead and tells Su Ning this hidden moon bead contains the entire stored foundation of the Swallow Heron sect. She explains that it is an independent spatial treasure where even living beings can enter and leave, and Su Ning instantly compares it to his own demon beast scroll. Ling Ran says Li Xingmao entrusted this bead to her and asked her to wait 100 years for Wan Ye's chosen successor before giving it away. She had nearly accepted that Wan Yi might be dead overseas, so Su Ning's arrival feels like a burden finally lifted from her heart. Su Ning receives the hidden moon bead and bows his thanks as the Swallow Heron sect's hidden reserves finally pass into his hands. Ling Ran warns him that even rich reserves mean little without strength, because in State Wanqing a sect survives only if its leader grows fast enough to protect it. When Su Ning asks about the next step in rebuilding, Ling Ran points him toward the Qing family in Guanghe Canton and tells him to find Qing Xingtao. She explains that Qing Xingtao was once a court disciple and Li Xingmao's personal disciple, and that he stayed loyal to the Swallow Heron sect for a full century after its fall. Ling Ran says that if Su Ning had not arrived, she would have given the hidden moon bead to Qing Xingtao the next time he came asking about the sect. Now she tells Su Ning plainly that Qing Xingtao can help him rebuild the Swallow Heron sect once he finds him. Ready to leave, Su Ning says his farewells, but Ling Ran stops him long enough to write a personal letter for Qing Xingtao. She hands over the letter and tells Su Ning to show it together with the sect token so Qing Xingtao will understand everything immediately. Before letting him go, Ling Ran makes one more promise and says he can come back to her if serious trouble appears. Ling Ran calls Pei Shuwen back in and orders her to escort Su Ning out of the faint bamboo forest. Pei Shuwen misreads the situation and quietly assumes Ling Ran turned Su Ning away because his performance was not enough. After Su Ning leaves, Ling Ran sits alone and worries that anyone tied to the Red Sea Demon Lord may still bring dangerous changes in the future. At the edge of the bamboo forest, Pei Shuwen unexpectedly encourages Su Ning and tells him his alchemy talent is so strong that he will succeed even without Ling Ran as a master. Su Ning thanks her and walks away, keeping the truth to himself as he leaves with the hidden moon bead and Ling Ran's letter. Soon after, the assessment ends, 10 candidates are chosen as Ling Ran's in-name disciples, and even Jing Yiqing barely makes it through. When the new in-name disciples are brought before Ling Ran, she immediately recognizes Gao Chitsa among them. Gao Chitsa hesitates, then asks the rude question everyone else is thinking: why did Ling Ran refuse to take Su Ning as her disciple? Instead of getting angry, Ling Ran smiles and reveals the truth. She did not reject Su Ning because he lacked talent, but because she is not qualified to teach him at all. She says the alchemy master behind Su Ning stands far above her level, leaving the whole room silent as everyone understands just how extraordinary he really is. After leaving the faint bamboo forest, Su Ning decides not to rush straight to Guangha Canton and first look inside the hidden moon bead for resources. Ling Ran and Wan Yi both warned him that the rebuilt Swallow Heron sect will only stand firm if he grows stronger first, so Su Ning chooses power before travel. He brings Gray to a hidden cave and hands over the most important job for the moment: guard the bead while he goes inside. Su Ning knows the real danger here is outside the treasure, because once he enters the bead, the object itself can still be found and destroyed. Once Gray promises to keep watch, Su Ning finally relaxes and enters the hidden moon bead with his consciousness. Inside, the world turns into a dark silver space under a huge bright moon, and the name hidden moon bead suddenly feels very literal. Then he spots the real prize nearby, the Swallow Heron sect's preserved treasury piled up like hills. A quick check through the martial arts panel tells him the stash is absurdly rich, worth around 8 million energy, with pills and spirit medicine alone making up more than 5 million. That number shocks him even more because this ruined old sect left behind far more than the Jade Knight sect ever did. Even with that much wealth in front of him, Su Ning refuses to burn through all of it, because he still intends to honor his promise to Wan Yi and save enough to rebuild the sect. Still, he also sees the practical truth: if he becomes stronger first, those resources can do much more for Swallow Heron later. He judges the treasury could eventually push him as high as the 4th stage of the Dao realm, but for now he only plans to break into Astral Chi and save the rest for later. His next bottleneck is already clear too. After Astral Chi, he will need 6 true origins, 3 water and 3 fire, to match the 6 attribute seeds he condensed. With the plan settled, Su Ning starts absorbing energy directly from the mountain of pills until he fills the last 550,000 energy he needs. As soon as the number is enough, he stops himself, because breaking through inside this dead quiet space would starve his body of spiritual energy and wreck the advancement. He exits the treasure at once and tells Gray the good news: he is ready to step into the Astral Chi realm. Gray reacts like this is just what Su Ning does now, and Su Ning immediately turns it into a lecture about Gray not slacking off on his own bloodline breakthrough. Then Su Ning opens the martial arts panel and spends the full 900,000 energy to force the breakthrough. The moment he confirms it, the spiritual energy outside the cave surges into him in a violent vortex, proving just how terrifying his foundation has become. Even Su Ning is startled, and he realizes that if he had tried this back in the weak spiritual energy of Abyss North, the breakthrough could have damaged him badly. Inside him, his Dao Realm power rapidly transforms until the final surge locks into place and he officially reaches Dao Realm's 2nd stage, the Astral Chi realm. When the panel refreshes, the plus sign is gone, confirming that raw energy will not carry him any further until he obtains 6 matching true origins. That does not worry him much, because in resource-rich state Wanxing, true origins are valuable but still something he can trade for. To test the new realm, Su Ning fires a gust of astral chi that slices a giant rock apart from hundreds of meters away. The result leaves him satisfied, because he can already feel how much deadlier that astral chi would become with a Dao weapon in hand. With his unusually deep reserves, he even starts thinking in bigger terms, like overwhelming enemies with a full astral chi rain attack. After weighing his new power together with the Cyan Wolf Blade and Wind Smoke Gourd, Su Ning concludes he can now beat an origin returnant's master. Gray cheers, and Su Ning turns back to the future again, saying State Wanxing's rich spiritual energy should help Gray, Cyan, and Su Hujuan reach the Dao realm too. With the breakthrough done, Su Ning finally resumes the original mission and heads with Gray for Guangha Canton to find Cheng Xingtao. After a hard road, they reach Lian County, the packed political heart of Guangha Canton, where major families and officials are concentrated. Su Ning asks around, tracks down the Qing family mansion, and requests a meeting with Cheng Xingtao by name. He only says that he comes from the faint bamboo forest, which is enough to make the guard treat him with sudden caution and respect. A middle-aged Dao realm master soon comes out in person, and Su Ning immediately senses that this has to be Cheng Xingtao. Cheng Xingtao recognizes the importance of anyone tied to the bamboo forest, but Su Ning's unfamiliar face and Gray's unusual bloodline make him instantly suspicious too. Su Ning answers that suspicion by flashing the Swallow Heron Sect token for just an instant, and that brief glimpse hits Cheng Xingtao like a shock. Cheng Xingtao immediately drops all hesitation, invites Su Ning inside, and locks the conversation down in his private study. Once they are alone, Cheng Xingtao asks the question he has been holding back: Is that really the Swallow Heron sect token that Wan Yi fled with? Su Ning answers by naming himself and saying Wan Yi personally handed him the token, which almost says the rest by itself. To remove the last doubt, Su Ning also gives him Ling Rant's letter, and Cheng Xingtao recognizes her mark before he even opens it. After reading the letter, Cheng Xingtao's uncertainty disappears completely, and he bows deeply to Su Ning as the new sect master. Su Ning quickly stops the ceremony and treats him like a trusted senior brother instead, making it clear this rebuild will need both authority and cooperation. That only makes Cheng Xingtao more emotional, because he has waited a full century for the Swallow Heron sect to have a real future again. Once both men trust each other, Cheng Xingtao asks the first practical question: what should the sect do now? Su Ning admits he is still new to State Wanqing but says the foundation has to be people, especially disciples, and Wan Yi warned him not to rebuild too loudly too soon. Cheng Xingtao immediately answers with the first breakthrough. He never lost touch with some loyal old disciples who still want the sect restored. That is exactly what Su Ning hoped to hear, and he orders Cheng Xingtao to start summoning those old members at once. The next problem is territory, and Cheng Xingtao warns that taking back the original sect site now would instantly expose them to the Wind Parasol Pavilion and the Green Edge sect. He finally speaks plainly about the Old Wound too. Those two sects crushed Swallow Heron, drove his master to die taking revenge, hunted Wan Yi, and nearly wiped out the core disciples. So instead of reclaiming old glory right away, he proposes a hidden start at an unused Qing family villa outside Luyan County. Su Ning agrees on the spot, and the rebuilding effort suddenly shifts from idea to workable plan. After settling those basics, Cheng Xingtao carefully circles toward the real thing he wants to know: just how strong and talented is this new sect master? He says it directly at last. If Su Ning cannot rise to core materialization realm, Swallow Heron will never be able to stand openly against its old enemies. Su Ning cuts through the hesitation and simply reveals his current realm first. He has already reached Dao Realm's second stage, the Astral Qi realm. Then he drops the part that really detonates the room, saying that only half a year ago he was still just at True Domain realm after condensing 6 attribute seeds. For a veteran genius like Cheng Xingtao, that speed is almost impossible to accept, and he can barely ask if Su Ning is serious. Su Ning gives a clean yes, and that answer turns Cheng Xingtao's shock into real hope for the first time in 100 years. Cheng Xingtao immediately voices that hope out loud, urging Su Ning to reach core materialization as fast as possible and bring Swallow Heron back into the light. Su Ning accepts that burden without dodging it and promises he will not disappoint him. With the alliance set, Cheng Xingtao offers Su Ning a place to stay in the mansion until the old disciples gather, and they can move out to the villa. Su Ning accepts, and with that simple decision, the rebuilding of the Swallow Heron sect finally begins for real. After settling Su Ning into the Qing family mansion, Cheng Xingtao steps out feeling unusually reassured about the sect's future. That calm is interrupted when Qing Jinxian, the Qing family head, stops him and immediately asks about the guest from Faint Bamboo Forest. Once Cheng Xingtao admits the visitor is tied to Swallow Heron sect, Qing Jinxian bluntly says that dead sect should stay buried. Qing Jinxian reminds him that even Li Xingmao failed against Wind Parasol Pavilion and Green Edge sect, so trying to rebuild now is almost asking for disaster. He pushes harder, saying Cheng Xingtao is not just acting for himself but for the whole Qing family, and orders him to send the guest away after a few days. Cheng Xingtao finally counters with the one point his uncle cannot dodge. Li Xingmao once helped Qing Jinxian too. Qing Jinxian admits that debt and says he protected the surviving core disciples as best he could, but rebuilding the sect still looks hopeless under Princess Mo Lan's shadow. Cheng Xingtao agrees that none of the old disciples can carry the sect back alone, then drops the real reveal. Wan Yi chose a new successor from Abyss North. When he hears Wan Yi is still alive and has already named a new sect master, Qing Jinxian cannot hide his shock and curiosity. Cheng Xingtao tells him Su Ning is that chosen sect master and that preparations to rebuild have already started. Still worried about dragging the Qing family into danger, Cheng Xingtao says he is willing to be publicly cast out if that is the price of following Li Xingmao's will. That resolve finally moves Qing Jinxian, and he agrees to bring Su Ning to the Canton governor's banquet in 3 days so he can judge the young sect master himself. After his uncle leaves, Cheng Xingtao realizes that if Su Ning impresses him, the Qing family might become real help instead of a hidden obstacle. Meanwhile in his room, Su Ning has no idea that test was arranged and is already thinking of Cheng Xingtao as the man who could run the sect for him someday. Su Ning even decides that once Swallow Heron sect gathers disciples again, Cheng Xingtao should become deputy sect master while he focuses on strength. That planning stops when Gray starts pacing restlessly, and Su Ning notices the silver mark on its forehead flashing in a dangerous way. Su Ning quickly realizes Gray is about to break into the Dao realm, the kind of bloodline surge that can make demon beasts lose control. Gray confirms its bloodline feels violently unstable, and Su Ning decides the safest place to break through is inside the demon beast scroll. They teleport into the demon beast scroll, a damaged but still powerful secret realm safer than the outside world for a demon beast breakthrough. Su Hujuan rushes over at once, and Cyan follows right behind, more interested in complaining about the gloomy scroll than the emergency. When Su Ning says Gray is about to enter the Dao realm, Cyan instantly turns jealous and begs to be let outside later so it can absorb state-watching spiritual energy too. Su Hujuan loses patience with the noise and slams Cyan into the dirt for disturbing Gray's breakthrough. Su Ning feeds Gray several prepared pills to keep its bloodline stable and its mind clear during the breakthrough. Once Gray steadies a little, Su Ning pulls the others back and gives it space to advance alone. A fierce roar suddenly tears through the scroll, and the ground starts trembling under Gray's power. Dead trees and stones twist and shatter around Gray, and Su Ning senses it clearly at last. Gray has entered the elementary Dao realm. Su Ning rushes over expecting the same little beast, only to freeze when he sees Gray has grown from a kitten into a lion-sized silver predator. Gray lands from the air and speaks out loud in a deep voice, showing just how much this breakthrough changed it. Su Ning realizes Gray can already fly at the Dao realm because its void beast bloodline controls space differently from human martial artists. Su Hujuan is openly thrilled to see Gray grow this far, while Cyan circles in jealous disbelief. Gray proudly tells Su Ning that now it can do more for him, even carry him as a mount instead of riding on his shoulder. Su Ning promises that once he gets stronger, he will find a way to repair the damaged demon beast scroll so Gray can use it as a real trump card. Cyan immediately cuts back in to ask about leaving the scroll, and this time Su Ning gives a date, just a few more days until the temporary sect camp is ready. But Gray still has to stay hidden, because its obvious void beast traits would make it a target for powerful people who like to enslave rare demon beasts. After Gray sends him back out, Su Ning returns to the guest room and decides to use this quiet gap to improve his alchemy instead. He enters the hidden moon bead, spends 300,000 energy, and pushes the Red Sea Pill Sutra up to the second level. With his alchemy improved, Su Ning starts refining pills in the room and keeps at it for the next 2 days. 2 days later, Cheng Xingtao comes to invite Su Ning to the Canton Governor's banquet and frames it as a chance to make useful connections in State Wanqing. Su Ning finds the idea a little hollow, but he still agrees because meeting local elites could help the rebuilt sect later. Cheng Xingtao carefully leaves out that this invitation actually came from Qing Jingxian, worried Su Ning would react badly if he knew it was a test. At noon the next day, Cheng Xingtao brings Su Ning out to the family carriages, where demon beast bloodline horses wait in formal harness. Before they board, Cheng Xingtao quietly warns Su Ning that his uncle Qing Jingxian is already inside that front carriage. Inside, Qing Jingxian says little at first and studies Su Ning with open skepticism, making the air feel heavier than the carriage walls. Su Ning greets him politely and even asks to be called by name, treating Wan Ye's old friend as a senior instead of pushing back. That humility softens Qing Jingxian, because he had expected a gifted young sect master from Abyss North to be much more difficult. When Qing Jingxian asks about Wan Yi, Su Ning answers honestly that the old man survived but is badly weakened and still suffering from old injuries. Qing Jingxian then tests the heart of the matter directly and asks whether Su Ning truly understands what rebuilding Swallow Heron sect will cost. Su Ning answers with an easy smile that he accepted the sect token only after preparing himself for threats from both major sects. That answer leaves Qing Jingxian thoughtful and silent, while Cheng Xingtao realizes his uncle may be warming to Su Ning after all. Soon the carriage reaches the Canton Governor Manor, and Qing Jingxian steps down first with his authority fully on display. Then he tells Su Ning and Qing Xingtao to follow behind him, a small gesture that quietly places Su Ning under the Qing family's visible protection. Inside the governor's manor, Su Ning immediately feels the difference in State Wanqing as elite guests with terrifying auras greet one another in the halls. Su Ning even notices several fourth-stage Dao realm masters among the guests, confirming that this banquet gathers serious power. Before the Qing family can enter the hall, a refined man steps forward to greet Qing Jingxian as Master Wei, ending the scene on the threshold of a bigger meeting. 3 days after reaching Guanghe Canton, Su Ning attends the governor's banquet with the Qing family, and quickly reads the room as a gathering for every major local force. Governor Wei Xiongjian treats the powerful families with careful politeness, and that alone tells Su Ning how this canton balances official power and clan influence. Once inside, Qing Jingxian goes to speak with other leaders, and Cheng Xingtao starts guiding Su Ning through the banquet's social circles. When everyone arrives, Wei Xiongjian raises the first toast, and the whole hall falls neatly into order. Su Ning drinks with everyone else and immediately realizes the banquet wine itself is a valuable cultivation resource. After the formal toast, the hall loosens again, and Wei Xiongjian speaks with the family heads while guests begin networking by rank and familiarity. A plump but sharp-eyed man from the Shi family, Shi Qinghao, comes over to toast Qing Xingtao and notices the unfamiliar Su Ning beside him. Su Ning introduces himself first with easy confidence, and Shi Qinghao instantly treats him as someone worth befriending. After learning Su Ning is new to Guanghe Canton, Shi Qinghao smoothly invites him to a private banquet later and starts pulling him into his own circle. Then Shi Qinghao lowers his voice and finally reveals what he really wants: help getting a realm breakthrough pill. He admits his martial talent is poor, says family resources only forced him into body smelting, and now he cannot touch the astral chi threshold on his own. Because ordinary master alchemists all refuse the job, Shi Qinghao asks Cheng Xingtao to speak to Ling Ran for him. Cheng Xingtao clearly does not want to trouble Ling Ran, and the request stalls before he can even answer. Before the moment dies, Suning calmly asks the only thing that matters now, whether Shi Qinghao already has the pill materials. When Shi Qinghao says yes, Suning tells him to leave it to him and come collect the realm breakthrough pill from the Qing family in 3 days. Shi Qinghao blurts out the obvious question, and Qing Xingtao is just as shocked when Suning confirms that he is a master alchemist. That answer flips Shi Qinghao from cautious networking to real excitement, because the breakthrough he had nearly given up on suddenly feels possible again. Qing Xingtao is even more shaken, because Suning was already a rare martial talent, and now turns out to be walking both paths at once. Shi Qinghao immediately places 5 full sets of pill materials on the table, and Suning accepts them without hesitation. When Shi Qinghao asks what the fee will be, Suning waves it off out of respect for Qing Xingtao's friendship. Shi Qinghao does not argue, but he solemnly says the favor will stand, and that promise matters more than a simple fee. Afterward, Qing Xingtao quietly explains that Shi Qinghao is the Shi family head's son and could become a useful resource channel for the future sect. Shi Qinghao soon returns with more acquaintances, and before the banquet ends, Suning has already won over much of Guanghe Canton's Daorealm crowd. Watching that happen, Qing Jingxian starts to believe Suning really might be able to restore the Swallow Heron sect. On the ride back, Qing Jingxian makes his support official and tells Suning to ask if the sect's rebuilding ever runs into trouble. He goes even further by promising talented Qing descendants to the sect, tying the Qing family directly to Suning's new foundation. Suning thanks him at once, because with the Qing family behind him, rebuilding the Swallow Heron sect suddenly feels much less fragile. 3 days later, Suning finishes refining the realm breakthrough pill and reflects that it can force a breakthrough, but it also leaves the user's foundation unstable. Even so, he knows Shi Qinghao's natural talent is so poor that without this pill he might never reach astral chi at all. That afternoon, Qing Xingtao brings Shi Qinghao over, and Suning hands the finished pill over without making him wait. Shi Qinghao opens the bottle on the spot, catches the pill fragrance, and his relief turns into open gratitude. Then Shi Qinghao produces 2 exquisitely sealed boxes and says he heard Suning is missing water and fire attribute true origins for his next breakthrough. He explains that his family's trading company recently obtained exactly those 2 true origins and offers them to Suning as thanks and goodwill. Suning is genuinely surprised, because the gift is worth even more than the pill refining labor, and flips the debt between them. Shi Qinghao brushes that concern aside, pushes the boxes into Suning's hands, and makes it clear he is investing in this relationship on purpose. Since Suning truly needs these true origins, he accepts and remembers the favor. Shi Qinghao immediately invites him to another banquet, and this time Suning agrees rather than make his new ally lose face. Over that meal, the food and alcohol are so valuable that Suning quietly gains a huge burst of energy just by eating with them. After the meal, Qing Xingtao reports that the new sect villa is ready and that Qing Jingxian has already chosen 10 family descendants to send over. He also says he contacted 3 of the old Swallow Heron disciples he trusts most, and they agreed to come help rebuild the sect too. Back in his room, Suning sets the gift boxes in front of him and prepares to absorb the 2 attribute true origins at once. The first box will not open until he uses Daorealm power on its seal, which tells him how carefully these treasures were stored. Inside is a lava flame crystal, a fiery red carrier of natural fire true origin power dense enough to tempt his energy system with nearly 30,000 units. Suning refuses the raw energy and takes the far more valuable path, guiding the crystal's fire true origin directly into his body. Even as a Daorealm master he feels the burn, and when the last trace is absorbed the crystal crumbles to dust in his hand. That fire true origin condenses into a scarlet sphere inside him, the rough beginning of the inner core he will need later. He opens the second box and finds a moon water lotus, a palm-sized blue lotus that looks as if it were carved from living water. Again he ignores the huge energy attached to it, and absorbs the water true origin instead, this time feeling cool relief spread through his body. When the lotus dissolves away, the energy sphere inside Suning turns half red and half blue, and his strength rises another step. Suning now understands his path clearly. Once he absorbs 4 more matching true origins, he can break through into the origin returnant's realm. A few more days later, with the Qing family's help, the rebuilt Swallow Heron sect moves into a large villa on the outskirts of the city. The place is far more open than the city and finally gives the tiny new sect room to act freely, even if life outside the walls carries more danger. Qing Xingtao can barely hide his excitement, because this is the first real base of the sect's rebirth. He tells Suning the 10 selected Qing descendants are already waiting, and Suning decides to meet the first batch of the new Swallow Heron disciples right away. On the way, Qing Xingtao explains these children mostly come from concubine lines with low status but good talent, chosen specifically to avoid trouble from the family's true core heirs. Then Suning enters the courtyard and sees 10 young men and women waiting for him, the very first faces of the rebuilt sect. Suning and Qing Xingtao arrive to meet the Swallow Heron sect's first 10 young disciples, and the group nervously greets Qing Xingtao as a clan elder. Qing Xingtao immediately corrects them, warning that inside the sect there are no clan titles and they must call him martial uncle or face punishment. He formally presents Suning as sect master and makes it clear that disobeying Suning means crossing him too. Suning studies the 10 youths one by one and pauses on a dark-skinned, tall, skinny boy whose sharp eyes remind him of Guiyi. He judges the group as decent but not exceptional, all under 16 and at least 7th stage mortal realm, which is enough for a sect starting from nothing. Instead of putting distance between them, Suning tells the 10 that they will build the revived Swallow Heron sect together, and one day make its name known across state Wanqing. Those words hit hard because these Qing family offshoot children have always craved status, and now the sect's rise could finally lift them too. Cheng Xingtao is shaken as well, because Su Ning's promise echoes the old dream of former sect master Li Xingmao, a dream that once failed. Su Ning follows that promise with real benefits, announcing that the 10 will receive cultivation resources on the same level as Qing family core members. He adds a simple rule for the new sect: strength earns rewards, and every breakthrough will be recognized. Then he raises the stakes again by naming all 10 as core disciples and promising that he and the senior members will guide their cultivation personally. The courtyard goes dead quiet when Su Ning announces he will personally accept one disciple and take charge of that person's future training. Without dragging it out, Su Ning points straight at the dark-skinned boy he noticed earlier and asks for his name. The stunned boy introduces himself as Qing Xiu, and Su Ning immediately accepts him as his first personal disciple. Qing Xiu can barely hide his joy, while the rest of the first-generation disciples can only watch with envy. Su Ning also tells Qing Xingtao to pick 2 more personal core disciples, spreading responsibility instead of hoarding it all himself. Qing Xingtao chooses 1 male and 1 female disciple, giving the new sect a clearer inner structure from the start. After dismissing the group, Su Ning tells Qing Xiu to meet him again in the backyard that afternoon. Once they are alone, Su Ning turns from disciples to management and says the rebuilt sect still needs proper elder positions filled. He decides that when the other 3 former sect members arrive, they will all become elders of Swallow Heron sect. When Qing Xingtao asks about his own position, Su Ning matter-of-factly names him temporary deputy sect master. Qing Xingtao tries to refuse the promotion, but Su Ning cuts that off on the spot and settles the matter himself. Su Ning then asks about Qing Xiu, showing that he did not choose the boy on impulse alone. Qing Xingtao explains that Qing Xiu comes from a branch family, has only average talent among the 10, but stands out for rare grit, passion, and reliability. Satisfied with that answer, Su Ning hears that all 10 disciples' backgrounds have already been checked and their records are waiting in his study. Su Ning hands Qing Xingtao a storage ring filled with sect resources, trusting him to fund whatever the new sect needs. He explains that Ling Ran already turned over the remaining sect assets, and if this share is not enough, Qing Xingtao can come straight back to him. Su Ning also slows Qing Xingtao's next impulse, deciding that the sect is still too new to rush into opening trade channels for martial resources. At the Harmony Prince mansion, a cold young man corners Su Ning in a pavilion and immediately acts like Su Ning has broken some rule by sitting there. Su Ning stays polite on the surface, but he quietly judges that this stranger is stronger than him and is clearly picking a fight on purpose. Zhuo Weisong keeps posturing like a senior, claiming the pavilion belongs to His Highness, and using that excuse to put Su Ning in his place. Su Ning gives a measured apology, but his gaze stays hard enough to show he is not intimidated. Before Zhuo Weisong can press further, Zhang He arrives and cuts in with obvious displeasure. Zhuo Weisong pretends he was only teaching rules, but Zhang He shuts that down and makes it clear Su Ning is under his care now. Zhuo Weisong leaves with a final provocative look at Su Ning, and Zhang He can only snort at his arrogance. Once the trouble passes, Zhang He turns warm again and apologizes for making Su Ning wait. Zhang He casually asks about Su Ning's demon beasts, and Su Ning says he brought them hidden in spatial treasures. Su Ning asks directly why Zhuo Weisong was hostile, and Zhang He reveals that the man already knew Su Ning's name before meeting him. Zhang He explains that Zhuo Weisong is a trusted aide's son, spoiled by his father's status, and used to acting above everyone else around the prince. The real reason is jealousy. Duan Chaofeng has been praising Su Ning around the mansion so much that the other aides already see him as someone special. Su Ning realizes he has already become a key figure in Duan Chaofeng's circle without even noticing it. Zhang He brings Su Ning to Duan Chaofeng's study, and the prince greets him with open enthusiasm. After a short talk, Duan Chaofeng has Zhang He personally arrange luxurious lodging for Su Ning inside the prince's villa. Over the next few days, Su Ning stays in that side room refining pills and quietly preparing for the sea voyage. While making demon beast bait pills, Su Ning suddenly connects the dots and suspects Shi Qinghao's mysterious client is probably a master tamer tied to this same expedition. A servant soon summons Su Ning to a banquet 4 hours later, and Su Ning reads it as the final signal that departure is very close. The story shifts to State Luji, where Princess Mo Lan gathers her people and announces that their preparations to capture the night beast are complete. Mo Lan says they will sail in 3 days and promises rich rewards after she personally delivers the captured night beast to the Empress. She also warns that their plan has likely leaked after she recently rooted out spies in her own mansion. Even so, Mo Lan stays confident because she has prepared well and recruited a strong group of master tamers to make the hunt smoother. She publicly thanks the Wind Parasol Pavilion and Green Edge sect for supplying the crews, forcing their 2 sect masters to jump up and humble themselves. Everyone in the room understands why they are so obedient. These former state Kuching forces want Mo Lan's permission to move into State Luji. After the meeting ends, an elderly female master steps out from behind a screen and quietly warns Lan not to rely too heavily on those outside forces. Lan says she knows the risk, but this dangerous voyage is also her test for them, because true loyal swords are hard to find when most of State Luji follows her brother instead. A few days later, Duan Chaofeng's fleet finally sails into the endless sea toward the archipelago where the night beast appears. Even under gathering thunderclouds, the flagship stays dry because a transparent barrier shields the deck from rain and waves. At the bow, Duan Chaofeng casually asks about Su Ning's origins, and Su Ning says he came from beyond State Wanxing. Zhuo Wei Song instantly reacts with quiet disdain, treating people from outside State Wanxing like country bumpkins. Duan Chaofeng keeps the conversation warm and asks about Su Ning's sea crossing, drawing more envy from the people around him. That calm moment breaks when a huge wave slams the barrier, and Duan Chaofeng realizes something powerful is moving under the ship. Zhang He senses a mid-level Dao Realm sea demon beast below them just before its giant tail erupts from the water. The beast's strike throws the fleet into chaos, so Duan Chaofeng immediately orders Zhang He to handle it before the smaller ships capsize. Zhang He does not hesitate and leaps straight into the sea to fight the demon beast in its own territory. For a long half-hour, the fleet can only slow down and listen as violent explosions and surging white water mark the underwater battle. When the sea finally calms, Zhang He bursts back onto the deck and calmly reports that the problem is solved. Duan Chaofeng happily asks how close Zhang He is to breaking into the 7th stage, and Zhang He gives an answer that sounds impressively near for someone at their level. Everyone joins in congratulating Zhang He except Zhuo Wei Song, whose cold face makes his resentment impossible to miss. Duan Chaofeng notices that reaction but says nothing, because he only keeps Zhuo Wei Song around out of respect for Zhuo Xingyun's old connection to him. With the demon beast gone, the fleet reforms and sails on toward the clear sky region ahead. 2 months pass at sea before everyone gathers on deck again, this time with the quiet senior expert Dong Ji finally joining them. Duan Chaofeng respectfully tells Dong Ji they have reached the night beast's area, revealing just how much weight this plain-looking senior carries. Dong Ji warns that the night beast is notoriously hard to detect, so the search teams must sweep each island and signal immediately at the first trace. Su Ning looks out and sees the real challenge at last, an entire archipelago where the night beast could appear on any island. Duan Chaofeng decides not to split their strength too far, choosing instead to land together and search the islands one by one since Land's people may already be nearby. The fleet lands, and after months at sea Su Ning finally steps onto solid ground again. Looking up, Su Ning notices this island still lies under clear skies, with only part of the archipelago swallowed by dark cloud cover. Duan Chaofeng orders the camp set up and puts the master tamers under the heaviest protection, making clear they are central to the whole hunt. Half a day later on another island, Princess Land's fleet lands too, confirming that the rival hunt is now fully underway. Lan quickly deduces that the Harmony King Mansion fleet that sailed around the same time must belong to Duan Chaofeng and must be after the same night beast. Because she is wary of him, Lan orders shore sentinels posted at once to warn her if Duan Chaofeng's group comes near. Far from the islands, a third force approaches on the back of a great fish, every rider hidden under grey robes. A gust blows one hood back and reveals Lying, the very master tamer who once hired Su Ning to refine medicine. The hooded leader turns to Lying and calmly puts the night beast search in his hands, confirming this hidden group came for the same prize. Lying promises to do everything he can, and the hooded master answers with gratitude and the promise of a generous reward whether or not they succeed. On the island, the Harmony King Mansion sets up a full search base from a construction-type spatial treasure, turning the expedition into a moving fortified camp. Master tamers spread out with guarded teams and leave sensors behind wherever they search, so the night beast can be detected if it slips through later. Su Ning leaves the camp and decides to bring out Gray and Cyan so their demon beast instincts can read the island better than humans can. Gray and Cyan appear from the demon beast scroll and immediately realize they have entered the night beast's territory. When Su Ning asks what feels special here, either beast can point to anything obvious beyond richer spiritual energy. Su Ning is not convinced that extra spiritual energy is the whole answer, so he leads them toward the eastern mountains to search for resources and any trace the night beast left behind. The deeper they go, the stranger the island feels to Su Ning. It is enormous, packed with spiritual energy, and rich with treasure, yet eerily short on living creatures. Su Ning starts gathering the valuable herbs into the hidden moon pearl while Gray and Cyan suddenly lock onto the same emerald fruit. Su Ning recognizes the fruit at once as a jade scar blood-tempering fruit, a demon beast treasure that can cleanse and improve bloodline purity. The moment Su Ning explains what it does, Cyan tries to snatch it first, and Gray shuts that down with a blunt slap before the fight can start. Su Ning stops them again when he realizes the fruit is still unripe, warning that eating it now would waste most of its effect. He decides to transplant it into the demon beast scroll and speed up its growth with spiritual fertilizer, promising that a ripened fruit will be 3 times stronger. Just as he starts, Su Ning catches a flaw in the scene. A fruit this tempting should have drawn beasts already, which means something nearby has been guarding it. The mountain answers him a second later when the soil bursts open and a giant claw rips out from underground. Su Ning dodges, grabs the whole jade scar blood-tempering fruit in one motion, and a furious hidden beast finally reveals itself. The ambusher is a rock-rolling lizard, a 30-meter mid-level Dao realm demon beast that had hidden its aura so well even Su Ning missed it until he touched the fruit. Cyan's first instinct is to run back into the scroll, but Gray gets excited instead and asks Su Ning to help capture the lizard alive as new muscle for the demon beast scroll. Su Ning immediately backs Gray's plan and orders Cyan to help instead of hiding. Even while scared, Cyan acts fast and expands into a dense blood fog that smothers the lizard's position. Su Ning layers the wind smoke gourd over Cyan's fog, trapping the rock-rolling lizard inside a second choking field he can control. Gray disturbs the nearby space and slips through the fog with Cyan for stealth attacks, while Su Ning takes the front and starts carving into the trapped beast with the Cyan wolf knife. Then Su Ning adds poisonous miasma to the gray fog, leaving the rock-rolling lizard blind, corroded, and too disoriented to fight back properly. The lizard tries to smash its way out and charge free, but Su Ning calmly keeps the fog wrapped around it and wears it down on purpose instead of killing it. Once the beast finally weakens, Su Ning lands on its head and hammers it unconscious with an astral chi-coded punch. Su Ning immediately calls Gray over, and Gray seizes the chance to drag the unconscious rock-rolling lizard into the demon beast scroll before it wakes up. With the fight over, Gray thanks Su Ning, and Su Ning decides this resource-rich archipelago could let them catch even more Dao realm beasts for the scroll later. Su Ning warns Gray that capturing is only the easy part now, because the damaged demon beast scroll still needs careful marking before a new beast can be controlled. Gray accepts the extra work without complaint, because this is finally the chance it wanted to build real Dao realm fighting power inside the scroll. Su Ning also notes that the island beasts seem untouched by human training or battle experience, which made the rock-rolling lizard easier to subdue than its realm suggested. Cyan immediately tries to claim credit for the victory and demands the whole fruit as payment, but Gray answers with a dry thank you and nothing more. Su Ning keeps the team moving, because beyond the night beast hunt he badly needs more resources to feed the brutal energy cost of his next breakthrough. 3 months pass as the Harmony King Mansion search fleet clears 3 islands and leaves forces behind on each one to watch the sensor traps. During the same stretch, Duan Chaofeng's side and Mo Lan's side become aware of each other, and both know a direct clash is only a matter of time. Su Ning spends those 3 months sweeping the islands with Gray and Cyan, hunting traces of the night beast while steadily catching more demon beasts for the scroll. By the end of it, Gray has added 1 more mid-level Dao realm beast and 3 elementary Dao realm beasts, carefully marking each one before taking the next to avoid chaos inside the scroll. Gray and Cyan also profit from the island's special medicines, and the bloodline resources push both of them noticeably closer to the mid-level Dao realm. Su Ning's own gains are huge too, with nearly 1.7 million energy gathered from the archipelago, and his reserves climbing close to 2 million. On the final month-end turn, both Duan Chaofeng and Mo Lan finally land on the same island at once, the largest central island and the last place left unexplored. Neither side wants to start early, so they set up separate camps and avoid each other while knowing the real contest is about to begin. Inside the Harmony King Mansion spatial camp, Duan Chaofeng gathers his core men and declares that the night beast is most likely hiding on this last island. He warns them that this search is dangerous in 2 directions now, the island itself and Mo Lan's people, who may ambush them over the night beast. His order is to avoid a fight if possible, strike back if they must, and report even the slightest night beast clue for a heavy reward. Once the meeting breaks, the search teams spread across the island again, and Su Ning heads out with Gray and Cyan as usual. Almost immediately, Gray and Cyan both feel that this island is different, not threatening but strangely comfortable in a way they cannot explain. Su Ning takes that instinct seriously, and concludes the night beast should feel the same pull, which makes this island their strongest lead yet. He tells both beasts to stay extra careful, because a real lead also means they are closer than ever to danger. Elsewhere on the island, Zhuo Weisong searches with a 7-man team, but under his tense face he is stewing over how much Duan Chaofeng now favors Su Ning. In his mind, Su Ning is an outsider who stole his place, and Zhuo Weisong even bitterly wishes the island would get Su Ning killed for him. Even so, Zhuo Weisong knows he cannot easily touch Su Ning himself, so he turns that frustration into a new goal: find the night beast first and crush Su Ning with merit. That hope suddenly flares when one Master Tamer's transparent bottle turns faint black, signaling that an extremely high-tier bloodline beast passed nearby not long ago. When Zhuo Weisong asks if it could be the night beast, the Master Tamer says probably, and the darkening liquid sends the whole team into excited silence. Zhuo Weisong instantly orders a careful search of the area and reminds everyone that even an immature night beast would still be a terrifying mid-level Dao realm apex beast. While searching the island for any trace of the night beast, Zhuo Weisong suddenly feels something wrong when a shadow seems to flash across his vision. The daylight around Zhuo Weisong turns strangely dim, and even with Dao realm eyesight he can no longer see clearly. When Zhuo Weisong turns to call the others, every teammate nearby is simply gone. Realizing he is in danger, Zhuo Weisong tries to get back to camp and cling to the safety of Dong Ji's protection. But the darkness swallows even sound, and Zhuo Weisong sinks helplessly into a silent black space. Elsewhere on the island, Su Ning, Cyan, and Gray are having the opposite experience and happily harvesting far richer spirit medicine than on the earlier islands. After gaining another 100,000 units of energy, Su Ning quietly judges that this trip has already become a big profit for him. Cyan gushes that the island is excellent, while stuffing another spirit fruit into its mouth with juice running everywhere. Gray suggests catching another Dao Realm demon beast for itself, since Su Ning is the only one who can help it subdue something stronger. Su Ning agrees and spreads his perception to search for nearby Dao Realm demon beasts. A thunderous roar suddenly shakes the ground, forcing the three of them up a mountain to see what just appeared. From the ridge, they spot a monstrous adult armored thornback beast more than 100 meters tall chasing a panicked group riding flying demon beasts. Su Ning immediately realizes the fleeing group should be from Mo Lan's camp and that they must have triggered a high-level Dao Realm beast while searching for the night beast. One slap from the armored thornback beast turns a rider into bloody mist, and the sheer power of the scene rattles Su Ning. Knowing they would die if that beast noticed them, Su Ning orders Gray and Cyan to retreat at once. Before they can run, a woman's voice crashes across the island like thunder and a streak of light cuts into the battlefield. The streak slams into the armored thornback beast and reveals an elderly swordswoman standing in the air without giving an inch. Su Ning instantly understands that only a 7th stage or higher Dao Realm expert can fly like that, making her the top guard from Mo Lan's side. Shui Jinghua tells the survivors to get out, and the rider sees the chance to flee the area. Facing the beast alone, Shui Jinghua coldly declares that since it killed her side's people, it will pay for that blood. Her first sword arc slices straight through the beast's scales, proving that even this defense-heavy monster cannot withstand her edge. The armored thornback beast lashes out with claws, tail, and even acidic spit, but Shui Jinghua keeps dodging and carving it up. Once the wounded beast finally turns to flee, Su Ning is left staring at the kind of strength that could kill him instantly. Shui Jinghua does not chase because even a win here would leave her too badly injured to protect Mo Lan afterward. Just as she prepares to leave, Shui Jinghua senses Su Ning's hidden presence and turns her gaze toward his direction. Realizing he has been noticed by a high-level Dao Realm master, Su Ning panics and orders Cyan and Gray into the demon beast scroll before he runs for Dongji's camp. He barely gets moving before Shui Jinghua appears in front of him and cuts off his escape. Su Ning grabs his emergency crystal to call for help, but Shui Jinghua flicks a burst of aura through his palm and shatters it before he can activate it. Unable to fight back, Su Ning forces himself calm and asks what offense he has given the senior. After confirming he serves the Harmony Prince, Shui Jinghua inspects him more closely and immediately sees how young and talented he really is. Tempted by his potential, Shui Jinghua bluntly decides to take Su Ning away and have him seek refuge under Princess Mo Lan instead. Su Ning cannot dodge her at all, and for a moment it looks like he is really about to be abducted. Then Dongji's voice crashes in from afar, openly accusing Shui Jinghua of stealing someone from the Harmony King mansion. The moment Dongji arrives, Su Ning finally relaxes because the only person here who can match Shui Jinghua is now standing in front of him. Shui Jinghua knows she cannot take Su Ning in front of Dongji without openly slapping the Harmony King mansion in the face, so she lets him go. After tossing out a frosty warning to watch his people better, Shui Jinghua leaves on her sword. Safe for the moment, Su Ning thanks Dongji and explains how he got caught after witnessing Shui Jinghua fight the armored thornback beast. When Su Ning asks how Dongji found him without the crystal, Dongji reveals that Duan Chaofeng had already sent him out to look. Dongji explains that in the last 2 days several search teams have gone missing on the island, and Zhuowei Song is among them. The problem was discovered when Zhang He retraced his route to exchange information with another team and found they had vanished without a trace. Since even Mo Lan's people have also disappeared, Dongji believes there is a hidden danger on this island that neither camp understands yet. Not wanting to stay away from Duan Chaofeng any longer, Dongji grabs Su Ning and flies him straight back to camp. At the Harmony Prince's camp, Duan Chaofeng is relieved to see Su Ning return, then immediately notices he came back wounded. After hearing that Mo Lan's side tried to seize Su Ning, Duan Chaofeng is displeased but knows now is not the time to pick that fight. Zhang He returns and reports that everyone else has been called back except for a few still searching for clues about the missing teams. The numbers are ugly. 37 people from the mansion and 10 master tamers have already disappeared on this island. For Duan Chaofeng, Zhuowei Song's disappearance is especially troublesome because it will be hard to answer to Zhuo Xingyun if the man is never found. Dongji lays out the logic. Either an overwhelming expert erased those teams instantly, or a creature with strange methods swallowed them on the spot without leaving evidence. He points to the second possibility and says the Night Beast's rumored power to weave endless night matches these disappearances almost too well. That possibility shakes Duan Chaofeng, because if the Night Beast really is here, then the target of the whole trip may have already shown itself. Zhang He still worries about the prince's safety, but Dongji answers with confidence that a mid-level Dao Realm Night Beast should not be able to threaten him directly. For now, Duan Chaofeng decides the camp will hold its ground and wait for more clues before making the next move. Just as the discussion is ending, a guard rushes in with urgent news that belongings from one of the missing people have finally been found. The whole room stiffens at that sudden lead, And even Su Ning is thrown by how fast a clue appeared after everyone had been saying there were no traces at all. The search starts with suspicion, because the missing people left no trail at all, yet their belongings suddenly turn up the moment everyone looks for them. When Duan Chaofeng asks for a judgment, Dong Ji keeps it simple and says they still have to inspect the place with their own eyes. Zhang He volunteers to go first, insisting that aside from Dong Ji he is the strongest and should take the risk instead of the prince. Duan Chaofeng refuses, warning that Zhang He is not strong enough to survive a hidden night beast if it is waiting near the bait. Instead, Duan Chaofeng decides to go in person with Dong Ji beside him, trusting the senior expert to pull him out if anything goes wrong. Once Prince and Protector both commit, the rest of the group has no choice but to follow them into the danger zone. The guards lead them to a strange dead-looking patch of weeds, a bleak scar on an island where even the plants are usually full of life. There, the guards point out dropped weapons and pill bottles, and the scene looks less like an accident and more like someone arranged a lure. Su Ning agrees with Zhang He, and Dong Ji immediately warns everyone that these planted items are probably bait meant to drag them here. Before they can search further, another elite group arrives, and Su Ning spots Shui Jinghua leading Princess Mo Lan's side. Duan Chaofeng quickly realizes Mo Lan came to the same conclusion they did, that the disappearances point straight to the night beast. Mo Lan walks over first and greets Duan Chaofeng with a polite smile that still carries a sharp edge. Su Ning studies Mo Lan from the side and immediately reads the same royal authority in her that Duan Chaofeng carries. Duan Chaofeng cuts through the small talk and says they are both here for the night beast, so there is no need to pretend otherwise. Mo Lan explains that the night beast is intelligent, vengeful, and likely noticed their search long ago, which is why it started striking first. When Duan Chaofeng mocks the idea of an alliance, Mo Lan backs off and only says she does not want a fellow royal to die here. Duan Chaofeng ignores her goodwill and orders his people to search, and Mo Lan's side starts searching too, with both factions watching each other every step of the way. High on a distant mountain, a hidden third group watches the whole standoff under the cover of Chu He's aura-concealing treasure. Lying praises Chu He's concealment, and the hidden group stays confident because their own lineup is strong, with Chu He at high-level Dao realm and the rest mostly 5th or 6th stage experts. Chu He asks if the night beast will really appear, and Lying says the disappearances fit its vengeful nature, even if the setup still feels strangely bold. Chu He decides to wait for the night beast and let the two royal camps fight over it first, planning to steal the prize in the chaos if a chance opens. Back in the weeds, a soft eerie sound suddenly spreads through the field and drags everyone's emotions toward a heavy, dangerous gloom. Su Ning instantly senses danger, and in the next breath a black light erupts across a 1,000-meter radius and swallows both camps whole. Dong Ji grabs Duan Chaofeng and tries to rush out, but a semi-transparent black curtain rises into a sealed dome and traps everyone inside. Even Dong Ji's punch only ripples the barrier, and that failure tells Su Ning they are truly locked in. Both camps scramble to regroup under the dome, with Shui Jinghua protecting Mo Lan while Dong Ji pulls the Harmony King mansion side together. Then the real threat descends through the dark barrier itself, and everyone sees the night beast at last. Watching from outside the dome, Chu He and Lying are stunned to realize the night beast is not mid-level Dao realm at all, but a high-level Dao realm adult. The hidden group nearly retreats on the spot, but Chu He decides to keep watching and gamble on stealing the beast only if the trap forces somehow cripple it first. Inside the trap, Dong Ji and Shui Jinghua also sense the night beast's true strength, and the bad news lands hard on both royal camps. Zhang He urges Dong Ji to hide Duan Chaofeng inside a spatial treasure, but that plan collapses when Dong Ji finds the black dome blocks entry into separate spaces. Su Ning tests his own hidden moon bead and gets the same result, which means even his last resort escape method is gone. With no safe retreat left, Su Ning draws the Cyan Wolf knife and braces himself to fight inside the sealed darkness. Dong Ji reacts fast and orders Zhang He to protect Duan Chaofeng, making the prince's survival the immediate priority. Then Dong Ji crosses to Shui Jinghua and, with the night beast right over them, asks Mo Lan's side to drop old hostility and fight together. Mo Lan's side forms a close guard around her at once, with Sun Yumo and Liang Tingang among the elites locking into place. The night beast lets out a weird throat sound, and the black fog around it thickens into swarming bug-shaped demon creatures with bladed legs. As the swarm forms, darkness starts eating away at everyone's senses, and the weaker fighters lose their vision and even their voices first. The bug swarm rushes the trapped crowd, and both camps instinctively tighten around their prince and princess. Su Ning forces himself to stay sharp, knowing that if the darkness steals all his perception, he will be finished before the monsters even need to kill him. He meets the first wave head-on and smashes several bug beasts apart, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the defenders around Duan Chaofeng. When one guard is struck and collapses without a visible wound, Su Ning realizes the bug blades inject black fog that speeds up the victim's fall into total darkness. That discovery makes the fight even worse, because now Su Ning knows every hit he takes will drag him deeper into the abyss. Above the chaos, Dong Ji and Shui Jinghua join forces and attack the night beast directly, one with crushing fists and the other with a flying sword. The night beast dodges easily and spits black liquid into the battlefield, and even a few splashes are enough to make nearby victims lose consciousness on the spot. As the swarm thickens, Suning gets slashed again and again, and each dose of black fog makes the darkness in his senses spread faster. Janhee is in just as bad a state, but he keeps shouting at Suning to hold on while sheer loyalty keeps him upright in front of Duan Chaofeng. One by one the other guards and aides drop, until only Janhee and Suning are still standing in front of Duan Chaofeng. Duan Chaofeng sees the two of them bleeding themselves dry to shield him, and the sight hits him harder than any speech could. When another bug beast lunges in, Duan Chaofeng suddenly steps forward himself and cuts it down before it can hit Suning or Janhee. Janhee panics and tells him to fall back, but Duan Chaofeng refuses to hide behind them any longer now that they are all fighting on the same edge of death. In that moment, Duan Chaofeng is deeply moved by Suning in particular, because a 4th stage Dao realm newcomer is risking everything for him like an old loyal retainer. Duan Chaofeng quietly resolves that if they survive this island, he will reward Suning heavily and raise his status inside the mansion. Suning is just as surprised, because until now he treated Duan Chaofeng as a useful patron, but seeing the prince step into danger for them changes that completely. For the first time, Suning stops seeing Duan Chaofeng as just a transaction and starts thinking of him as a real friend worth knowing. Inside the black light zone, Shui Jinghua finally admits the truth. Even fighting together with Dongji, they still cannot handle the night beast while it is empowered by the darkness. Dongji quickly changes the plan and tells Shui Jinghua they have to break the black light curtain and escape with the prince and princess the instant it opens. When Shui Jinghua asks how, Dongji gives the only answer left. They must burn their trump cards together and gamble everything on one opening strike. The two of them force the night beast back for a heartbeat, buying the tiny window they need. Dongji releases his Dao realm power, and a brilliant heptagonal symbol flares behind him like a final reserve of strength. At the same time, Shui Jinghua cuts her palm and stains her blade with blood, drawing out a blurred sword apparition behind her. Their two finishing moves crash into the black light curtain together and rip a huge hole through it. Even with their bodies already overdrawn, Dongji and Shui Jinghua do not rest for a second and immediately rush to grab the survivors. Dongji reaches Duan Chaofeng, Suning, and Janhee, finding that only those three from the Harmony King's side are still conscious enough to move. Suning, who had already prepared the wind smoke gourd and the cyan wolf knife swivel for a desperate last stand, realizes the escape route is suddenly real. As the hole begins sealing itself, the night beast turns and chases, trying to close the trap before they can all get out. Dongji bursts through with Duan Chaofeng, Suning, and Janhee, while Shui Jinghua escapes from the other side carrying Mo Lan, Tsingyumo, and Liang Tingang. Mo Lan had even protected Tsingyumo and Liang Tingang from sinking into the darkness, pulling the two badly battered sect leaders out with her. The instant they are outside, Dongji and Shui Jinghua seal their vulnerable people away inside spatial treasures for safety. Then they look back and realize the night beast has stopped at the boundary, staring coldly instead of chasing them into the open sea. Shui Jinghua's anger boils over, and she vows to kill the person who fed them the disastrously wrong intelligence once they get back. With both sides gutted and the endless sea still dangerous, Dongji decides they will leave the island immediately and return to State Wansheng together. Back inside the darkness, the night beast releases the black light curtain into a huge black fog, gathers the unconscious people around itself, and flies away with them under a dome of mist. Watching from hiding, Chu He and his group finally understand how monstrous the night beast really is, and the sight leaves them sweating. Chu He drops any thought of capturing it, judging that only 8th or 9th stage Dao realm experts could even hope to bring down an adult night beast. But Chu He is not leaving empty-handed, and his gaze turns cold as he picks a new target, the heavily weakened survivors from the Harmony King and Promise King's sides. He points out that Dongji and Shui Jinghua are both injured, the prince's groups are carrying treasures, and his own side is the one still in top condition, so he orders the pursuit. Soon after, a single giant ship pulls away from the island, a bleak retreat compared to the grand fleets that sailed in. On board, the Harmony King's side and Mo Lan's side keep their distance from each other, because forced cooperation has not erased the old grudge between Duan Chaofeng and Mo Lan. Back in his cabin, Suning finally feels the sensory deprivation on his body fading, and the delayed fear of that near-death fight starts catching up to him. Janhee soon comes in with a storage ring from Duan Chaofeng, saying the prince pulled out healing pills and resources for Suning right away. When Suning checks the ring, he is startled by how much is inside, because the reward is far beyond what his current injuries actually require. Janhee makes it even clearer that this is only what Duan Chaofeng could spare on the ship, and that a much bigger reward and a likely rise in status will come after they return. Suning thanks him with an easier, warmer tone, and after surviving a life-and-death crisis together, his bond with Janhee clearly feels closer. For Suning, the promotion itself matters less than what it could mean for the Swallow Heron sect, because higher status would also open more resources for his side. Before leaving, Janhee mentions one more thing. The two men beside Mo Lan are Tsingyumo of Wind Parasol Pavilion and Liang Tingang of Green Edge sect. That name hits hard, because Sun Ning instantly realizes the leaders of the two sects that once crushed Swallow Heron are now right here on the same ship. Zhang He points out that both sects were devastated on the island and, in their current condition, they are no longer a match for the Swallow Heron sect. Even so, Zhang He warns Su Ning not to move against them on the ship, because Mo Lan is still protecting them and any revenge now would put the princess in an impossible spot. Su Ning agrees to wait, and Zhang He adds that once Mo Lan stops backing those ruined sects, Duan Chaofeng's influence will make it easy to deal with them properly. Left alone again, Su Ning briefly lets himself look forward to the day when Parasol Pavilion and Green Edge sect finally face payback. He then turns back to the real gain in his hands and calculates that Duan Chaofeng's reward can push his stored energy past the halfway mark toward Dao Realm 5th stage. Su Ning enters the hidden moon bead, piles the pills into a small mountain, uses some to heal, and absorbs the rest for energy. After less than an hour, he comes out with his minor injuries basically healed and his reserves greatly improved. He also checks in on Gray and Cyan through the Demon Beast scroll, telling them what happened on the island and easing their fear after they hear how close the Night Beast disaster came. Once he is done, Su Ning heads out to personally thank Duan Chaofeng for the pills. Elsewhere on the ship, Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang sit in a gloom of their own, bitterly admitting that this mission ruined their sects and likely cost them Mo Lan's favor. They realize that without Mo Lan as a backer, their already crippled sects may not survive what comes next. Then Tsunyumo drops an even worse truth. The young master standing beside Duan Chaofeng is Su Ning, the current sect master of the Swallow Heron sect. That revelation leaves them cold, because a sect they once forced to collapse may now be backed by a prince while their own forces are falling apart. Just as despair settles in, a stranger's voice cuts through the room and says there may still be a way out. The intruder is Chu He, and the fact that he slipped onto the ship and into their room without even Dong Ji or Xue Jinghua noticing terrifies them immediately. Chu He refuses to name his side and instead offers them a choice dressed up as help: stop clinging to a dead future and state Wanxing and join him instead. Both sect masters try to deflect him, saying their strength is too weak to handle whatever task he has in mind. Chu He drops the pretense at once, unleashing crushing pressure and making it clear this is not a negotiation but a command to obey or die. Forced by sheer survival instinct, the two sect masters finally bow their heads and ask what he wants them to do. Chu He gives each of them a carved stone plate, and orders them to throw the plates at Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua when the two high-level experts are distracted. The pair protest that they would be instantly suppressed if they tried anything in front of 7-stage masters, but Chu He says he will create the distraction himself. They have no real choice left, so they agree, even knowing this betrayal could get them killed either way. To make sure they cannot back out, Chu He sends 2 streams of qi into their bodies and leaves a hidden killing force inside them. After planting that final leash, Chu He disappears from the cabin, leaving the 2 sect masters sitting in numb silence with no safe path left. A violent crash rocks the giant ship at sea, jolting the resting Dong Ji awake with a bad feeling. Shouts from the deck confirm it is no accident at all. A sea demon beast is attacking the ship. Sensing a mid-level Dao realm aura outside, Dong Ji heads straight for the deck because the crew cannot handle this quickly on their own. Xue Jinghua also feels the danger and leaves her cabin at once, recognizing Tsunyumo's alarm outside. Su Ning, Zhang He, Duan Chaofeng, and Mo Lan all rush up too, uneasy enough to see the threat with their own eyes. On deck, Su Ning finally sees the attacker, a giant squid-like sea demon beast with thick limbs gripping the ship and forcing its body up from the water. Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua silently agree to handle it together, while Zhang He tells Duan Chaofeng to retreat because 2 high-level masters should make quick work of 1 mid-level beast. Duan Chaofeng relaxes a little after realizing this is not the night beast that had him on edge. Mo Lan notices Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang are already on deck and presses them on why they were out here instead of resting, which makes both men visibly uncomfortable. Before they can answer, the squid demon beast suddenly leaps up and slams down onto the deck. Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua move first, shielding the others while attacking the beast. Then the monster's body swells grotesquely, and both veterans instantly realize it is about to self-destruct. With no time to move everyone into a treasure space, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua throw up a transparent barrier and take the blast head-on. The people behind them stay unharmed, but the ship is blasted full of holes and the 2 defenders come out with their auras in disarray. Hidden behind Dong Ji's protection, Su Ning feels a chill when he judges that the beast's self-destruction hit as hard as a 7th-stage Dao Realm strike. Duan Chaofeng and Mo Lan quickly check on their protectors, and both Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua say the injuries are manageable while they start stabilizing themselves. That brief recovery window is exactly what the traders were waiting for, and Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang suddenly throw out the round stone plates Chu He gave them. Zhang He reacts on instinct and smashes both men away with a punch, but he is already a heartbeat too late. As the plates touch Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua, dazzling lines burst out and wrap around them like chains, locking down their power. Both veterans recognize the trap immediately. It is a binding lock, the kind of treasure that can suppress even high-level Dao Realm masters to less than 40% strength. Before they can retaliate, several gray-robed figures burst up from the sea and land across the deck, led by a man with terrifying 7th-stage Dao Realm pressure. Mo Lan is stunned when she realizes Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang have been working with these outsiders behind her back. Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua demand to know who the leader is, but Chu He only smiles, which makes the whole ambush feel even worse. Watching him reward the traitors with a satisfied glance, Su Ning pieces it together. The squid attack, the hidden approach, and the binding lock were all part of a prepared ambush. Knowing the binding lock will not last forever, Chu He stops wasting words and orders the attack immediately. His orders are brutal and clear. He will handle Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua himself, while the others are to kill everyone except Harmony Prince Duan Chaofeng and Promised Princess and Mo Lan. Dong Ji warns that attacking the Wanqing imperial family will bring terrible consequences, but Chu He only laughs and says he means to trade the captured prince and princess to the Duan imperial family for profit. That answer chills everyone, because it means these attackers belong to a major overseas force strong enough to ignore imperial retaliation. Unable to trust their weakened odds, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua order Duan Chaofeng and the others to run instead of hiding inside a spatial treasure. The two high-level guards launch themselves into battle anyway, throwing their weakened strength into blocking the gray-robed attackers. Seeing the opening they bought, Duan Chaofeng grits his teeth and summons his rainbow-colored bird from a spatial treasure. He wastes no time dragging Zhang He, Su Ning, and even Mo Lan onto the bird's back for a desperate escape. Chu He spots the move and orders his men to stop them before they can get airborne. Blocked from reaching them in time, Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang throw themselves forward instead, desperate to prove loyalty by crippling the bird's wings. In that instant, Su Ning jumps back off the bird because he knows one damaged wing will doom all of them. Using the wind smoke gourd and the cyan wolf knife at full power, Su Ning catches both traitors off guard and cuts them down with 2 decisive slashes. He even snatches their storage rings before grabbing the bird's claws as it finally lifts away from the ambush. As the bird flies into the distance with Su Ning hanging on, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua are shaken but relieved that the younger group really got away. Chu He curses the 2 dead traitors as useless and orders the remaining 6 gray-robed men to chase the escapees at once. While Chu He keeps Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua pinned down, Liang releases 2 gray-feathered birds and sends his team after Duan Chaofeng's group. Even wounded and suppressed, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua can only watch in frustration because Chu He alone is enough to keep both of them occupied. Chu He presses the advantage with a thick chain wrapped in gray fog, openly treating this battle as a chance to rob 2 high-ranking officials. Out over the sea, Lai Ying's group quickly realizes their normal speed is not enough because Duan Chaofeng's rainbow-colored bird is simply faster. To fix that, Lai Ying grimly feeds dark yellow pills to both gray-feathered birds, knowing the boost will damage their future bloodline potential. The gamble works, and the 2 pursuit mounts surge forward until the escaping bird is back within sight. On the rainbow-colored bird, Zhang He is still rattled by what Su Ning just did and admits that reckless counterattack nearly got him killed. Su Ning answers calmly that it was not blind bravery at all, just a quick calculation that 2 injured 5th-stage traitors would die if he struck first with everything he had. That answer leaves Duan Chaofeng with an even better impression of Su Ning, because he saved them without trying to turn the moment into a performance. Mo Lan feels even more complicated, because Su Ning risked himself to save her right after her own trusted subordinates betrayed her, and after her side had once harmed his swallow hair insect. She finally says it plainly. If they make it back to State Wanqing alive, she will repay this favor to Duan Chaofeng and Su Ning. Duan Chaofeng shuts that down for now and says surviving comes first, while Su Ning only gives Mo Lan a brief glance and stays silent. A moment later, Zhang He spots gray shadows catching up behind them and warns that the pursuers are closing fast. Duan Chaofeng immediately forces a stimulant pill into the rainbow-colored bird too, no longer able to care about the damage if it keeps them alive. Zhang He lays out the ugly truth. The enemy has 3 6th-stage Dao Realm fighters, and their own side cannot win a straight fight while also protecting Duan Chaofeng and Mo Lan. Mo Lan adds another problem. In half an hour they will leave the clear sky region and enter far more dangerous airspace full of dark clouds, lightning, and thin spiritual energy. That deadline pushes Su Ning to a desperate but clear idea. If he can break through to core cleansing right now, he may be able to turn this chase around. He checks the storage rings he just stole and is shocked to find around 5 million units of energy worth of pills, spirit herbs, and other resources inside. Su Ning immediately asks to enter his spatial treasure and attempt an emergency breakthrough to the core cleansing realm. Duan Chaofeng and Zhang He are both caught off guard, because Su Ning only reached core materialization a few months ago, but Zhang He quickly sees this as their best chance. Zhang He agrees to guard the hidden moon bead outside, and Su Ning entrusts his life to him without hesitation. Inside the hidden moon bead, Su Ning dumps out the loot and sees enough resources to build a mid-sized sect, but he has no time to admire any of it. For the first time, he absorbs energy with pure speed instead of patience, grabbing huge amounts at once while the notifications keep coming. In just half an hour, he devours 4 million units of energy and pushes his reserves up to 8.5 million. Su Ning spends it all at once and starts the breakthrough with no hesitation. His inner core is cleansed again and again until it reaches an absurd 60 rounds, far beyond what ordinary core cleansing cultivators can manage. With the breakthrough complete, Suning reaches Dao Realm 5th stage and knows his inner core quality now stands on another level. He leaves the hidden moon beat immediately, and the richer outside spiritual energy rushes back into his newly strengthened body. He feels the change at once and blurts out in surprise that Suning really did break through to core cleansing. As Suning finishes breaking through, Duan Chaofeng looks openly relieved because their chances of surviving just jumped. Lan stays calm on the surface, but inwardly she is shocked that Suning broke through so fast when Dao Realm advances normally take heavy preparation and time. She remembers hearing about Suning from Tsunyumo and Liang Tingang when he was only 3rd stage, and now just a year later he has already reached the 5th stage. That growth makes Lan see Suning as someone who could rise into State Wanchung's top tier under Duan Chaofeng's support, maybe even close to figures like the Red Sea Demon Lord. Then the problem hits her. She and Suning already have bad blood, so if he survives and keeps rising, that grudge could become dangerous. Lan quickly settles on a new plan and tells herself that since she never directly helped destroy the Swallow Heron sect, there may still be room to mend things with benefits and goodwill later. Looking ahead, Suning warns that the farther they fly, the thinner the spiritual energy gets, so a long chase will favor the 6 enemies behind them. Instead of being worn down in bad conditions, Suning proposes a hard reversal and says they should turn around and attack first. He hesitates because Duan Chaofeng is still at risk, but Suning answers with total confidence now that his foundation, Wind Smoke Gourd, and Cyan Wolf Knife are backing him. Duan Chaofeng backs Suning's call, deciding the only way out is to fight back. Lan immediately says she and Duan Chaofeng should hide inside a spatial treasure so they do not drag the fighters down. Suning and He clearly do not trust her, but Duan Chaofeng accepts the idea and ends the tension. With the prince and princess sealed away for safety, He carefully stores the spatial treasure and readies his spear for the counterattack. The rainbow-colored bird wheels around in the sky, and the 2 men charge straight back toward their pursuers. The gray-robed group first thinks their prey has gone stupid, but Liang feels something is off and quietly prepares extra insurance. Acting on that instinct, Liang releases 2 mid-level Dao Realm flying demon beasts to reinforce the trap. When the 2 sides close in, Liang gives one last warning to hand over Duan Chaofeng and Lan, but his own allies ignore him and rush forward first. Suning opens the fight with the Wind Smoke Gourd, flooding the sky with gray mist to blind and poison the attackers. Liang instantly recognizes the threat and warns the others that the fog cuts perception and carries poisonous miasma. Suning realizes the fog no longer crushes stronger Dao Realm enemies the way it did weaker ones, but he stays calm because his real edge now is raw combat power. He draws on the Cyan Wolf Knife's will and casually cuts Lai Ying's 2 demon beasts in half with 2 clean slashes. That effortless kill shocks everyone, and even Suning feels the difference as his strong foundation finally explodes into visible advantage. Before the enemy can recover, Suning presses in and deliberately targets the weaker 5th stage opponents first. One gray-robed man is beheaded on the spot, and the formation starts breaking apart under Suning's rush. Liang notices Suning is thinning out the vulnerable fighters and scrambles to regroup the others around him. It is too late, and after another furious burst from Suning, only 3 6th stage masters are still alive. Seeing the battlefield flip, Suning calls He in, and suddenly the 2 of them are the side with momentum. The fight becomes a clean reversal as blade light and spear strikes overwhelm the last 3 attackers over the sea. Suning cuts down one 6th stage enemy, then another a few breaths later, and neither he nor He takes any injury in the process. Now alone and terrified, Liang drops his resistance and begs to be spared. He desperately tries to buy his life by claiming he knows Chuhi's weakness and can help them save the trapped high-level masters. He looks to Suning for the decision now, a quiet sign that Suning's strength has fully won his trust. Suning decides to keep Liang alive for the moment, because any real weakness against Chuhi could be the difference between life and death for Dongji and Shui Jinghua. To make sure the surrender is real, Suning seals Liang with Dao Realm power, and Liang submits without daring to resist. Only after that does He call Duan Chaofeng and Lan back out of the spatial treasure. When they see Liang captured and the rest gone, Duan Chaofeng and Lan both look like they just escaped disaster. He tells them Suning basically crushed the whole group, and Duan Chaofeng smiles while Lan studies Suning even more carefully. Suning brushes the praise aside and goes straight to questioning Liang about who they really are. Liang reveals they belong to the hidden sect, and unlike Suning, the other 3 immediately know that name and react with surprise. He explains that the hidden sect is a shady foreign power that slips into State Wanchung to plunder resources and make secret moves, and the imperial court has already marked it for extermination. He starts pressing for details about the sect, but Suning cuts him off because the real priority is still how to stop Chuhi. Liang says Chuhi carries 2 important secret treasures, one for hiding his aura and another far more dangerous one called the Blood Amplification Scimitar. He explains that the blood-red scimitar fuses with Chuhi in battle, drinks his flesh and blood through connected vessels, and returns terrifying power strong enough to let him fight at the peak of 7th stage. But that same connection is also the flaw, because if the linked hand is cut off, Chuhi loses the weapon's rhythm and drops into a weakened state. The idea is simple now. If they can sever that hand, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua can finally push the battle back the other way. Mo Lan adds that this kind of blood-linked treasure is real and not unheard of, saying she learned about similar cases directly from the Empress. Duan Chaofeng immediately worries about the hardest part, because landing a surprise cut on a 7-stage master should be nearly impossible. Mo Lan answers by taking out a pure white void stone, a rare life-saving treasure that can force a real void jump even when normal interference would stop weaker teleportation. The moment Su Ning senses the void stone, he recognizes the same kind of power Gray uses and understands just how precious this thing really is. Mo Lan offers the stone without hesitation and says that with one clean jump into the battlefield, they can cut Chu He before he even reacts. Su Ning accepts at once, fully confident that one teleport is enough to take Chu He's hand. With the plan locked in, Duan Chaofeng orders them back to the main battlefield immediately. Meanwhile, in the sky where the ship was destroyed, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua are still being driven back by Chu He's unnatural blood-red weapon while the binding lock keeps both of them below half strength. Dong Ji realizes the real monster here is not just Chu He himself, but the living will inside that blood-red scimitar, and he starts to despair. Chu He, pale from feeding the weapon but still arrogant, swallows pills mid-fight and boasts that he will send both of them off nicely after he wins. With no help in sight, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua both think they may really die here, yet each still worries more about their prince and princess escaping safely. Then they hear a bird cry and look up to see Duan Chaofeng, Zhang He, and Mo Lan returning on the rainbow-colored bird, with Su Ning nowhere in sight. Instead of feeling saved, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua panic, because coming back openly should have been suicide. Chu He misreads the return completely, laughs that they must have failed to escape, and attacks even more wildly now that he thinks all of them are trapped together. At that exact opening, a spatial crack tears open beside Chu He and Su Ning bursts out of the void with the cyan wolf knife already swinging. Before Chu He can react, Su Ning's strike lands and severs the hand holding the blood amplification scimitar. Su Ning finally sees Chu He's severed hand and the blood amplification scimitar drop, and the relief hits him all at once because his one-shot void stone gamble actually worked. Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua are stunned to see Su Ning alive, because a moment ago they thought he had died during the pursuit. Dong Ji reacts first and shouts for everyone to kill Chu He immediately, realizing the scimitar was the core of Chu He's strength, and this is their best chance to turn the fight around. Chu He realizes too late that the situation has flipped, and in his panic he abandons both his fallen hand and his scimitar and tries to run. But weakened Chu He cannot escape two Dao Realm opponents, and Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua rush him together to finish the fight fast. They wanted Chu He alive, but he would rather die than be taken back to State Wanxing, so he burns his potential and even shatters his own storage ring to deny them his treasures. Less than 20 seconds later, Chu He is dead, and the strain finally crashes down on Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua after a battle they barely survived. Searching the corpse, Dong Ji finds one surviving treasure Chu He failed to destroy, the concealing ring he used to hide his aura and aid cultivation. He also picks up the blood amplification scimitar, so even after losing the rest of Chu He's resources, the group still comes away with two valuable secret treasures. Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua board Duan Chaofeng's rainbow-colored bird, and Duan Chaofeng explains everything that happened while they were separated. After hearing the story, Dong Ji and Xue Jinghua look at Su Ning differently, because his talent and value have clearly started exploding far beyond the norm. Dong Ji openly tells Su Ning that killing and capturing hidden sect members is a major contribution, and the Imperial Court will almost certainly reward him after they return. Su Ning does not grab all the credit, and immediately says Zhang He helped too. Duan Chaofeng unexpectedly speaks up for Mo Lan as well, and even she is a little surprised by the shift in his attitude. Mo Lan agrees that without Su Ning and Zhang He, the Void Stone would have been useless in her hands, which makes Duan Chaofeng's warmer treatment of her even more obvious to Su Ning. Su Ning notices that change but keeps his distance, because Mo Lan is still indirectly tied to the Swallow Heron sect's destruction, and he has no reason to get friendly with her first. Xue Jinghua cuts off the discussion and brings out a smaller, more delicate sailing Dao weapon so everyone can finally leave the battlefield and rest. As the ship gets moving, Dong Ji remembers the captured hidden sect member and asks where he is being kept. Zhang He says the prisoner is stored inside one of Duan Chaofeng's spatial treasures, and Dong Ji decides they should send that living witness straight to the capital. Zhang He volunteers to escort the hidden sect captive himself, showing how seriously they all take the Imperial Court's campaign against that faction. Dong Ji then brings out Chu He's two recovered treasures and asks Duan Chaofeng how they should be divided. Xue Jinghua and Mo Lan stay quiet, because there is no point fighting over the treasures when Su Ning changed the whole battle and they all know it. After a short pause, Duan Chaofeng decides the concealing ring should go to Su Ning. Su Ning is briefly surprised, but he accepts the reward without fake hesitation and thanks Duan Chaofeng directly. Dong Ji explains that the aura concealment ring can hide Su Ning's aura even from higher realms as long as he does not release it, and it can even cover people around him. Su Ning quickly realizes the ring is precious at Dao realm level, because ordinary aura hiding pills no longer work for someone as strong as him. He also suspects the ring may help cultivation, giving him another reason to test it later in private. When the conversation turns to the blood amplification scimitar, Duan Chaofeng hesitates instead of assigning it right away. Dongji warns that the blade feels wrong because he can sense a consciousness inside it, making the weapon dangerous to use despite its power. So Duan Chaofeng orders the scimitar stored away for now, planning to revisit it only after they are safely back at the mansion. With that settled, everyone finally separates to rest, especially Dongji and Shui Jinghua, who still have to spend time removing the binding lock's lingering restraint. 2 hard months later, the ship finally reaches State Wanxing, and Su Ning feels the familiar spiritual energy of home the moment he steps ashore. Looking back on the half-year journey overseas, Su Ning knows the night beast got away, but for him the trip still paid off in realm growth, treasure, resources, and stronger ties to Duan Chaofeng. Before they part, Mo Lan proposes a future joint operation to capture the night beast with stronger high-level Dao realm experts. Duan Chaofeng agrees, because the failed hunt cost the Harmony Prince's side too much, and he wants another shot even if he will not risk going personally again. Mo Lan then turns to Su Ning and openly thanks him for protecting her, even inviting him to visit her in State Luji so she can repay him properly. Su Ning answers with calm courtesy but no extra warmth, and Mo Lan can only leave with a trace of regret. Mo Lan and Shui Jinghua head back to State Luji, while Duan Chaofeng finally exhales and says it is good to be back. Instead of returning straight to the mansion, Su Ning asks to visit Swallow Heron Sect first because he has been gone for more than half a year, and needs to see its condition with his own eyes. Duan Chaofeng agrees readily and only asks Su Ning to come to the mansion within 3 months, showing how much friendlier his attitude has become. As Su Ning's group heads back towards State Guqing, the story briefly shifts to another coast in State Wanxing where 2 old friends finally arrive from the Abyss North. Himinji is openly excited by how rich the spiritual energy is here, while Seeing still sounds shaken by how many dangers almost killed them on the endless sea. Once they steady themselves, both of them focus on the same next step, finding out where Su Ning is now. Seeing is especially curious to see how far Su Ning has risen in the 2 years since he reached State Wanxing before them. The reason they can even stand here now is that both of them had lucky encounters back in the Abyss North, and used those chances to break into the Dao realm much faster than expected. Seeing found a mystic realm left behind by a high-level Dao realm traveler, and gained part of its inheritance, letting her condense 2 Dao seeds in a short time and break through. Himinji's rise came through Wan Ye's personal guidance and an extra stroke of luck from the golden-eyed demon Apes Island. There, Wan Yi discovered a crucial pill ingredient and worked with alchemists to refine a medicine that gave Himinji the chance to cross a major realm. After breaking through, both of them immediately felt how terrible the Abyss North's cultivation environment had become for Dao realm masters, so traveling together to State Wanxing became the obvious choice. With Wan Ye's Dao weapon ship carrying them through the sea, they finally made it alive and trust that Dao realm's strength should at least be enough to survive here. The harder question is finding Su Ning, so Seeing lays out 2 options: ask Source Sect directly, or chase rumors about Swallow Heron Sect. Himinji argues that Source Sect is the smarter first move, because even a talented outsider like Su Ning might not have built a famous public name in State Wanxing so quickly. Seeing agrees, and the 2 of them set off using Wan Ye's map to reach Source Sect first. Back in State Guqing, Su Ning finally reaches the gate of Swallow Heron Sect and feels the return land for real. But the first thing he gets is not a welcome, because several gate disciples stop him and demand to know who he is. Su Ning is caught off guard by that, then quickly realizes these faces are all unfamiliar because the sect must have expanded a lot while he was gone. He is just about to avoid the hassle and enter another way when a familiar voice calls out from behind the disciples. Qingxiu arrives, takes one look at Su Ning, and blurts out "Master" in pure shock and joy. The gate disciples freeze in horror when they realize the man they just challenged is actually the sect master they have only heard about. Instead of getting angry, Su Ning checks Qingxiu's cultivation and is quietly pleased to find that his once shaky foundation is stable and his realm has already improved again. Qingxiu eagerly welcomes Su Ning back, the relief on his face making it clear the sect has been waiting for this return. When Su Ning remarks that Swallow Heron Sect seems different again, Qingxiu proudly explains that Qingxingtao and the others have been working day and night to rebuild it. Then Qingxiu gives the number that really shows the change. The sect now has more than 2,500 members across all disciple ranks. Hearing that, Su Ning cannot help feeling emotional, because 2 years ago he struggled just to rebuild the sect at all, and now its overall strength already surpasses the old Swallow Heron Sect in several ways. Its disciple quality is still behind the old days, but with time, resources, and the small tree world's help, Su Ning can already see how that gap will close. Qingxiu quickly explains that the disciples at the gate were newly recruited outer disciples who simply had never seen Su Ning before. Su Ning sees that Qingxiu is also using the moment to win hearts and build prestige, but he does not mind because that kind of ambition can still help the sect. So Su Ning lets the matter go and simply tells the frightened disciples to practice well and serve the sect, which instantly takes the pressure off them. With that settled, Su Ning walks back into his own sect at last. News of Su Ning's return spreads fast, and before long the sect's key figures all hurry to the main peak to greet him. Cheng Xingtao, Xiao Sun, Tongli, O Wei, Fan Yoli, Shi Baoqing, and the other elders and elite disciples gather before Suning, turning his return into a full sect reunion. After a brief talk with everyone, Suning dismisses the crowd and keeps only Cheng Xingtao and Fan Yoli behind for a more focused conversation. Looking straight at Fan Yoli, Suning praises him with real surprise because in just half a year he has crossed 3 realms and reached Void Realm's 6th stage. Back at Swallow Heron Sect, Suning praises Fan Yoli's progress and is glad the sect finally has one disciple with real promise. Inwardly, Suning compares Fan Yoli's talent to his own and knows the martial arts panel still puts them in completely different leagues. When Suning dismisses him, Fan Yoli blurts out the request he never gave up on and asks to become the sect master's personal disciple. Suning refuses again, explaining that Fan Yoli's path is too unusual for him to teach, and his current freedom and resources are already the best deal. Fan Yoli accepts it with a grumble, but he still leaves swaggering like he is destined to become Swallow Heron Sect's top disciple. After Fan Yoli leaves, Suning asks Cheng Xingtao for his real judgment on the boy's background and growth. Cheng Xingtao says Fan Yoli acts simple and direct at heart, and his breakthroughs look less like orthodox cultivation and more like a demon-beast bloodline evolving naturally. Even after digging into Fan Yoli's past, Cheng Xingtao only learned that he was adopted from the mountains as a child, which makes his origins feel even stranger. Suning decides the mystery can wait, because now that Fan Yoli carries Swallow Heron Sect's mark, the sect should focus on raising him well. The talk moves to the sect itself, and Cheng Xingtao brightens with obvious pride when Suning asks how much Swallow Heron's sect has changed. Cheng Xingtao lays out the full picture, and the best news for Suning is that the sect's resource trade with Harmony King Mansion has already reached balance. With a few more years of growth, Swallow Heron's sect should stop bleeding support and start feeding resources back to Suning instead. Suning praises Cheng Xingtao directly, and for the loyal old disciple, seeing Swallow Heron's sect revived is reward enough. Then Suning casually drops the bombshell that he has already killed Sun Yumo and Liang Tingyang, the 2 enemies tied to Swallow Heron Sect's destruction. Cheng Xingtao is so stunned he can barely believe it, because those 2 men were the enemies he hated most. Suning confirms it and adds that their elite forces were wiped out too, so both hostile sects are basically finished. That news finally gives Cheng Xingtao closure, and he looks at Suning with near fanatical gratitude for rebuilding the sect and avenging it. Suning ends the conversation and sends him off, while Cheng Xingtao hurries away eager to share the revenge news with the old Swallow Heron disciples. Once alone, Suning releases Gray and Cyan and orders Gray to summon the captured Dao Realm demon beasts to become Swallow Heron Sect's new guardians. Watching that new defense take shape, Suning thinks again about repairing the damaged core of the demon beast scroll for Gray. With his broader knowledge now, Suning is convinced the demon beast scroll came from an extremely high-level Dao powerhouse and was only damaged by an unworthy successor. Time passes quietly as Suning stays in the sect, refining pills, absorbing resources, teaching disciples, and even personally studying Fan Yoli's odd cultivation path. But even after following Fan Yoli closely, Suning still cannot pin down what exactly makes the boy so unusual. One day, a nervous gate disciple rushes to the main peak and reports that 2 special visitors are asking to see Suning. When the disciple says the visitors are old friends from the Abyss North named Himinji and Seeing, Suning's calm face immediately lights up. Excited to see them and curious how they reached Dao Realm so fast, Suning vanishes on the spot to greet them himself. The gate disciple exhales in relief, glad he treated the sect master's old friends politely enough not to offend anyone important. At the sect entrance, Himinji and Seeing stand staring at the huge Swallow Heron sect in open shock at how far Suning has taken it. They had originally planned to ask about Suning at the source sect, but on the way they kept hearing that Swallow Heron sect had already become a major force in State Guqing. After confirming the sect master was really named Suning and the rise happened in just 2 years, they realized this powerful sect was his work after all. Himinji says it outright. With Suning's talent, even after coming from the Abyss North, he still ended up at the very top. For Seeing, the reunion means even more, because the man who once saved her life has only become more extraordinary. Before they can wait any longer, Suning flashes in front of them and greets both old friends with a smile. The 2 answer with obvious happiness, and the awkward distance of 2 years apart disappears almost instantly. Suning personally brings them to the main peak and receives them like true old friends instead of mere visitors. Once seated with spiritual medicinal tea, Suning asks the question on his mind first. When did they break through to the Dao Realm? Himinji explains that both of them found lucky opportunities, and Seeing admits their breakthrough relied on outside help so their foundations are not especially solid. Suning reassures them that in State Guqing's richer environment, their weaker foundations can still be stabilized without much trouble. Himinji then marvels at Suning's own feat, saying Senior One you would be thrilled to know Swallow Heron sect has been rebuilt to this level. Suning brushes off the praise, and Himinji and Seeing are quietly happy that power and status still have not changed him. When Suning asks about Wan Ye's injuries, Himinji says they are still not fully healed but have at least been brought under control thanks to Suning's old pills. That answer settles Suning, and he silently realizes that with his current alchemy he could fully restore Wan Yi if he returns to the Abyss North later. He also asks about Chiu Rishan, Duyuan, and Duan Qinghui, the three elders who wrecked their foundations by forcing Dao breakthroughs in the old crisis. Himinji says the three are stable but need 5 full years to recover, and they plan to come to State Wanqing after that. As for Mi Xingye, he has only just formed one attribute seed and is still working on a second, so his own Dao breakthrough will take longer. Then Himinji hands Su Ning a letter with childish writing on it and tells him to see for himself who sent it. The moment Su Ning recognizes Tao Tao's handwriting, his face softens in an instant. He reads the whole thing with an unguarded smile, savoring every line before carefully putting the letter away. Tao Tao writes that she entered the Source Sect and became Sect Master Feng Xiu's disciple, and because she does not want to shame Uncle Su Ning, she trains especially hard. At only 9 years old, Tao Tao has already reached the 6th stage of the mortal realm, and Su Ning is genuinely pleased with that pace. The letter also says Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian now live in Yuning City near the Wei family so they can care for Tao Tao, and Su Ning's name has made their lives comfortable there. They still miss home, but the biggest surprise in the letter is that Gui Yi has already gotten married and even become a father. That tiny update hits Su Ning harder than expected, and he laughs that he wants to go back and claim Gui Ye's son as his godson. With so much changed in just 2 years, Su Ning cannot help feeling a tug of homesickness for the Abyss North. Seeing gently says they should all return to the Abyss North when the time is right, and Su Ning agrees. Once the mood settles, Su Ning asks what the two of them plan to do next in State Wanqing. Himinji answers with blunt honesty that they came here to seek shelter under Su Ning, and Su Ning immediately agrees to let them join Swallow Heron Sect. Su Ning does add one condition: to keep the sect stable, he can only make them prospective elders for now instead of full elders. The two do not care about rank at all, because what matters most is finally having a safe foothold and resources in this unfamiliar state. But before joining officially, Himinji says they still need to visit the Source Sect in State Wanqing and report back safely to the Abyss North. He also explains that Feng Xiu specifically told them to inspect the Source Sect here, because no news has returned to the Abyss North for more than a year. That catches Su Ning's attention immediately, because he knows the two Source Sects rely on a one-way communication tool from State Wanqing to the Abyss North. After a brief pause, Su Ning decides he will go with them himself and finally visit the Source Sect after all this time. They agree to leave in 3 days, turning a reunion visit into the start of Su Ning's next trip. Right then, Cheng Xingtao rushes in after hearing Su Ning's old friends from the Abyss North have arrived. Su Ning introduces Himinji and seeing as his senior brother and senior sister from the Abyss North, and tells Cheng Xingtao to arrange them as prospective elders. Cheng Xingtao accepts at once, because 2 Dao realm arrivals tied to Su Ning are more than enough to strengthen Swallow Heron Sect. A month later in State Fengling, Ting Yukong stands in a dark room and nervously asks his sect master if the Source Sect really has to attend the Canton Sect conference. Xianandao forces out a yes, because skipping the conference would let every sect in the canton accuse the Source Sect of breaking ranks and use that as an excuse to destroy them. Ting Yukong curses the surrounding sects as greedy, and the story turns back to the mine that made the Source Sect everyone else's target. Source Sect disciples once discovered a rich green-patterned winter iron mine near the sect, a resource valuable enough to forge Dao weapons and change the sect's future. The elders were thrilled, because a weak sect like theirs could only rise fast with a backer, a monster genius, or a resource this valuable. That excitement quickly turned into fear, because an unofficial sect holding a mine like this was basically inviting stronger neighbors to rob it. The Source Sect tried to mine in extreme secrecy, but the news still leaked in less than 3 months and turned them into a fat target across the canton. To survive, Xianandao reached out to an old acquaintance from an official sect and traded away part of the mining rights in exchange for protection. That deal kept the Source Sect alive for a while, but more than a year ago the elder died in an accident and their shield vanished overnight. With their protector gone, the sects that had been holding back stopped pretending, and Xianandao realized they were now quietly joining forces to split the mine. Back in the candlelit room, Ting Yukong asks what they will do if the conference really turns into a public squeeze. Xianandao gives the bitter answer: if they are cornered, the Source Sect may have to cut off its own arm and surrender the mine to survive. Ting Yukong looks stricken, because he knows this mine is the one real chance the Source Sect has ever had to rise. Xianandao has no better answer, so he orders the disciples prepared as usual and sends Ting Yukong away with the weight of that decision still hanging in the room. Once Ting Yukong leaves, Xianandao is left alone in the candlelight, quietly worn down by the burden of keeping the Source Sect alive. A few days later, Su Ning, Himinji, and Seeing arrive in Yuxiang County and immediately feel how different State Wanqing is from the places they know. Himinji is impressed that Void Realm fighters are common on the road here, while Seeing points out something even rarer: strong martial artists and ordinary people living side by side under real laws. As they walk, Su Ning notices multiple groups of uniformed sect members hurrying east and realizes Yuxiang County must be hosting some kind of sect gathering. That possibility instantly hooks Himinji and Seeing, and they want to see the event for themselves. Su Ning keeps it practical and leads them into a luxurious restaurant first, planning to ask around before they rush in blind. After ordering expensive spirit-rich dishes, Suning casually tips the waiter with pure source pills and asks if there is a sect conference in town. The waiter eagerly confirms that all the sects of Ziyu Canton are gathering today, and outsiders can watch as long as they pay 100 pure source pills each. When Himinji asks whether the nearby source sect will be there, the waiter says yes and lowers his voice, because everyone knows this conference is partly aimed at pressuring them. The waiter explains the mine dispute, and Suning's group finally sees just how bad the source sect's position has become. Suning rewards the waiter again, and the man leaves beaming after making half a year's worth of gain from one table. Himinji says Feng Xiu's warning was right after all, and Seeing immediately asks Suning whether they can help the source sect. Suning believes his strength should be enough to settle a crisis in a canton this week, but because they are in state Fengling with no backing, he decides to watch first before making a move. With that plan set, the three finish their meal and head east toward the sect conference grounds. The conference venue turns out to be a flower garden, bright with spring blossoms and packed with sect disciples and paying spectators. Suning and his companions hand over 300 pure source pills and are led into the stands above the sparring ground. From the stands, they see a venue already more than half full, with young disciples everywhere burning to stand out in front of their elders. Suning quietly scans the crowd for familiar faces from the source sect, but they have not arrived yet. He also judges the field at a glance and finds that the strongest person present so far is only at Dao Round 4th stage, confirming this canton is not especially powerful. Watching the event takes Himinji back to Yuelan's demon slaying conference, and he smiles as he reminds Suning that everything changed for him there. Suning smiles too, remembering the moment his path in martial arts truly took off. Then Seeing spots a familiar uniform, and Suning finally sees the source sect entering the venue. Himinji confirms them by their uniforms, and Suning picks out Ting Yukong and Gu Man among the group. Suning studies the leader and realizes the older Astral Chi Realm Master at the front must be Sect Master Xianan Dao, with 4 more Dao Realm First Stage Elders behind him. As they enter, Ting Yukong mutters that the whole venue feels hostile, because the other sects are already staring at them with mocking eyes. Xianan Dao does not answer, but the caution in his cold eyes says he feels the same danger. The source sect takes its seats in a tight, silent cluster, and their entire side looks isolated while the other sects chat like old friends. Seeing wants to go over and reunite right away, but Suning holds them back and chooses to keep watching the situation unfold. Soon the venue fills completely, and a sudden shout announces the arrival of Canton Governor Ji. Every sect elder and disciple stands at once, because the Canton Governor is not just the local ruler but also the strongest man here. Canton Governor Ji walks in with calm authority, and Suning immediately judges him to be Dao Realm 5th stage, about the same realm but nowhere near his actual strength. Ji tells everyone to relax and claims he is only here as a spectator, then takes a seat beside the stage next to 2 Dao Realm 4th stage sect masters. Even while they smile and talk to the governor, those 2 sect masters keep glancing toward the source sect, making the pressure around Xianan Dao feel even more deliberate. At noon, the host steps onto the stage, gives the usual formalities, and lays out the conference order: disciple bouts first, then elder and sect master challenges. That schedule excites even the paying outsiders, because they are getting both disciple matches and rare Dao Realm fights for the same ticket. Once the disciple rounds begin, Himinji quickly realizes that State Wancheng's younger martial artists are not just stronger in realm but much sharper in martial skill. Seeing agrees, saying that compared with these disciples, even the standouts back in the Abyss North would struggle to keep up. Then the source sect's turn finally comes, and Suning's group watches much more closely. A source sect disciple and his opponent both step onto the stage at Void Realm 9th stage, but the moment the fight starts, the mood is already wrong. Suning immediately sees that this is not a normal spar, because both sides are striking with the kind of ruthlessness that can leave someone crippled if they slip once. The rival disciple suddenly smashes the source sect fighter in the chest so hard that his chest caves in and he spits blood before blacking out in midair. Even after knocking him out, the attacker keeps hitting him in the air and sends him crashing down soaked in blood, turning a conference match into outright abuse. Ting Yukong explodes in fury below the stage and nearly rushes forward after crushing the armrest of his chair. Xianan Dao stops him at once, forcing him to stay rational because their enemies are clearly hoping someone from the source sect will lose control. Gu Man backs Xianan Dao up and warns that if Ting Yukong wants to vent his anger, he has to do it through a formal challenge, not by giving them an excuse. From the stands, Himinji and Seeing are just as furious, because what they are watching no longer looks like fair competition at all. Suning says nothing, but he can already see where this is headed and knows the source sect will likely face even nastier treatment in the next rounds. He is right, because every time a source sect disciple goes up after that, the other side sends out someone stronger, harsher, and clearly used to real killing. The losses pile up fast, and more source sect disciples come back badly hurt until the whole team sinks deeper into anger and helplessness. Xianan Dao, Ting Yukong, and Gu Man can only watch with clenched jaws, because they know the trap is waiting for them to react the wrong way. Elsewhere in the venue, 2 sect leaders quietly mock the source sect for being too weak to hold such a rich mine in the first place. The thin-eyed leader says that if not for the Canton governor's presence, He would rather have simply joined others to wipe the source sect out. The bearded one sneers that a tiny outsider sect daring to swallow that many resources is just asking for trouble, and watching their disciples get put down already feels satisfying. Then the conversation turns even uglier when the bearded sect leader says the disciples are not enough and Xian Andao himself should be made to fall next. He openly hints that if Xian Andao is defeated or even accidentally killed on the stage, dividing up the green-patterned winter iron mine afterward will become much easier. The sect conference rolls through its first 2 days with disciples sparring, and by the time the third day approaches, the source sect has already been getting battered badly. On the third day, when sect masters and elders are finally meant to fight, the stands are lively everywhere except the source sect section, where too many injured disciples are left sitting below the stage. After the host invites any master who wants to spar to come forward, the first man to step out is Ding Bo of the Half-Autumn sect. Ding Bo wastes no time and publicly calls out Xian Andao, making it obvious he came here to pressure the source sect on purpose. Xian Andao instantly understands the trap, because Ding Bo's faction has been provoking the source sect for its green-patterned winter iron or mine for a long time. Even knowing he is weaker, Xian Andao accepts, because refusing another public challenge would make the source sect look even more helpless. Below the stage, even Canton Governor Ji thinks Ding Bo is going too far by using a third-stage Dao Realm challenge against a second-stage opponent, but he still has no intention of protecting the source sect. Seeing worries that Xian Andao may not survive this, and Su Ning quietly promises that if the sect master is truly in danger, he will step in. The duel begins inside a protective barrier, with Ding Bo coming in hard using a glowing knuckle weapon while Xian Andao answers with his chain and spear Dao weapon. To everyone's surprise, Xian Andao holds on despite the realm gap, and Su Ning can tell his Void Realm foundation is unusually solid and that he is close to breaking into the third stage himself. The crowd starts praising Xian Andao for fighting above his level, while the sect leaders hoping to swallow the source sect grow annoyed that Ding Bo still has not crushed him. Embarrassed and growing desperate, Ding Bo suddenly retreats and pulls out a leather pouch. A black shadow flies out of the pouch and enters Ding Bo's mouth, turning his eyes red and wrapping his whole body in black smoke. The arena gasps at the sudden power surge, and Canton Governor Ji goes cold when he realizes this ugly trick resembles methods from the Red Sea Demon sect. When Ji presses for details, he learns Ding Bo has a cousin serving as a deacon in the Red Sea Demon sect, confirming that this fight is tied to a terrifying top sect from State Wanqing. Su Ning feels the black shadow's aura is both frightening and strangely familiar, which makes him watch the stage even more sharply. Back on the stage, Ding Bo's boosted attack slam into Xian Andao nonstop, and black chi starts burning through Xian Andao's body the moment it gets inside him. Then Ding Bo condenses the black chi into a killing blow so strong that even Canton Governor Ji can tell it has reached the power of a fourth-stage Dao Realm strike. Ting Yukong, Gu Man, and the others spring up in fury to save their sect master, but they are too late to reach him. Xian Andao sees the killing intent in Ding Bo's eyes and realizes that if this lands, he will be dead or crippled. At the last instant, Su Ning appears in front of Xian Andao and flicks Ding Bo away so hard that the man smashes into the barrier and shatters it. Standing over the fallen attacker, Su Ning coolly calls out the fake spar for what it was, a murder attempt dressed up as a challenge. The whole arena freezes, because even Canton Governor Ji can tell this stranger's strength is above his own. Ting Yukong and Gu Man finally recognize him as Su Ning, and their shock quickly turns into relief when they realize the source sect now has a terrifying protector. Xian Andao is stunned by his rescuer's identity too, but the moment Su Ning says he is from the Abyss North, that shock turns into fierce joy. Canton Governor Ji jumps onto the stage and demands to know who this outsider is for daring to disrupt the conference in front of everyone. Su Ning answers without backing down, saying he only stopped someone from using a spar as cover to kill and that he did not even injure Ding Bo. Then Su Ning reveals that he is a guest of the Harmony King Mansion and shows a first-class guest token, instantly changing the tone of the confrontation. Ji immediately understands that offending a first-class guest tied to the royal family would be political suicide, so his hostility vanishes on the spot. The audience erupts, because in a place as weak as Zuyu Canton, a King Mansion guest already feels distant and powerful, and a first-class one feels even more untouchable. Realizing the governor has stepped back, Su Ning lowers his tone and respectfully explains that he could not watch the source sect master be killed in front of him. To end the matter cleanly, Su Ning says the badly injured source sect will withdraw from the rest of the conference instead of continuing. Canton Governor Ji agrees at once, and with Su Ning beside them, Xian Andao leads the source sect out under a field of uneasy stares that no one dares turn into action. Back at the source sect, Xian Andao and the elders thank Su Ning from the heart, and they thank Minji and Seeing Tu for coming all this way from the Abyss North. On the way back they have already heard how far Su Ning has risen, and even now the source sect is still half numb from learning that the boy they knew has become a trusted aide to the Harmony King and a fifth-stage Dao Realm expert. Xian Andao admits the whole crisis was really about the green-patterned winter iron ore mine, and in gratitude he offers Su Ning half of the mine's output. Su Ning refuses, because he does not want to eat into the source sect's future, and the ore itself is no longer important enough to tempt him. Instead, Su Ning brings up why he really came, Feng Xiu and the old source sect in the Abyss North have been deeply worried because no news has returned for a full year. Xian Undao explains that their long-distance communication depended on a damaged secret treasure powered by rare distant sound stones, and those stones have all been used up. With the crisis finally paused and old ties restored, Xian Undao asks Su Ning, He Minji, and Seeing to stay for a few days so everyone from the Abyss North can sit down and talk properly. A few days after the sect conference, Dingbo sits alone in seclusion, still stewing over the humiliation of failing to hurt Xian Undao and getting shut down in public. What burns him even more is that Su Ning was a guest of the Harmony King Mansion, so even Canton Governor Ji treated that side carefully and Dingbo could not retaliate. Unable to calm down through cultivation, Dingbo pins his hopes on his returning cousin Gu Sanjing to help him recover his face. A disciple suddenly reports that guest Elder Gu has returned, and Dingbo lights up at the perfect timing. Dingbo rushes out and greets Gu Sanjing, the tall, black-clad Red Sea Demon Sect deacon who helped him build this sect in the first place. Before Dingbo can even explain himself, Gu Sanjing coldly asks if he really lost face a few days ago. After hearing the story, Gu Sanjing judges that anyone who could casually suppress Dingbo after he used Red Sea methods is at least peak core cleansing, or even another core transformation expert. Dingbo immediately asks his cousin to punish Su Ning for him, only to get scolded for begging someone stronger to restore his pride. Still, Gu Sanjing reveals he came back to raise Dingbo's sect into a Red Sea Demon Sect vassal, which would make it far stronger and more important in Ziyu Canton. But because Dingbo already made a fool of himself, Gu Sanjing decides he has to win that face back from Su Ning and Source Sect before his bigger plan can work. When Dingbo asks when they leave, Gu Sanjing answers with a hard now, and the two head out at once. Back at Source Sect, Su Ning spends the past few days refining valuable pills, teaching disciples, and catching up with Xian Andao and Ting Yukong. The calm breaks the moment Su Ning finishes a batch and senses a powerful aura outside, strong enough for him to identify it as core transformation realm. Su Ning flashes outside the sect and finds Dingbo standing beside a stranger in black. One look at the emblem on the man's robe makes Su Ning tense up, because he recognizes it from the Red Sea Demon Lord's inheritance. That also explains the familiar aura Dingbo used before, and Su Ning finally realizes Dingbo has ties to the Red Sea Demon sect. Gu Sanjing calmly confirms his identity as a Red Sea Demon sect deacon and sizes Su Ning up as the Harmony King Mansion guest. Xian Andao and the others rush over, and the name Red Sea Demon sect instantly shocks the Source sect side. Using polished words instead of open threats, Gu Sanjing says he simply came to spar with this rare outside master visiting Ziyu Canton. Su Ning sees through the excuse immediately, but with Gu Sanjing openly targeting him, he accepts the challenge instead of backing down. Gu Sanjing orders Dingbo aside, and Dingbo obeys with a smug glance at Xian Andao now that his backing is finally on display. Xian Andao feels guilty for dragging Su Ning into this, but He Minji quietly reminds him that Su Ning is no easy target, and Gu Sanjing also does not dare kill a King Mansion guest. As the fighters separate, Su Ning is actually eager, because this will be his first real clash against a core transformation expert who can use an origin technique. Gu Sanjing plans to win decisively and spread that victory across Ziyu Canton, so Dingbo's sect can rise on his restored prestige. The spar starts with Gu Sanjing unleashing Wine Demon Thousand Blades, turning black fog into buzzing blade shadows that tear towards Su Ning. Su Ning fires Astral Chi to intercept them, but the instant they collide, his attacks are erased and the danger feels completely different from ordinary techniques. Facing it head-on, Su Ning finally understands how terrifying origin power is and how vast the gap becomes once a core transformation expert learns an origin technique. Gu Sanjing sees that reaction and grows more confident, because in his view, a core cleansing cultivator should have no chance against this kind of power. Su Ning answers by opening the wind smoke gourd, filling the field with grey poisonous fog that muffles perception and drags Gu Sanjing into his own battlefield. Gu Sanjing quickly sees through the treasure's effects and keeps swinging his origin blades through the fog, trying to force Su Ning out instead of panicking. Su Ning suddenly closes in from the mist with the Cyan Wolf knife, and the awakened wolf will in the blade smashes through Gu Sanjing's black blades. The strange weapon shocks Gu Sanjing, because it cuts through his origin technique without behaving like any ordinary Dao weapon he knows. With Astral Chi wrapped around the Cyan Wolf knife, Su Ning drives in even harder and forces Gu Sanjing into a direct exchange. As the clash continues, Gu Sanjing is rattled to find that Su Ning's core cleansing foundation is so deep he is not just surviving, he is actually pressing a core transformation master back. The grey poisonous miasma that seemed harmless at first finally starts wearing Gu Sanjing down, quietly tipping the battle further towards Su Ning. When Gu Sanjing has to divert his Dao power to expel the poison, his defense slips for a fatal instant, and Su Ning catches it immediately. Su Ning pushes the Cyan Wolf knife and his cleansed inner core to the limit, then slashes across Gu Sanjing's chest in one clean winning strike. He stops the blade before it goes any deeper, because this was a spar, not a kill, and murdering a Red Sea Demon Sect deacon would bring endless trouble. Shaken by how close he came to dying, Gu Sanjing openly admits that he lost and even realizes Su Ning's talent may rival the very best seeds of his own sect. When the gray fog clears, Xian Andao's side goes from anxious silence to relief, while Ding Bo is left staring in disbelief that even his cousin was beaten. Instead of hiding the truth, Gu Sanjing tells everyone plainly that Su Ning was stronger, which even surprises Su Ning a little. With no tantrum and no excuses, Gu Sanjing simply calls for Ding Bo to leave with him. Su Ning stops the ending from turning cold by tossing Gu Sanjing a healing pill he refined himself as a gesture of goodwill. Gu Sanjing understands the olive branch at once, accepts the pill, and sees even more clearly that Su Ning is not just strong in battle but also a serious alchemist. But the moment he sniffs and breaks open the pill, Gu Sanjing's expression changes sharply as the refinement style feels startlingly familiar. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Sanjing turns back and asks Su Ning what alchemy technique he practices, suspecting a link to the Red Sea Pill Sutra. At the source sect, Gu Sanjing quietly tests a suspicion and asks Su Ning whether he really cultivates the Red Sea Pill Sutra. When Su Ning calmly confirms it, Gu Sanjing's expression tightens and he immediately asks to speak in private. The two leave the others behind, and Ding Bo can only swallow his frustration while Xian Andao realizes the sect's crisis is truly over. In a dense forest outside the sect, Gu Sanjing bluntly demands to know how Su Ning learned the Red Sea Demon sect's core alchemy art. His seriousness is not casual curiosity either, because if the technique was leaked illegally, both the leaker and Su Ning would be in deep trouble with the Red Sea Demon sect. Seeing Gu Sanjing will not let it go, Su Ning stops hiding and says he learned the Red Sea Pill Sutra inside the Red Sea Demon Lord's inheritance mystic realm in Abyss North. That answer jolts Gu Sanjing, because he knows the sect master really did leave inheritances overseas for chosen heirs. He quickly follows up and asks whether Su Ning also received the token that should come with that inheritance. Su Ning pulls out the black bead he got from the Black Bird Guide, the item he was told could open the way into the Red Sea Demon sect. The moment Gu Sanjing inspects it, his whole attitude changes and he carefully returns it with both hands after confirming it is real. He tells Su Ning the truth at last. This black bead is a seed token, the identity badge of the Red Sea Demon sect's most important disciples. Gu Sanjing explains that a seed does not just get resources, but even gains the right to compete for the position of sect master. Su Ning is genuinely caught off guard, because even he did not realize the token in his hand carried that much weight. Sensing a life-changing chance, Gu Sanjing eagerly offers to become Su Ning's guide and personally bring him into the Red Sea Demon sect. Su Ning refuses for now, because Harmony King Mansion already treats him well and he does not want to abandon a stable position for an unknown new battlefield. Gu Sanjing pushes harder and reveals why he is so worked up. The Red Sea Demon Lord plans to choose a successor within 10 years, and only seeds can enter that race. That finally makes Su Ning pause, because this black bead suddenly means he could compete for the leadership of State Wanqing's top sect. For Gu Sanjing, this is not just admiration either, but his best shot at changing his own stalled future by backing someone far stronger than himself. Su Ning raises one last objection, saying he is already a sect master in State Kuching and an honored guest of Harmony King Mansion, so joining another major sect may be awkward. Gu Sanjing answers immediately that this is no real barrier, since even members of the Duan royal family hold disciple status in the Red Sea Demon sect. When he adds that the current 3rd prince and 8th princess are seeds too, Su Ning is visibly more tempted by the idea. Even so, Su Ning still holds back and says he will ask Duan Chaofeng before making any choice. Gu Sanjing knows better than to push too far, so he backs off, gives Su Ning his contact address and state phone link, and promises to escort him whenever he decides. When they return to the source sect, Gu Sanjing shocks everyone by bowing politely to Su Ning and saying he will wait for his news. Ding Bo is so rattled by his cousin's attitude that one threatening glance is enough to make him bow too. Xian Andao rushes over the moment they leave, but Su Ning only smiles and keeps the reason for Gu Sanjing's change to himself. On the road away from the sect, Ding Bo finally complains, and Gu Sanjing coldly tells him Su Ning is their only chance to improve their standing. Gu Sanjing orders him to start helping the source sect instead of provoking it, because winning Su Ning's favor matters more than pride now. Half a month passes at the source sect, and just as Gu Sanjing ordered, Ding Bo returns alone and starts showing Xian Andao open goodwill. Xian Andao understands exactly why the attitude changed, and he feels even more grateful that Su Ning saved the sect and stabilized its future. With their old friends safe and the source sect out of danger, Su Ning, He Minji, and Seeing finally set out to leave Abyss North. After returning to Swallow Heron sect, He Minji and Seeing are formally placed as prospective elders under Su Ning's side. A few days later, Su Ning heads to Harmony King Mansion, keeping his promise to report back after settling sect matters. At the mansion gate, Zhang He warmly greets him, clearly happy to see the comrade he nearly died with overseas. Zhang He proudly says the life and death trip sharpened his martial understanding so much that a breakthrough he once thought decades away may now come within 3 years. On the way to Duan Chaofeng, Zhang He also mentions that Dong Ji has gone back to sea with several high-level experts to hunt the night beast again. He adds one more loaded detail. Zhuo Weisong's father is part of that force too, tying the mission back to Su Ning's old tension which was side. Then Zhang He privately drops the real shocker, telling Su Ning that the current Harmony King may pass the throne to Duan Chaofeng within the next month or two. The reason is simple and huge at once. The old king is nearing a higher breakthrough and may head to the royal Forbidden Land once he hands over power. Both men understand what this means without saying much, because if Duan Chaofeng rises, their own status and the fortunes of their backing forces rise with him. When Su Ning enters the study, he immediately notices that Duan Chaofeng has already advanced to core transformation realm and now carries a heavier, more commanding presence. Duan Chaofeng dismisses the maids at once and starts by asking how Swallow Heron's sect has been developing under his protection. Su Ning reports that the sect is doing well and has become largely self-sufficient, with only the middle layer of disciples still needing time to catch up. Duan Chaofeng is pleased, then reveals that Mo Lan recently sent thanks to the mansion along with a large gift meant specifically for Su Ning. Su Ning checks the ring on the spot and is surprised before anything else by how large the storage space itself is. Inside, he finds piles of pills, spirit herbs, Dao weapons, and artifacts so valuable that the medicine and herbs alone should be worth more than 7 million energy. The sheer scale of it makes the message obvious. Mo Lan is being generous on purpose and trying to settle the old hostility with Su Ning for good. Duan Chaofeng drives the point home by saying Mo Lan already forcibly disbanded Wind Parasol Pavilion and Green Edge Sect, wiping out the lingering enemies around Swallow Heron. A moment later he shifts to the succession matter and confirms that after becoming Harmony King, he intends to put both Su Ning and Zhang He in important positions. Only after hearing all that does Su Ning bring up the real reason he wanted this audience, and asks what Duan Chaofeng knows about Red Sea Demon Sect seeds. Duan Chaofeng explains that seeds are the Red Sea Demon Sect's true core, with only a little over 100 among tens of thousands of disciples, and even royal princes and princesses count themselves lucky to hold that status. Su Ning finally reveals that he already has a seed token and can enter the Red Sea Demon Sect as a seed whenever he wants. The revelation hits hard, because even Duan Chaofeng himself would not qualify for that level of entry without leaning on his status. Su Ning explains how he got the token from the Red Sea Demon Lord's inheritance mystic realm, and how Gu Sanjing urged him to come claim the identity. After hearing the whole thing, Duan Chaofeng no longer hesitates at all and says Su Ning should absolutely take the seed identity. He makes it clear that the benefits go far beyond resources, because the seed's name alone would raise Su Ning's weight across state Wanxing and strengthen Duan Chaofeng's side as well. Then Duan Chaofeng starts explaining why the Red Sea Demon Sect rose so fast, saying its founder built the sect 800 years ago and still outpaced older 1,000-year powers. He ends on the key reveal that ties everything together. One major reason the Red Sea Demon Sect became so dominant is that the Red Sea Demon Lord himself belongs to the Duan royal family. Su Ning and Zhang He are stunned when Duan Chaofeng reveals that the Red Sea Demon Lord is actually the full brother of the Duan royal family's Grandmaster. Duan Chaofeng explains that the Grandmaster's terrifying strength is why the Duan royal family still dominates state Wanxing, which makes this blood tie even more shocking. He says the Red Sea Demon Lord grew up in his brother's shadow, painfully average, while the future Grandmaster was a genius who could create top techniques as a teenager. Sensitive about living under that protection, the Red Sea Demon Lord left the capital, turned to dangerous demonic methods, and gambled on a path his talent could never reach normally. After countless setbacks, he finally carved out his own strength, created the Red Sea Pill Sutra, and founded the Red Sea Demon Sect so his legacy would not disappear. With royal backing, that sect rose unnervingly fast, and Duan Chaofeng says this is exactly why Su Ning should choose it. Duan Chaofeng lays out the deal plainly. If Su Ning enters the Red Sea Demon Sect, the Harmony King Mansion will push him upward, and Su Ning's rise will strengthen Duan Chaofeng in return. Now seeing how much larger that stage is, Su Ning is genuinely tempted because joining the Red Sea Demon Sect could smooth his climb to the top of state Wanxing. Su Ning asks the key question of timing, and Duan Chaofeng tells him to wait until he formally inherits the Harmony King title. Su Ning agrees, and the plan is settled for him to become a future seed disciple of the Red Sea Demon Sect. With the serious talk finished, Duan Chaofeng tells Zhang He to take Su Ning to the villa prepared for him inside the mansion. That new villa says everything about Su Ning's changed status, because the mansion is no longer treating him like an ordinary subordinate. After they leave, Duan Chaofeng exhales at the window and can barely hide his excitement over the talent he just secured. He started by wanting a useful subordinate, but now he believes Su Ning could become a true ally who helps him fight for royal resources and maybe even control the Red Sea Demon Sect one day. On the way through the mansion garden, Zhang He and Su Ning run into a refined young noble who looks strikingly similar to Duan Chaofeng. Zhang He bows and identifies him as third young master Duan Chaoyu, Duan Chaofeng's half-brother. Duan Chaoyu is unexpectedly courteous, even giving Zhang He face and greeting Su Ning with a warm smile after hearing who he is. When he learns Su Ning will be staying in a villa inside the mansion, Duan Chaoyu immediately invites him to meet privately for drinks another time. Su Ning politely dodges the invitation, because he already knows it is safer not to build any personal tie to Duan Chaoyu. After Duan Chaoyu leaves, John he drops the pleasant mask and warns Su Ning that this smiling young master is actually deeply scheming. John he bluntly hints that if Duan Chaofeng were not the legitimate son, the heir might not have been decided so easily at all. Still, John he says the situation should settle soon, because once Duan Chaofeng officially becomes Harmony King in a month or two, Duan Chaoyu will have to leave the mansion. But elsewhere, Duan Chaoyu's smile vanishes, and his face turns dark the moment he is out of Su Ning's sight. He broods over how second brother keeps drawing talented people to his side, while he is still treated like the bastard son who gets less for all his ability. Duan Chaoyu bitterly admits that legitimacy has beaten talent again, but the way he says it makes clear he still has no intention of giving up the throne. He tells himself that even if the heir position has been handed to Duan Chaofeng, that does not mean his brother will keep it for long. Soon after, Duan Chaoyu enters a luxurious restaurant in the city and deliberately leaves his guards outside before going into a private room alone. Waiting inside is Zhuo Xingyun, the Harmony King's powerful confidant and the father of Zhuo Weisong. Duan Chaoyu casually mentions Su Ning, and the name alone makes a cold light flash in Zhuo Xingyun's eyes. Zhuo Xingyun still has not accepted that his son disappeared overseas while Su Ning returned alive, especially after hearing the two men had clashed before the voyage. He had only paused that resentment because the Harmony King ordered him out to sea to capture the Night Beast, and he still hoped to find some trace of Zhuo Weisong there. But Duan Chaoyu's earlier message changed everything, because he hinted that the next Harmony King might be him instead of Duan Chaofeng. That promise hit Zhuo Xingyun right where he was vulnerable, because if Duan Chaofeng inherited smoothly, Zhuo Xingyun knew his own influence in the mansion would slowly fade. His old bond with Duan Chaoyu runs deep too, because he personally taught the young master martial arts for more than a decade. So Zhuo Xingyun secretly abandoned the sea mission and slipped back, hoping to learn what backing gave Duan Chaoyu this much confidence. Now Duan Chaoyu deliberately stirs the wound again, suggesting that Su Ning may even be tied to Zhuo Weisong's death. Then he finally says it openly. He called Zhuo Xingyun back to help him seize the Harmony King position. Zhuo Xingyun asks what role he would play, but Duan Chaoyu does not answer yet and instead coldly asks whether he can actually be trusted. Realizing he pushed too fast, Zhuo Xingyun apologizes and hurriedly declares that he is willing to do anything for Duan Chaoyu. Duan Chaoyu starts measuring just how far that loyalty goes by asking whether sacrificing some of the mansion's people and resources would be acceptable if it wins him the throne. Zhuo Xingyun answers that those losses would be worth it, which already means he is stepping over the line against the current Harmony King. Duan Chaoyu presses harder and asks the real question outright. If killing Duan Chaofeng is necessary, will Zhuo Xingyun still support him? This time Zhuo Xingyun hesitates hard, because agreeing would mean open treason, but he also realizes refusing may put him in danger with both brothers. In the end he places his bet and says he will obey Duan Chaoyu's wishes. Only after hearing that pledge does Duan Chaoyu decide to reveal the force standing behind him. When Duan Chaoyu says his backing is the hidden sect, Zhuo Xingyun is so shocked that wine spills across his clothes. The truth is far worse than he expected, because the hidden sect is a rebel power the imperial court wants destroyed. Duan Chaoyu calmly explains the plan anyway. Once his father leaves state Kuching for the capital, he will work with the hidden sect to move against Duan Chaofeng. That is the moment Zhuo Xingyun truly panics, because he realizes Duan Chaoyu's earlier question about killing his brother was never a test at all. He immediately tries to back out, saying this is too serious and that he will leave now without spreading the secret. Duan Chaoyu drops all pretense and sharply demands whether Zhuo Xingyun is really trying to go back on his word. Zhuo Xingyun still refuses and reaches the doorway, determined to walk away even if it earns Duan Chaoyu's hatred. Then two hidden experts suddenly appear on either side of the door, and Zhuo Xingyun is horrified to realize they are both in the same 7th Dao realm as him. Forced back into the room, Zhuo Xingyun finally understands he walked into a trap the moment he came here. One of the men activates a transparent recording treasure, and the room fills with the sounds and images of Zhuo Xingyun's own treasonous answers. Seeing his own words preserved as evidence, Zhuo Xingyun goes pale because now he has no clean way left to escape. Duan Chaoyu steps close, pats his shoulder, and tells him bluntly that once he made his choice, there was no turning back. To keep him from breaking completely, Duan Chaoyu claims the hidden sect is far stronger and more deeply embedded than anyone realizes, even inside the Duan royal family itself. He promises that once they seize the Harmony King position, those hidden royal allies will become a huge advantage for them. With blackmail, murder, and rebellion all tangled around him, Zhuo Xingyun can only tremble and let out a defeated sigh. At Harmony King Mansion, Su Ning finally gathers more than enough energy to break into the core transformation realm, thanks to huge resources from Mo Lan and another generous batch from Duan Chaofeng. He orders everyone not to disturb him, opens his martial arts panel, and commits without hesitation to spending 15 million energy on the breakthrough he has been waiting for. The breakthrough starts inside his body as his repeatedly cleansed inner core shines white, surges with spiritual energy, and grows irregular golden lines across its surface. When the power stabilizes, Su Ning realizes his foundation has grown even deeper, and he can now crush someone like Gu Sanjing with his bare hands instead of relying on old weapons. He also understands the real meaning of those golden lines. They are the foundation that will let him sense origin power and aimed for Dao Realm's 7th stage in the future. The breakthrough leaves Su Ning excited for one reason above all else. Now that he is in core transformation, he can finally learn a true origin technique. He judges that once he learns one, he should be able to stand against an elementary origin realm master instead of being trapped below the 6th stage ceiling. Even so, Su Ning stays practical and admits that high-level Dao battles will soon outgrow helpers like the Wind Smoke Gourd and Cyan Wolf Knife, so a first-rate treasure will matter more and more. He figures Duan Chaofeng cannot hand over that kind of treasure yet, but if the prince secures the throne or Su Ning enters the core Sea Demon sect as a seed disciple, better weapons should eventually become possible. For now, he heads straight to Duan Chaofeng's study to claim the promise of an origin technique. Duan Chaofeng welcomes him in a relaxed mood, clearly enjoying the calm before his expected rise to Harmony King. When Su Ning says he came to learn an origin technique, Duan Chaofeng freezes and realizes what that means. Su Ning confirms that he just advanced to core transformation, and Duan Chaofeng can only stare, half stunned and half numb after being shocked by him too many times already. The prince finally asks how Su Ning keeps doing this, and Su Ning gives the same slippery answer as always. The conditions were right, and luck helped. Duan Chaofeng does not get a real explanation, but the exchange only makes him value Su Ning even more as a once-in-an-era talent with terrifying speed and no weakness in his foundation. Asked which origin technique he wants, Su Ning makes the safest choice and says he will learn the same one Duan Chaofeng practices. Duan Chaofeng names the technique Void Walk Beast Phantom and explains that it works by refining powerful demon beast blood, so the better the bloodline, the stronger the technique becomes. He sweetens the offer by revealing that Dong Ji brought back Night Beast blood from the earlier battle, and he is willing to give Su Ning a drop to push the technique far beyond the ordinary. Su Ning is immediately satisfied, and the two of them go together to the mansion treasury to retrieve both the memory crystal and the Night Beast blood. Back in his villa an hour later, Su Ning activates the memory crystal and receives the full method of Void Walk Beast Phantom in his mind. The martial arts panel tells him mastering this origin technique will cost 10 million energy at once, and Su Ning can only frown because he has just 3 million left after the breakthrough. He accepts the price as reasonable for a true origin technique, but for the moment he has to put the Void Walk Beast Phantom aside. Over the next month, Su Ning stays in the mansion, while his name spreads across State Guqing as the trusted aide of the future Harmony King. Big sects and powerful families begin reaching out through mansion connections, eager to make friends with the man they think will soon become a major figure. Su Ning does not mind the flood of visitors, because every new connection can help the Swallow Heron sect later. Their gifts slowly add up, but after a whole month he still gathers only 4 million energy, leaving him 3 million short of the technique he wants badly. Tired of waiting, Su Ning goes to Zhang He and asks to borrow enough medicinal pills to close the final gap. Zhang He hands the pills over without much suspicion, assuming Su Ning wants them for the Swallow Heron sect's growth rather than for his own instant cultivation. Once the full 10 million energy is ready, Su Ning leaves the mansion for a remote mountain so he can test the origin technique without wrecking half the estate. Before starting, he reviews how Void Walk Beast Phantom works. It refines up to 3 demon beast bloodlines and lets the user imitate part of their bloodline power through an origin technique. Su Ning has already chosen his 3 sources: the Night Beast for peak quality, Grey's Void Beast blood, and Cyan's blood Cyan Wolf blood. He opens the panel one more time and finally spends the 10 million energy to master Void Walk Beast Phantom in full. In just a few breaths, the entire origin technique locks into place, and Su Ning gets his first real feel for what it means to imitate origin power while still below the 7th stage. He starts the refinement with Grey's Void Beast blood, vaporizing the drop and memorizing the way that bloodline power circulates through the technique. Standing atop the mountain, Su Ning unleashes the first Beast Phantom and calls out the Void Beast's power for himself. The space in front of him warps into void distortion and pulverizes a mass of giant rocks, proving that he can now use one of Grey's signature bloodline abilities as a human cultivator. Su Ning even notes with a bit of amusement that his version currently hits harder than Grey's, simply because his realm and imitation of origin power are stronger. Next he refines Cyan's blood and prepares to see what the blood Cyan Wolf leaves behind inside the technique. This time a blood-colored wolf phantom rises behind him, and a savage transparent wolf head tears forward with crushing bite force. The wolf fangs rip the target apart, and Su Ning quickly realizes the real danger is not just the damage, but the terrifying murderous aura that can shake an enemy's will in actual combat. For the Night Beast's bloodline, Su Ning changes tactics and captures a mid-level Dao Realm Demon Beast first, because this last ability attacks the mind instead of the body. When he activates the Night Beast Phantom, darkness swallows the creature's senses at once, and leaves it standing there like a puppet with its perception completely cut off. Su Ning names the ability Night Weaver and immediately sees how deadly it is. With his foundation, blinding a Dao Realm opponent for even a moment could be enough to kill them outright. That makes him compare Night Weaver to an upgraded Wind Smoke Gourd, because instead of merely cutting awareness from the surroundings, this darkness devours perception itself. After feeling all 3 abilities in action, Su Ning finally understands why Duan Chaofeng chose this origin technique. It is versatile, lethal, and brutally hard to cultivate well. Using his own shortcut makes the difference obvious to him, and he judges that someone with Duan Xiaofeng's talent would need decades just to reach a much rougher version of what Su Ning mastered today. Once the test is over, Su Ning dismisses the terrified demon beast, and the former mountain overlord bolts away so badly shaken that it abandons the range entirely. With the new origin technique in hand, Su Ning concludes that he can now fight, or even beat an elementary origin realm master, but he still lacks the first-rate treasure that would make him truly dangerous at that level. He checks his martial arts panel, sees Void Walk Beast Phantom fully added and his energy drained to zero, and decides his next goal will be advancing the Corsi Pills Sutra. After one more round of testing to confirm the technique, Su Ning leaves the mountain and heads back toward Harmony King Mansion with his strength transformed again. In the Harmony King's study, Duan Yuni gathers his 5 sons, and the tense room already tells them this meeting is about succession. Duan Yuni calmly reveals that he has reached the limit of the 8th Dao Realm stage, plans to enter the Royal Forbidden Land, and will hand the Harmony King title to Duan Xiaofeng. He follows that with a blunt order: once the new king ascends, the other young masters must leave the mansion and return to their own fiefs within 10 days. Duan Yuni warns them to keep their brotherhood intact after the transfer of power and pointedly tells Duan Xiaofeng to take care of his younger brothers. That warning hits Duan Xiaoyu hard, because he is secretly planning to kill his own brother later. Then Duan Yuni singles Xiaoyu out, praises his talent, and tells him to cut off outside distractions and focus only on martial cultivation. He even says Xiaofeng will support him if needed, and Duan Xiaoyu answers quickly without daring to meet his father's eyes. After dismissing the others, Duan Yuni keeps Duan Xiaofeng behind and reminds him that becoming Harmony King means carrying real burdens, not just rank and respect. When Duan Yuni asks what he would do if he clashed with his brothers, Xiaofeng gives the proper answer that an elder brother should yield for the sake of family harmony. Duan Yuni lets that answer pass, then abruptly turns to another key matter and asks about the talented outsider Xiaofeng recommended to him, Su Ning. After hearing that Su Ning is likely training in the mansion, Duan Yuni decides to meet him personally and judge whether he can become Xiaofeng's future ally. Duan Xiaofeng personally goes to find Su Ning, who has only just returned from the mountains, and tells him the Harmony King wants to see him right away. Even though he is about to face the strongest man in State Guqing, Su Ning stays steady and follows Duan Xiaofeng to the study. Inside the study, Duan Yuni greets Su Ning with unexpected warmth and has him sit, treating him more kindly than he treated his own sons. Duan Yuni openly praises Su Ning's rise from Abyss North and says bluntly that after joining the Corsi Demon sect, he hopes Su Ning will continue supporting Duan Xiaofeng. Su Ning answers without hedging that he and Duan Xiaofeng are friends, and he truly intends to repay the help he has received. Then Duan Yuni asks about the Void Walk Beast Phantom, and Su Ning casually drops a shocking answer: he has already mastered it. Even Duan Yuni is rattled by that speed, realizing Su Ning's talent may exceed what even royal grandmasters once showed. When Duan Yuni asks what he needs, Su Ning does not play polite and directly says he is short of a first-rate treasure. Duan Yuni laughs and immediately produces a silver-white first-rate secret treasure, the Flowing Cloud Piercer, offering it to Su Ning if it suits him. Su Ning accepts the gift with real excitement, immediately understanding that the old king is spending heavily to secure him as Duan Xiaofeng's ally. Duan Yuni tells Su Ning to study the treasure well and hopes he will stand out in the Corsi Demon Sex Seed competition. The next day, the succession news becomes public, shaking State Guqing as Duan Xiaofeng's inheritance and the other prince's departure are officially set in motion. But before the inheritance ceremony can happen, Duan Yuni suddenly leaves for the imperial capital, a move that confuses Duan Xiaofeng but cannot be stopped. Back at his villa, Su Ning studies the Flowing Cloud Piercer and confirms that its power rises with Dao Realm force, but that is only the beginning of what it can do. Its first real trick is spatial concealment, letting the thrown weapon slip into the void and reappear near the target for a nasty hidden strike. Its second trick is even deadlier, because it can store Su Ning's Dao power and detonate that force the instant it hits. Putting those abilities together with his aura concealment ring, Su Ning realizes he can now kill like a top-tier assassin. That only makes the gift feel heavier, and Su Ning admits to himself that he now owes Duan Yuni a favor for this calculated act of goodwill. His reflection is cut short when Zhang He hurries in and jokes aside, tells Su Ning they need to go receive an important guest outside the city. Zhang He explains that Duan Xiaofeng's succession ceremony is tomorrow, delegates from across the state are arriving, and the late guests they must escort are from the old allied Shock sect. Because the Shock sect still matters to the mansion, Su Ning agrees to go with Zhang He as one of Duan Xiaofeng's main representatives. More than 10 miles outside the city, Su Ning and Zhang He wait with an armored mansion escort to show proper respect when the guests land. Soon a flock of giant birds appears on the horizon and descends with the Shock sect delegation riding on their backs. The leader turns out to be Shock sect Master Gongwei, and Zhang He greets him with the easy politeness of long-standing political allies. When Gongwei hears the quiet young man beside Zhang He is Su Ning, his interest jumps immediately because Su Ning's name has already spread. The mansion sends over a large carriage, and Su Ning, Zhang He, Gongwei, and 2 younger disciples ride together toward the city. Inside the carriage, Zhang He asks about the 2 disciples, and Gongwei proudly says they are the Shock sect's best hope of someday lifting the sect back to glory. Su Ning sizes them up and notes that both are only in their 30s yet already in the second Dao realm stage, which makes them genuinely rare talents. Prompted by their master, Gao Jian and Chu Shan stand and formally greet Su Ning and Zhang He, trying to act composed. But the moment Gao Jian's eyes meet his, Su Ning feels a sudden instinctive discomfort, a sharp warning from his heightened perception that something is wrong. Su Ning hides his suspicion, casually praises Gao Jian's stable aura, and draws him into a closer exchange to test that feeling. Gao Jian finally answers with forced politeness, and that strained reaction only makes Su Ning more certain the problem is real. Without warning, Su Ning sends Dao power into Gao Jian's body to probe him on the spot, and in the very next instant his face changes because the suspicion is confirmed. As the group traveled back, Su Ning suddenly moved on Gao Jian, and Gong Wei instinctively shielded his prized disciple in confusion. Su Ning did not argue much, he just stared at Gao Jian and demanded to know who he really was. Instead of denying it, Gao Jian laughed, and praised Su Ning for sensing through his disguise despite only being in core transformation. Gao Jian's aura surged, his handsome face warped away, and the fake disciple revealed himself as a feminine-looking man in the elementary origin realm. The shock hit hard when Gong Wei realized the imposter was stronger than both of them, and he demanded to know what had happened to the real Gao Jian. The infiltrator decided there was no need to hide anymore and blasted everyone with one violent wave, tearing apart the carriage line and throwing the escort into chaos. When the infiltrator looked over, Su Ning was still standing there unharmed, watching him with a calm, almost challenging stare. Annoyed by that calm defiance, the infiltrator dropped a pure white sword apparition straight at Su Ning to kill him in one strike. Su Ning answered with the Void Beast Phantom, twisting the space above him until the white sword shattered before it could touch him. That clean counter wiped the smug look off the infiltrator's face, and he finally realized Su Ning was a real threat. Su Ning followed with Night Weaver, and the Night Beast Phantom plunged the man's senses into total darkness. The infiltrator tried to force his way out with his last bit of origin power, but Su Ning's flowing cloud piercer was already there. The flowing cloud piercer punched through his head and exploded, ending the elementary origin realm assassin on the spot. Even Su Ning was briefly stunned by how easily he had killed someone a realm above him. For everyone else, the sight was even more overwhelming, because they had just watched a core transformation cultivator kill an elementary origin master in seconds. Su Ning searched the corpse and found an aura concealment ring, which told him the dead infiltrator was from the hidden sect. When Su Ning explained that a hidden sect spy had disguised himself as a shock sect disciple, Zhang He instantly grasped how dangerous that was for Duan Chaofeng. Gong Wei turned cold with fear, because if that fake disciple had reached the prince, the shock sect would have been dragged into ruin with him. Zhang He rushed everyone toward the Harmony King mansion, while Su Ning quietly regretted killing the spy too fast to interrogate him. In the study, Duan Chaofeng heard the whole report, and his good mood vanished as soon as he realized the hidden sect might already be circling him. Zhang He warned that if one hidden sect spy could enter through a visiting sect, others might already be hiding among the guests who came for the inheritance ceremony. Duan Chaofeng agreed they had to dig out every hidden danger and ordered the matter pushed through both the mansion and the imperial court. Gong Wei knelt to admit his negligence, but Duan Chaofeng spared him because no normal Dao Realm's 7th stage guard would have seen through that infiltrator. When Duan Chaofeng looked at Su Ning, even his praise caught for a moment, because this was already the second time Su Ning had saved him, and this time he had done it by killing above his realm again. Elsewhere in the city, the story shifted underground, where Xingyun entered a sealed chamber to report to the hidden sect leader Lui. Xingyun made it clear with his attitude that he still hated working with the hidden sect, even though they had trapped him and forced him into this conspiracy. The narration laid out Xingyun's role. As a trusted guest of the mansion, he had been feeding inside knowledge to help assassinate Duan Chaofeng and prepare the way for Duan Chaoyu. Xingyun reported that their spy inside the shock sect had been exposed, and Lu Yi's composure immediately tightened. Lu Yi found that hard to accept, because their infiltrators all used aura concealment rings and should not have been discovered so easily. Since Xingyun still did not know the exact cause, he could only warn that the mansion and the imperial court would now start digging hard for hidden sect members. After thinking it through, Lu Yi scrapped the original ceremony attack and decided they could not risk a big public strike anymore. Xingyun bristled at the thought of abandoning everything, because without Duan Chaofeng's death, all the dirty work he had been forced into would buy him nothing. Lu Yi corrected him at once. They were not retreating, they were switching to a tighter plan that still ended with Duan Chaofeng dead and Duan Chaoyu taking the throne. His new idea was simple and vicious: create an attack outside the mansion, lure away the strong guards, and send the real killers in through the gap. Xingyun agreed, and Lu Yi ordered him to finish the internal map, prepare escape paths, and leave the city before the strike so his cover would survive. Xingyun said he would go contact third young master Duan Chaoyu, who was already outside the city waiting for the assassination result. Late that night, the plan started moving when an explosion near the Harmony King mansion jolted Su Ning out of meditation. The moment he sensed the aura of an elementary origin realm attacker, Su Ning guessed the hidden sect had decided to strike the mansion directly. Instead of chasing the noise, Suning chose the most important move first and rushed to Duan Chaofeng's side. He found Duan Chaofeng already standing in a guarded courtyard with 2 elementary origin experts and a ring of loyal Dao realm guards around him. Seeing Suning made Duan Chaofeng visibly calmer, because by now Suning was the one man there he trusted to kill above his realm. Duan Chaofeng explained that 3 mansion experts had already gone to stop the attackers, and for the moment he planned to stay put and wait for more information. The clash on the mansion's edge raged for a while, then the noise weakened and the hostile auras began to pull away into the night. When Zhang He arrived from the front line, he reported that 2 hidden sect elementary origin masters had attacked and then fled, drawing the mansion's 3 defenders after them. Duan Chaofeng took that as a good sign and almost dismissed everyone, thinking the hidden sect had panicked and exposed itself badly. Suning stopped him and warned that the first attack might only be bait, so the guards should stay in place a little longer. Duan Chaofeng trusted that instinct and chose to wait, even though he privately doubted the hidden sect had sent more than 3 high-level fighters. Time dragged on until one old guest quietly said Suning was probably being overcautious and suggested dispersing the guards after all. Before that order could be given, a sharp whistling sound cut through the night, and a dark arrow came straight for Duan Chaofeng. The ambush begins without warning, and Suning reacts first by dragging Duan Chaofeng behind him to shield the prince from a dark arrow. The arrow explodes in midair into thick smoke, and Suning immediately realizes it works like the wind smoke-gored fog and can cut off normal perception. Knowing he can still sense through it, Suning seizes Duan Chaofeng's arm and tries to lead him out before the hidden attackers close in. 2 grey-robed elementary origin realm killers burst out at the edge of the smoke, confirming that the earlier attack was just bait for a closer strike. Suning shoves Duan Chaofeng away to safety and brings out the flowing cloud piercer to meet both assassins head-on. After one exchange, Suning senses the real danger. 3 more hidden sect experts are still inside the smoke, and one of them feels much stronger than the rest. Seeing the mansion side already getting overwhelmed, Suning decides he has to finish these 2 immediately. He pours Dao power into the flowing cloud piercer, and the weapon's explosive force tears through the assassin's origin techniques. Suning follows with Void Walk Beast Phantom and Void Distortion, blasting both men open through the chest in one brutal counter. When they try to flee, Suning throws the flowing cloud piercer and kills both on the spot. Instead of letting the fog hide the battlefield any longer, Suning uses his wind smoke gourd to suck the smoke away and force the real fight into the open. With the smoke gone, Suning sees the mansion in ruins and watches a hidden sect peak elementary origin realm expert kill the old guest of the mansion with a feather through the heart. That killer is Louis, and when he notices Suning standing over the bodies of 2 of his men, his killing intent shifts straight toward him. Suning steps up and tells the surviving mansion expert to take Duan Chaofeng away, choosing to hold off Louis and the other attackers alone. Louis orders his 2 subordinates to chase the prince, but Suning instantly interrupts the pursuit with a void hidden throw. The flowing cloud piercer reappears from space and explodes through one pursuer's chest, dropping him in a single strike. Suning rushes the second pursuer too, but Louis saves that man with a dangerous feather attack and personally blocks Suning's path. Suning calls out the hidden sect for daring to assassinate royal blood, but Louis ignores the accusation and studies him like a rare threat. Instead of answering, Louis praises Suning's talent and openly tries to recruit him into the hidden sect with rank and resources. Suning answers with force, summoning the blood cyan wolf phantom and charging Louis under the cover of wolf fangs and the powered flowing cloud piercer. Louis counters with a cyan-headed bird phantom, and their clash detonates so hard that the surrounding ruins are blasted into dust. The guards realize they would only get in Suning's way and pull the wounded back, leaving the courtyard to a duel between monsters. As they test each other, Suning judges that Louis has an absurdly strong foundation for his realm and is far from an ordinary elementary origin expert. Louis, meanwhile, recognizes the flowing cloud piercer as Duan Yun's treasured weapon and grows openly greedy. Suning tries the flowing cloud piercer's spatial strike, but Louis senses it and dodges cleanly, showing terrifying awareness of space. So Suning brings out his strongest control move, summoning the Night Beast Phantom and casting Night Weaver to drown Louis's senses in darkness. Louis knows a few breaths trapped like this is enough to die, so in desperation he triggers a hidden power to break the darkness before Suning's killing throw lands. Suning's eyes widen when Louis fully changes in front of him, his body turning scaled and bird-like as real green wings spread from his back. Suning instantly realizes Louis now reeks of demon beast aura, and the pressure coming off him jumps to something close to Dao Realm 8th stage. Louis wastes no time, unleashing a storm of green feathers that could shred an ordinary core transformation expert instantly. Suning whips the flowing cloud piercer into a defensive membrane and barely blocks the barrage. Louis dives straight through the opening and meets Suning blade to blade, forcing him back with a frightening mix of Dao power and bloodline strength. After seeing Suning still endure that, Louis pulls back and uses Meteor Jade Feather to lock him inside a glowing jade prison. Suning tries to break out with the flowing cloud piercer, but the membrane swallows the impact instead of shattering. Louis cuts his own palm and feeds jade blood into the prison, making it shrink and numb Suning's body from the outside in. With Suning nearly unable to move, Louis gathers the blood-powered sword and goes in for the finishing thrust. At the last second, a crushing pressure drops from above and slams Louis flat into the ground before his sword can land. The man who appears is Duan Yunyi himself, and one casual tap to Louis's head knocks the hidden sect backbone unconscious. Su Ning is stunned that Duan Yunyi is here at all, and Duan Yunyi admits he never went to the imperial capital in the first place. Duan Yunyi explains that his departure was bait to lure the hidden sect into exposing themselves, and he had been watching the whole time for an even bigger fish. He also praises Su Ning for holding off an enemy whose transformed strength was already comparable to Dao Realm 8th stage. But Duan Yunyi says the real price of the plan was Duan Chaoyu, because the prince's collusion with the hidden sect has now been exposed beyond denial. After revealing that Duan Chaoyu tried to have his own brother killed, Duan Yunyi orders Su Ning to go help Duan Chaofeng while he handles the rest himself. Su Ning heads off to rescue Duan Chaofeng, now fully aware that Duan Chaoyu's fate is likely finished after this betrayal. The next day at Duan Chaoyu's fief, Duan Chaoyu paces anxiously with Xingyun because no word has come back from the mansion attack. Xingyun tries to calm him by saying 7 elementary origin realm experts should not be so easy to wipe out, but inside he is just as uneasy. Because Louis always sends word quickly after acting, Xingyun quietly decides that if silence continues much longer, he will abandon everything and flee overseas. He never gets the chance, because blood suddenly splashes into Xingyun's teacup and his head falls before either man can react. Duan Chaoyu panics and calls for assassins, only to look up and find his own father, Duan Yunyi, standing there coldly. One look is enough for Duan Chaoyu to understand everything, and he drops to his knees begging his father to spare his life. Duan Yunyi says he warned him that brothers should support each other, but Duan Chaoyu still chose to betray that bond. Ignoring the pleas, Duan Yunyi binds Duan Chaoyu with a rope Dao weapon and declares they are going to the imperial capital to settle this. News explodes across State Kuching. Duan Chaofeng, the man about to inherit the Harmony King title, was ambushed by the hidden sect inside his own mansion. The shock only grows because Duan Chaofeng survives unharmed, while the hidden sect attackers are captured or killed, showing outsiders just how hard the Duan royal family hits back. But the ugliest part stays buried. Duan Chaoyu's secret collusion with the hidden sect and his plot to murder his own brother are covered up to protect the Harmony King mansion and the royal family. Only the mansion's inner circle and a handful of top figures in the imperial capital know the truth behind the ambush. Once the turmoil settles, the imperial capital sends officials to personally oversee Duan Chaofeng's inheritance ceremony, and Duan Yunyi comes to witness it too. From that day on, Duan Chaofeng officially becomes the new Harmony King of State Kuching. A few days later, Duan Yunyi leaves for the imperial capital for real this time, aiming to enter the royal forbidden land and break through beyond Dao Realm 8th stage. With Duan Yunyi gone, the mansion loses its top shield, so the imperial court sends another Dao Realm 8th stage expert to guard the newly enthroned Harmony King. Su Ning also cashes in on the aftermath, because he not only saved Duan Chaofeng that day, he captured both the pursuing attacker and the 2 hidden sect bait operatives alive. As his reward, everything taken from the defeated enemies goes to Su Ning except Louis, who is handed over to the imperial court. Dao weapons, pills, spiritual herbs, and strange artifacts pile up into a windfall worth nearly 20 million energy. Even after repaying Zhang He for borrowed resources, Su Ning still keeps 21 million energy in hand. That leaves Su Ning only 9 million energy short of elementary origin, the Dao realm watershed that would push his strength up again. Not long after Duan Yunyi departs, Su Ning prepares to leave too and follow the old arrangement to join the Core Sea Demon sect as a seed. At the send-off, Duan Chaofeng personally sees Su Ning out, a sign of how much these two friends now trust each other after surviving several life and death crises together. Su Ning even changes his form of address and answers with formal respect, calling him Harmony King instead of by name. Duan Chaofeng tells him plainly that if trouble comes in the Core Sea Demon sect, Su Ning can use the Harmony King mansion's name and come back for help anytime. Su Ning turns to Zhang He next and wishes for his injured ally to recover and break through to Dao Realm's 7th stage before they meet again. Zhang He can only smile and say he will do his best. Su Ning leaves without lingering, riding a peak mid-level Dao Realm flying demon beast gifted by Duan Chaofeng and heading into the distant sky. Since Su Ning cannot truly fly on his own yet, the demon beast makes his journey much faster. Back at the mansion gate, Duan Chaofeng watches the empty horizon for a long moment before finally turning back with Zhang He. On the road, Su Ning does not ask Gu Sanjing to come fetch him as planned, because he intends to handle a stop in the middle of the journey himself. He first returns to the Swallow Heron sect, stays briefly, and makes his own arrangements before setting out again. When Su Ning finally reaches State Fengling and finds Gu Sanjing is openly delighted because bringing a seed into the sect means a reward for him too. Gu Sanjing drops all other work on the spot and personally rushes with Su Ning toward the Core Sea Demon sect. The Core Sea Demon sect turns out to be very close to the imperial capital, which makes perfect sense once Su Ning remembers its founder's connection to the Duan royal family. At last Gu Sanjing points ahead and tells Su Ning they have arrived. From above, Su Ning sees the Core Sea Demon sect sitting on an inland island ringed by lakes. When Su Ning asks if they can really fly straight in on a demon beast, Gu Sanjing casually says yes, because this sect keeps its internal rules unusually loose. Gu Sanjing explains that the Corsi demon sect mostly provides resources and teaching, while many disciples spend long stretches wandering outside the island. That makes Suning wonder why disciples would enjoy so much and give nothing back. But Gu Sanjing says the sect was never built for that kind of control in the first place. Even so, Suning presses the practical question of where such a huge sect gets its resources, and Gu Sanjing says part comes from martial resource trade while the top elders handle the rest. Once they fly deeper in, Suning looks down and is honestly surprised, because the so-called demon sect does not look like a fortress at all. He spots not just martial artists but plenty of ordinary people, making the island feel more like a giant settlement than a sect. Gu Sanjing explains the reason. Disciples are free to wander, and many bring their wives, children, and relatives to settle here, so most of the island's 200,000 residents are family rather than active disciples. Instead of being put off, Suning smiles, because the place's ordinary village atmosphere feels unexpectedly familiar to someone who came from that kind of life. He even thinks that if he reaches the higher Dao realms someday, his own family could probably live comfortably in a place like this. Gu Sanjing brings Suning down into one of the villages and says they need to find Elder Wei, the man responsible for seed entry arrangements. The village is full of busy men, women, old people, and children, and none of them care much about the flying demon beast landing nearby, which tells Suning this site is normal here. After telling the demon beast to wait, Gu Sanjing leads Suning to a plain farmhouse and quietly warns him that Elder Wei is also the head of the Wei family. Inside, Suning finds Elder Wei looking nothing like a sect powerhouse, just an old farmer in a hat turning ordinary vegetable soil with a hoe. Gu Sanjing bows respectfully, but Elder Wei does not even recognize him at first, because a small external deacon is barely a blip in a sect this large. Once Gu Sanjing explains that he has brought in a seed with a token, Elder Wei finally pays real attention. Suning steps forward, bows, and hands over the black bead token he got from the Corsi demon lord's inheritance in the Abyss North. Elder Wei confirms the token is genuine, notes that it came from outside the sect, and pockets it instead of giving it back. When Suning admits he came from the Abyss North, Elder Wei gives him a plain black iron token in exchange. Seeing no marks on it, Suning learns that this new token is his pass to the Corsi Tower at the center of the island. Elder Wei tells him the real entry test is simple: go into the Corsi Tower and climb as high as he can, because the higher he gets, the better he will be assessed. Then Elder Wei spells out what seed status really means. In the next 3 to 10 years, one of these seeds is expected to become the sect's next master or elder. He warns Suning not to back down from competing with the other seeds just because his current round looks lower. Suning takes the warning calmly, because with enough energy he has never thought of realm growth as the hard part. Before sending them off, Elder Wei turns to Gu Sanjing and rewards him on the spot with promotion from external deacon to internal deacon. For Gu Sanjing, this is exactly the payoff he hoped for, because higher status on the island means better resources and more chances going forward. Elder Wei ends the meeting with a wave and goes right back to farming, as if arranging a seed's future were just another small task in his day. Outside, an elated Gu Sanjing starts calling Suning junior brother and makes it clear he plans to stay close now that Suning has already changed his fortunes. He promises to arrange Suning's residence and handle the boring entry details, telling him to focus on the Corsi Tower first. Suning accepts the help, knowing he is brand new here and will need someone familiar with the island. As Gu Sanjing trails after Suning's future, he cannot help remembering that this whole lucky connection began because his cousin Ding Bo blundered into conflict with the Source sect. Suning heads alone toward the Corsi Tower on a flying demon beast while Gu Sanjing stays behind to handle the rest. On the way, Suning passes other high-level Dao realm experts and flying beasts, a quick reminder that this relaxed-looking sect still hides serious power. Following the directions, Suning finally spots the Corsi Tower standing on its own island inside the bigger island. From above he counts 12 floors, and the whole place feels isolated and off-limits compared to the rest of the sect. Even though people and beasts move around the outer lake, nobody goes near the tower island, which makes its special status obvious. For safety, Suning leaves his mount at the lakeside and crosses the water by himself. His arrival draws attention right away, and nearby onlookers realize another seed has come to test the Corsi Tower. People start guessing how far he will climb, and most of them doubt a Dao Realm 6th stage newcomer can get past the 6th floor. Suning reaches the island and immediately notices something odd. There are no elders, disciples, or guards waiting at the Corsi Tower at all. Before he can figure that out, the light above him goes dark under a huge shadow. A giant black bird circles overhead and lands in front of him, and Suning is struck by a sudden sense that he has seen something like it before. Then it clicks for him. This bird resembles the tiny black bird he met in the Abyss North inheritance, the one that passed him the Corsi Pill Sutra and the seed token. The bird beats him to the question by staring him down in surprise and blurting out that he is the same guy who got the Corsi Pill Sutra in the Abyss North. Suning confirms it happened 3 years ago, and the bird is openly impressed that he has already risen from the Void Realm to Dao Realm 6th stage. Smug as ever, the bird even pats Su-Ning with a wing and praises him like a seedling it discovered itself. When Su-Ning looks confused, the bird explains that the one he met in the inheritance was only its clone. That is the first time Su-Ning has ever heard of such an ability, and the bird gets even more pleased when he realizes this talent is apparently unique. Su-Ning throws it an easy compliment, and the bird happily accepts it before getting back to business. The bird asks for Su-Ning's entry token, making it clear that this strange creature is actually the one handling registrations for the Corsi Tower. After taking the token and asking for his full name, the bird activates its bloodline power and marks Su-Ning's identity onto it. The bird keeps the token for now, tells Su-Ning he will get it back when he comes out, and sends him toward the tower entrance. Before Su-Ning goes in, the bird gives one last useful warning: the first 6 floors should not stop him, but the 7th is where the difficulty jumps hard. Su-Ning thanks the bird and steps through the entrance, as the heavy doors slammed shut behind him. Left outside, the bird quietly mutters that Su-Ning's growth speed is outrageous and that he might really have a shot at competing for the future Demon Lord's seat. Inside the tower, the darkness clears and Su-Ning finds himself in a huge empty first-floor hall. Then the first test appears without warning as a black metal humanoid puppet with a long sword materializes in front of him. The puppet's crystal eyes click alive and it lunges at Su-Ning, but to him its speed is laughably slow. Su-Ning answers with one casual burst of astral chi and slices the puppet clean in half on the first floor. On the Corsi Tower's first floor, Su-Ning sizes up the puppet as Dao Realm 4th stage and cuts it down without any real pressure. As soon as the first puppet vanishes, stairs appear, and Su-Ning heads straight up instead of wasting time. The second floor answers him with 6 puppets at once, all rushing in the moment they finish condensing. Su-Ning lets the 6 puppets press him for a moment so he can test them, then confirms their sword chi is only 4th stage lethality. Once he sees they have no hidden trick, Su-Ning answers with 2 astral slashes and wipes all 6 out in one burst. On the third floor, the pattern shifts from numbers to quality when a larger silver puppet appears with a spear instead of a sword. After a brief exchange, Su-Ning reads the silver puppet as Dao Realm 5th stage and starts seeing the tower's rhythm. He works out the rule: odd floors raise the realm, even floors repeat that realm with more puppets. With the pattern exposed, Su-Ning tears through the 4th and 5th floors and reaches the 6th with barely any delay. On the 6th floor, even 6 Dao Realm 6th stage dark gold puppets still cannot slow him down for long. Now Su-Ning understands why the black bird believed he could clear 6 floors but doubted the 7th, where the tower should jump to Dao Realm's 7th stage. Outside the tower, nobody realizes how relaxed Su-Ning has been, but everyone can see his progress by the rings of light spreading from each floor. When the 6th floor light passes almost as fast as the earlier ones, the crowd starts doubting the rumors that this new seed is only mid-level Dao Realm. MOU is visibly rattled too, because Su-Ning's pace says he can kill above his realm instead of merely surviving it. Then the 8th floor light flares almost immediately after the 7th, and MOU realizes Su-Ning cleared the 7th floor too. MOU decides the 9th floor should finally stop him, but he is already convinced Su-Ning deserves at least a high rating. On the 8th floor, Su-Ning finally meets a version that demands real effort: 6 dark gold spear puppets with azure crystals powering them to Dao Realm's 7th stage. Knowing brute force will be slower here, Su-Ning draws the flowing cloud piercer and targets the crystals instead of the bodies. The puppets instinctively guard those cores, so Su-Ning has to force openings with direct close combat and void distortion. It takes him 15 full minutes, but Su-Ning still destroys all 6 and earns a staircase to the 9th floor. At the foot of those stairs, his face turns fully serious because the 9th floor means a true origin connection realm opponent. Outside, the moment the tower signals the 9th floor, the crowd erupts because that alone already proves his rating should be extreme. Some even wonder if Su-Ning can push into the 10th floor, while others insist no one should cross 2 full realms in a row. The 9th floor gives him a single dark gold puppet with 3 azure crystals, a far more dangerous version than the ones below. Su-Ning attacks first because waiting would only let the pressure build, and this fight immediately reminds him of battling Lu Yi. Night Weaver is useless against a senseless puppet, so he stacks his strongest practical combo instead: hidden flowing cloud piercer and void distortion together. That combo finally cracks one crystal, proving he can hurt it, but only barely. As the battle drags on, Su-Ning realizes this is almost exactly his ceiling and that anything stronger in the same realm would likely beat him. Even at the limit, his combat instinct holds up, and he breaks the second crystal to swing the fight in his favor. With only 1 crystal left, the puppet finally drops below him, and Su-Ning pierces through its chest and takes its head clean off. Su-Ning stays on the floor to rest because this victory already told him the truth: the 10th floor should be impossible for him. He still climbs anyway, choosing to test the limit instead of backing down from it. The 10th floor overwhelms him with impossible odds, and after 15 dangerous minutes the tower forcibly ejects him before he dies. The crowd sees him come out and is stunned all over again, because lasting that long on the 10th floor confirms an extreme evaluation beyond doubt. Word spreads on the spot that this newcomer crossed 2 realms in battle, something even the 6 other extreme seeds did not do in the same way. MOU immediately leans in and bluntly asks how Su Ning beat an origin connection realm puppet with only core transformation realm strength. Su Ning answers simply that he used a first-class secret treasure and borrowed external help instead of pretending it was pure talent alone. MOU brushes that aside and praises the result itself, telling Su Ning he now has a real chance to stand out among all seeds. Then MOU returns Su Ning's token, and the word extreme is now written on it as his official rating. MOU explains what that rank means: another first-class secret treasure, scheduled resource allotments, and broad access to sect martial resources. Instead of leaving at once, Su Ning politely asks the black bird's name, sensing this strange evaluator is far more important than he looks. After a weirdly hesitant pause, the black bird introduces himself as MOU and tells Su Ning to call him Master Yu. Once Su Ning leaves, MOU privately remembers the humiliating childhood name the Corsi Demon Lord once gave him, and vows not to let anyone hear it. When Su Ning walks out of the lake area, he finds a crowd already waiting and realizes his climb must have been visible from outside. Gu Sanjing hurries over first and excitedly asks if Su Ning really cleared the 9th floor and reached the 10th. Su Ning confirms it, and the crowd tenses for the answer they really care about next. When he also confirms his rating is extreme, the whole crowd breaks into open uproar. That answer instantly places Su Ning beside the sect's two most famous extreme seeds, Duan Chaomian and Yu Qiao. Gu Sanjing is thrilled that he bet on the right person and immediately offers to show Su Ning the residence he prepared for him. Su Ning says the resource hall comes first, and Gu Sanjing quickly switches into helpful guide mode and leads the way. As the two leave, Su Ning's name starts racing across the island because everyone now knows a new extreme seed has arrived. At a riverside villa, Duan Chaomian hears the report and is startled that another seed has earned the same extreme rating. The moment he learns Su Ning did it from Dao Realm's 6th stage and reached the 10th floor, Duan Chaomian stands up in real alarm. Because he has never heard of Su Ning before, Duan Chaomian immediately orders a full investigation. Left alone, the prince admits to himself that a new uncertainty has entered the seed competition, and he does not like that at all. He decides the answer is to cultivate faster, and shuts himself in to push toward Dao Realm 9th stage. Yu Qiao hears the same news and reacts very differently, smiling because the coming struggle for power just became more interesting. At the resource hall, even the elders stare at Su Ning for a while before handing over the privileges due to a new extreme seed. Su Ning receives half a year's resources in one batch, and the total value shocks even him at more than 12 million energy. He is also offered a first-class secret treasure, but he refuses to pick one now because the available options are all the same kind of offensive weapon he already has. After that, Gu Sanjing finally takes him to a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, and Su Ning likes it right away. Once settled in, Su Ning goes straight into seclusion and absorbs the fresh resources without wasting a day of momentum. When the energy finishes converting, his reserves jump to 33 million, enough to push into Dao Realm 7th stage. That prospect excites him, because if he could already pressure 8th stage opponents before the breakthrough, the next round should change his fighting power completely. He opens the martial arts panel and chooses to spend 30 million energy on the breakthrough without hesitation. The moment the breakthrough begins, Su Ning finally senses true origin power and feels a mysterious connection with the world itself. For the first time, he understands the gap between imitating origin power through techniques and touching the real thing directly. As his insight deepens, Su Ning feels that origin power can give rise to everything, and the meaning of martial cultivation suddenly becomes much clearer to him. A trace of origin power settles into his inner core, and a faint hazy aura forms on its surface as the breakthrough completes. Su Ning steps into Dao Realm 7th stage, elementary origin realm, and his whole presence now feels naturally fused with the world around him. With the realm change complete, Su Ning turns his attention to the next step and prepares to use his last 3 million energy on the Corsi Pills Sutra. Su Ning spends 2 million energy on the martial arts panel and pushes the Corsi Pills Sutra up to the 5th level, leaving himself with 1 million energy. Even after this upgrade, Su Ning knows the technique still will not truly pay off until it reaches the 7th level. With his energy emptied out, he switches goals and decides to test one thing he has wanted since breaking through, real flight. Now in the elementary origin realm, Su Ning rises straight into the air without using gliding force or a flying beast at all. He streaks through the mountain range at high speed, thrilled by how different true flight feels. The new speed shocks even him, because he is already faster than the mid-level Dao realm flying beast he used to ride. For a moment, Su Ning calculates that he could probably fly back to Abyss North in under a month. But the idea dies there, because the endless sea is packed with dark clouds and lightning that are still dangerous even for him. So he sets a practical plan instead: learn the Corsi demon sect first, stay if the resources are worth it, and leave to roam only if they are not. Far away in the imperial capital, two men sit floating in a sealed dark chamber, cultivating an eerie silence. That silence shatters when Duan Huiyao suddenly trembles and coughs blood, his steady aura collapsing into chaos. Duan Hui opens his eyes and calmly asks the obvious question: another failure. Duan Huiyao admits it, and says the damaged true origin has wounded him badly enough that he must rest for at least a year before trying again. Duan Hui tries to steady him, explaining that forcing transcendence in another world's rules is brutally hard even for a genius of their own world. Still unwilling to stay on a dead path, Duan Huiyao asks for coordinates to other outer worlds because he no longer sees real hope in the Arcanist world. Duan Hui warns him that the Arcanist world is only attractive because 10 years there cost them just 1 year here, while the other coordinates mostly run at a punishing 1-to-1 pace. But Duan Huiyao would rather risk slower worlds than keep tearing his true spirit apart on a path he no longer believes in. Seeing he will not bend, Duan Hui finally agrees to hand over the other coordinates once his brother finishes recovering. Their talk shifts back to the mortal world when Duan Hui asks whether his brother plans to rest in the palace for that year. Duan Huiyao refuses, because he now wants the Core C demon sex succession settled within a single year before his strength and attention are tied up again. Duan Hui immediately suggests the easiest answer: hand the sect to third Prince Duan Chaomian and keep it inside the imperial family. That suggestion hits a nerve, and Duan Huiyao flatly says he has never treated the Core C demon sect as property of the Duan imperial family. Duan Hui argues that after all these years no one in the family dares look down on his brother anymore, so clinging to that independence only invites pressure from the court. Duan Huiyao bristles at the implied threat and fires back that if the court pushes too far, he will move the entire sect overseas. Duan Hui drops the issue and asks a different question instead: how does his brother plan to judge the seed disciples? Since Duan Huiyao has not decided yet, Duan Hui offers a blunt solution and proposes making the extermination of the hidden sect the seed's final test. Duan Huiyao instantly sees the real motive and accuses his brother of using his sect as a weapon to wipe out the hidden sect while bleeding the elite younger generation. Duan Hui does not deny it, and after a bitter pause Duan Huiyao still agrees to the plan. Duan Hui adds that the hidden sect has been making bigger moves lately, and his tone makes it clear this campaign is more than routine suppression. When Duan Huiyao asks why Eugene was not killed years ago, Duan Hui admits something troubling: he searched overseas and still could not find him. His explanation is worse than silence, because Duan Hui now suspects Eugene may have already broken through the Dao realm limit by using other world coordinates of his own. Duan Hui decides he will personally go to sea this time, destroy the overseas hidden sect camps, and hunt Eugene before the danger grows any worse. Duan Huiyao doubts he can find a ghost he missed before, but Duan Hui says this time feels different, as if Eugene may be waiting for that final clash too. That answer is enough for Duan Huiyao, and he promises to help, leaving Duan Hui visibly relieved. The brothers leave together, with Duan Huiyao heading back to the sect and Duan Hui deciding to accompany him there first. Back at the Core C Demon sect, Su Ning's extreme seed performance quickly makes him famous enough that disciples keep coming to visit him. Su Ning does not shut them out either, because he already wants to understand the sect's people and power structure better. Among the happiest beneficiaries is Gu Sanjing, who has become an island deacon, gained resources, and even started to feel his long-stalled bottleneck loosen. Because he knows Su Ning is the reason his fortunes changed, Gu Sanjing throws himself into Su Ning's affairs almost like a personal steward. One day Gu Sanjing arrives with urgent news: the sect master has returned. He adds the real shock right after that, saying the sect master has already ordered every seed disciple outside the sect to return. Gu Sanjing immediately reads the meaning behind it: the successor selection is probably being pushed forward much sooner than expected. That warning would have felt rushed if Su Ning were still in the core transformation realm, but now that he has reached the elementary origin realm, he does not think many seeds can overwhelm him. Gu Sanjing still tells him to prepare carefully, and Su Ning answers with easy confidence while accepting the concern. Soon after, at the top of the Core C Tower, MOU receives Duan Huiyao and the silver-haired Imperial Grandmaster in person. The narration finally names the terrifying pair clearly: Sect Master Duan Huiyao and Grandmaster Duan Hui are real brothers, the day and night pillars of the Duan Imperial family. Duan Huiyao asks first about the rumor that a new extreme seed has appeared in the sect. MOU confirms it is Su Ning, and explains that he reached the 9th level as a core transformation cultivator, and even lasted for a while on the 10th before being thrown out. Duan Hui is impressed, calling Su Ning a rare foundation monster because people who can defeat enemies 2 realms above themselves are almost unheard of. Duan Huiyao even compares Su Ning to his own brother's younger self, saying the boy's lower limit may already be the 9th Dao stage and his upper limit could reach Duan Hui. When Duan Hui asks if that means special training, Duan Huiyao refuses to break sect custom but leaves the door wide open by saying Su Ning could still become sect master if he performs well enough. MOU then asks the dangerous question nobody else would ask so casually: whether Duan Huiyao gained anything from trying to break through beyond the Dao realm. Duan Huiyao answers bluntly that he gained nothing, because exploring outer worlds and understanding their origins is far harder than it sounds. Duan Hui admits he was luckier long ago, because the outer world he entered had only just begun developing its own path and was easier to understand, but those coordinates are lost now. Duan Huiyao cuts the topic short and brings the room back to the immediate crisis. First they will focus on wiping out the overseas hidden sect. Duan Hui says the Imperial family is already gathering forces, and the returning Core C seeds will join the extermination teams as top combat power while Duan Huiyao judges them in battle. He also reveals that the hidden sect's 3 overseas camps have already been located, and 3 separate strike groups will go clear them out. But Eugene himself has not appeared at any of those camps for a long time, so the brothers will head out personally to search for his trail. Duan Huiyao then turns to MOU and orders 3 clones to accompany the strike groups. MOU hates being called Black Egg, but still swallows the irritation and obeys because its clones can relay information in real time across the distant sea. A month passes, and every seed disciple finally returns to the sect. With Su Ning included, all 132 seeds gather at Island Heart Peak, the sect master's mountain, and the competition suddenly feels very real. Standing among them, Su Ning quickly realizes just how strong this field is, because even the weakest seed has an origin technique and core transformation strength. At the same time, many of those seeds are sizing Su Ning up too, recognizing the unfamiliar face that should belong to the new extreme seed. Su Ning's eyes settle first on a man in a golden robe, and his bearing makes the identification easy. This is third Prince Duan Chaomian. Duan Chaomian looks back at Su Ning as well, already knowing the Abyss North outsider who climbed up through Duan Chaofeng's side has become someone worth watching. After that, Su Ning notices a graceful woman in yellow with charming eyes and peak 8th stage strength, and he identifies her as Yu Qiao. At Island Heart Peak, Yu Qiao catches Su Ning looking her way and answers with a calm, friendly smile, while Su Ning quietly reminds himself that the 3 extreme disciples are peers and rivals at the same time. As more elders arrive, Su Ning senses one crushing aura after another and realizes the Corsi Demon Sect's foundation is even deeper than he imagined, with nearly every elder here above Dao Realm 8th stage. Then black fog blooms on the high platform, and the Corsi Demon Lord appears in person, instantly making the whole mountain feel heavy. Seeing the legendary Duan Huiyao with his own eyes, Su Ning feels the weight of the man whose inheritance and reputation shaped so much of his path in State Wanqing. Elders and seed disciples all bow at once, and the devotion in some disciples' faces makes it obvious that Duan Huiyao commands more than obedience here. Duan Huiyao gets straight to it and announces that this gathering will decide who enters the sect's future high command, including future elders and even a future sect master. The words hit hard, and even the usually composed Duan Chaomian can only pretend to stay calm as the whole group realizes what is really at stake. Duan Huiyao follows with the real test. The seed disciples will join the Imperial Court's campaign at sea and help wipe out the hidden sect. That mission chills Su Ning in particular, because he still remembers how dangerous Lu Yi and the hidden sect's strange methods were when he fought them before. Duan Huiyao says the test is voluntary, and anyone afraid can leave now, but the threat behind that choice is obvious enough that no one moves. Satisfied, Duan Huiyao sets the departure for 10 days later and hands Elder Wei the job of coordinating with the Imperial commander to assign the seeds to warships. Before vanishing into black fog, Duan Huiyao leaves the crowd with one blunt warning: the trip will be dangerous, and he hopes they all come back alive. After Elder Wei dismisses everyone, the elders fly off first while the seed disciples have to file down the mountain the old-fashioned way, packed shoulder to shoulder. On the way down, Yu Qiao catches up to Su Ning, introduces herself directly, and greets him with the same easy charm she showed earlier. She praises Su Ning for clearing the 9th level of the Corsi Tower so early and hints that very few seeds can match him now, but Su Ning stays cautious instead of taking the bait. Yu Qiao casually says she hopes they get placed near each other on the hidden sect mission, then leaves before Su Ning can answer, making the whole exchange feel calculated. Because he knows how slippery the hidden sect can be, Su Ning decides to spend the last 10 days improving his survivability and heads back to the resource hall in search of another first-class treasure. 10 days later on State Wanqing's eastern coast, rows of warships wait at the shore while armored soldiers board first and the seed disciples gather behind them for departure. During those 10 days, Su Ning returned to the resource hall and found 2 new first-class treasures that had just been sent there by Duan Huiyao. He chooses the Fantasy Heart Armor, a first-class defensive secret treasure that looks like a bracer but can unfold into transparent armor over his whole body in battle. With that new defense in hand, Su Ning feels much steadier about surviving whatever waits overseas. As Su Ning moves to board, Yu Qiao stops him one more time and says that even though they were assigned to different ships, they are sailing toward the same target and can still join forces later. Su Ning gives her a non-committal answer and keeps his distance, while the broader plan becomes clear. The hidden sect has 3 overseas camps, so the Imperial force will split into 3 fleets. The moment Su Ning steps onto his warship, he feels the pressure of a real military unit, because every soldier aboard is already a Dao Realm expert. What impresses him even more is that these soldiers are not just individually strong, but trained to kill above their level through battle formations and coordinated techniques. A heavily armored commander named Tong Gang greets Su Ning politely, making it clear that the ship's operations will run through him during the mission. Su Ning answers just as politely and even says he will follow Tong Gang's orders, which only makes the commander more certain that this quiet seed disciple is someone important. The ship's second seed disciple soon arrives too, Feng Qi, a powerfully built man in a sleeveless shirt whose fierce aura announces a direct fighter. After introductions, Feng Qi cheerfully admits that Su Ning's name is already famous in the sect, and Tong Gang quietly files that away as more proof that Su Ning is no ordinary support. Half an hour later the fleet finally gets its signal, and more than 60 warships launch together before splitting into 3 separate expedition groups on the open sea. Su Ning's group heads southeast with more than 20 ships, and he learns that Yu Qiao is on the Central Command warship with the fleet's highest commander, a 9th-stage Imperial general. That same central ship also carries MOU's clone, which will keep the fleet in real-time contact with State Wanxing during the expedition. Tong Gang warns Su Ning and Fengqi that even if everything goes smoothly, this voyage alone will take more than 4 months, making it a long grind before the real fight even starts. Fengqi raises the obvious concern. If State Wanxing already has spies in the hidden sect, then the hidden sect's infiltrators might also expose this whole attack before the fleet arrives. Tong Gang explains that the hidden sect cannot easily abandon those overseas camps, because they chose places rich in aura and built enormous settlements, thereby forcibly gathering whole populations. He adds that even if the hidden sect does try to run, the spies inside will expose the move, and the Imperial side has enough resources to keep fighting at full strength even in thin aura territory. That answer settles the issue for Su Ning and Fengqi, and from there they spend the voyage learning more mission details while the fleet keeps pressing through the open sea. More than 3 months pass on the water, and Su Ning spends the time refining pills aboard ship, while Tong Gang and Fengqi focus on cultivation. One day a message finally arrives from the central warship, and Tong Gang immediately calls Su Ning and Fengqi together for a serious briefing. The spy report says the hidden sect is staying in place after all, only moving some disciples with good potential while the core of the camp remains behind. But that is not good news by itself, because the hidden sect now knows the fleet is coming and has already begun preparing to receive the attack head-on. Tong Gang also warns that the enemy may try to ambush them on the way, so everyone in the fleet needs to stay ready at all times from now on. Fengqi's eyes light up at the thought of finally testing himself against the hidden sect, while Su Ning answers more quietly, already taking the danger seriously from experience. Even so, Su Ning knows Tong Gang is still hiding one more piece of the Imperial plan, because somewhere in this fleet there is a trump card he has not been allowed to see yet. Deep in the endless sea, Su Ning's destination turns out to be a rare hidden sect island packed with spiritual energy, buildings, and reserved disciples. Inside the island's central hall, 3 hidden sect leaders gather to wait for the coming force from State Wanxing. The green-robed leader warns that the enemy will arrive in a few days, but the pink-clothed woman coldly says they are ready to fight. She pushes harder and asks to lead an attack first, arguing they should strike before State Wanxing can settle in. The green-robed man cuts her off and says a rash attack would only drag the hidden sect into a worse position. She mocks him as a coward who should flee with the disciples instead of talking big from safety. That insult snaps him, and he exposes her real motive. She is not protecting the sect, she wants revenge on State Wanxing for driving her out. He lays out her bloody past in State Wanxing and warns that if she wants to gamble with her life, she should not drag the whole hidden sect down with her. Before the fight in the room can explode, Master Lu finally speaks and shuts both of them down. Master Lu says the hidden sect cannot waste lives here, especially after already hiding its most promising disciples inside a spatial treasure and sending them away. He orders them to hold the island, protect the remaining members, and avoid meaningless risks in a war they cannot afford to lose by attrition. Still, Master Lu refuses to let State Wanxing march in for free and says the enemy must pay a painful price before reaching the island. The pink-clothed woman instantly volunteers again, but Master Lu refuses to risk such an important fighter on the front line. Instead, Master Lu chooses a colder test: send the newly bred mutated demon beasts with a few master tamers and see how much damage they can do. Both leaders are immediately interested, because those mutated beasts were cultivated under Eugene's methods, and the missing sect master still casts a long shadow over them. A few days later, Su Ning stands on the fleet's deck with Fengqi and Tong Gang as they close to within 5 days of the hidden sect camp. As thunder rolls above them, Fengqi and Su Ning both sense the spiritual energy growing richer, a clear sign they are nearing the hidden sect's hidden base. Then the warship jolts with a violent impact from below, and the first strike of the ambush finally lands. Su Ning suspects an underwater demon beast, and Fengqi jumps straight into the sea before Su Ning can warn him that the beast is at high Dao level. Tong Gang follows at once, knowing the water gives the enemy too much of an advantage for Fengqi to fight alone. Battle booms under the hull, and Su Ning orders the fleet to slow down so the 2 fighters are not left behind in the storm. A second brutal shock rocks the ship, and this time Su Ning feels something is badly wrong. The sea suddenly splits open, and Tong Gang bursts back onto the deck carrying a horribly wounded Fengqi. Su Ning rushes over in alarm and immediately feeds Fengqi a healing pill to stop the bleeding. Tong Gang explains that after they subdued the beast below, it suddenly self-destructed, and Fengqi took the blast at close range. That answer bothers Su Ning immediately, because a high-level Dao realm demon beast should not be throwing its life away so blindly. Fengqi forces down another jade-green pill of his own, grimly noting that he barely escaped with just one missing arm. Before they can settle, 2 more impacts hammer nearby ships, and the ambush spreads across the fleet. Sea demon beasts start leaping onto the neighboring decks, and Tong Gang instantly realizes this is no random attack but a planned ambush. A fresh wave slams onto their own warship next, and Tong Gang bellows for everyone to defend against the enemy. The soldiers split targets by strength, but Su Ning joins the fighting himself and cuts down a weaker beast with one clean sweep of astral chi. As he fights, Su Ning notices the beast's eyes are empty and feral, more like mindless weapons than intelligent high-level sea monsters. Their bodies are wrong too, part familiar sea demon beast and part unnatural mutation, which all but confirms hidden sect tamers are behind this. Once Su Ning is sure, he stops holding back and draws the flowing cloud piercer, turning every strike into a clean kill. Even wounded, Feng Qi and Tong Gang rejoin the defense while Su Ning tears through the attackers faster than anyone else on the ship. Soon the deck is slick with demon beast blood and corpses, but Su Ning can see the rest of the fleet is suffering too, with some warships already overturned. When more powerful beasts try to blow themselves up, Su Ning kills them before they can finish, confirming the ambushers are treating these monsters as disposable bombs. That pattern points him to the real enemy, so Su Ning decides the hidden master tamers have to be nearby in the sea directing the attack. He tells Tong Gang and Feng Qi he is going out to look, then flies low over the water along the beast's approach route. A moment later Yu Qiao also breaks from the fleet, showing she has read the battle the same way Su Ning did. Su Ning guesses the tamers are masking themselves with aura concealment rings, so he pushes his perception to the limit and searches the sea for tiny disturbances instead. He finally catches one suspicious fluctuation under the sea and dives straight down with the flowing cloud piercer in hand. One explosive thrust shatters the hiding rocks and exposes a grey-robed hidden sect master tamer crouched underneath. The tamer panics and releases two sea beasts from a spatial treasure, but Su Ning kills them as easily as swatting flies. Su Ning drags the man out and demands to know where the other hidden sect ambushers are hiding. But before he can answer, the captive dies on the spot, killing himself the moment he is caught. Yu Qiao arrives with another dead grey-robed tamer in her hand and confirms she ran into the same problem. Su Ning checks the corpse and finds no poison, only broken heart meridians, which means the hidden sect prepared these ambushers to die rather than talk. The two of them search the nearby waters again, now hunting for every remaining hidden tamer before the fleet can be hit a second time. Other seeds finally catch on and start searching too, but Su Ning and Yu Qiao stay far ahead of everyone else. Su Ning and Yu Qiao each catch another grey-robed man, yet even knocking one unconscious cannot stop the same instant death mechanism. With 4 dead tamers recovered and no more traces nearby, Yu Qiao judges the hidden ambush team is probably wiped out. They head back to the fleet, and the other seeds can only watch in sour silence as Su Ning and Yu Qiao return with all the real results. Instead of going back to his own ship, Su Ning follows Yu Qiao onto the central warship to report directly to Fleet General Su Qian. Su Ning meets Su Qian for the first time and finds the Dao Realm 9th Stage General steady and imposing, but not oppressively overwhelming. Yu Qiao reports that they captured all the ambushes they could find, but none of the hidden sect tamers could be kept alive for questioning. After the ambush at sea, Su Qian praises Su Ning and Yu Qiao, saying their actions count as real merit in the Imperial campaign. When Su Qian asks who he is, Su Ning calmly identifies himself as Su Ning from Warship 17, quietly putting his name on the record. Su Qian dismisses them and keeps the dead tamers for investigation, while the fleet behind them has already recovered from the demon beast attack with replacement Dao warships in position. Back on deck together, Yu Qiao treats this as the start of a partnership, and says they can fight side by side again when they attack the hidden sect camp. Su Ning only gives a polite smile and leaves for his own ship, keeping his distance instead of warming to her. Watching him go, Yu Qiao lightly jokes to herself that maybe Su Ning is afraid she will outshine him, but she is amused rather than offended. Su Ning returns to Warship 17, where Tong Gang and the injured Feng Qi hurry over to ask what he found. Su Ning tells them that he and Yu Qiao found 4 beast tamers behind the ambush, but none survived to be questioned. Feng Qi is instantly envious, because Su Ning has already earned another contribution while he missed the chance due to his injuries. Tong Gang, impressed by Su Ning's strength and judgment, openly praises him and starts seeing him as someone worth befriending for the future. Su Ning tells Feng Qi to focus on healing, because they should reach the hidden sect in at most 10 days, and the real fight is still ahead. Feng Qi answers that he has already taken healing pills and should be back on his feet in a few days. After that first attack, the whole fleet stays on edge and enters full combat readiness, with everyone expecting a hard battle at the hidden sect base. 8 days later, the fleet finally slows as the hidden sect island comes into view ahead. From the bow, Su Ning studies the island and notes that although it is only about a third the size of the core sea demon sect, its spiritual energy is unusually dense for the endless sea. Tong Gang points out that the hidden sect is clearly ready, because a massive living wall of intertwined trees already seals off the whole island. On top of the tree wall, hidden sect disciples aim longbow Dao weapons outward, making it obvious they will fire the moment anyone tries to force entry. When Feng Qi asks what happens next, Tong Gang says they can only wait for General Su's orders from the central warship. The order soon arrives. Every warship spreads out to fully encircle the island so no one inside can slip away once the assault begins. Inside the island, Master Lu gathers the hidden sect defenders in a hall and grimly tells them that the forces from State Wanxing have arrived. Even with the enemy at their door, Master Lu orders everyone not to panic and insists they still have the strength to resist. He reveals their main defense. The secret treasure tree domain has wrapped the entire island, and no enemy will pass without first breaking that wall. Master Lu reminds them that the tree domain came from Sect Master Eugene, and he promises they can use that wall to punish anyone trying to force a breach. With morale steadier, Master Lu moves straight into battle planning and declares that if his orders are followed, the enemy will never get in. Outside the island, the siege settles into a dangerous standoff, with both sides waiting for the first serious move. Then Feng Qi spots a lone figure breaking from the central warship, and Tong Gang recognizes him as Deputy General Gu going forward alone to test the defenses. Watching his speed and aura, Su Ning judges that Deputy General Gu should be a Dao Realm 8th stage expert. As Deputy General Gu nears the island, the hidden sect unleashes a dense rain of metal Dao arrows that burst with power on impact. He calmly raises a Dao force barrier and pushes through the barrage, the arrows hammering the membrane without stopping him. Seeing him close in anyway, the guards on the wall start to panic until Elder Quan suddenly appears behind them. The moment the guards recognize Elder Quan, their confidence returns, because her reputation alone is enough to steady the line. Deputy General Gu tries the simplest answer first and rises to fly over the wall, but the tree domain reacts like a living thing and grows branches to block him. Forced back, he realizes this strange defense can actively track him instead of acting like an ordinary barrier. He answers with brute force, condensing a transparent spear packed with origin power and hurling it straight into the tree wall. The strike blasts a huge hole through the wall, and for a split second it looks like he has cracked the hidden sect's defense. But the opening closes almost immediately, and even Deputy General Gu is shaken by how fast the tree domain repairs itself. He tries a second method and activates a void stone, hoping to teleport inside and open the defenses from within. That fails too, because the tree domain even blocks spatial entry and leaves him shut out again. Elder Quan steps onto the wall and mocks him, boasting that the hidden sect's first-class treasure makes all of his efforts pointless. She even warns that if he keeps pressing them, their sect master will return and kill everyone outside. Deputy General Gu refuses to be cowed and fires back that the wall is difficult, not unbreakable, while urging the hidden sect to surrender before things get worse. Neither side gives ground, and Elder Quan only tells him to wait and see what happens next. Deputy General Gu finally withdraws to the flagship, while Elder Quan watches his retreat and starts wondering if the enemy really does have a hidden trump card. Back on the central warship, Deputy General Gu reports everything, and Su Qian identifies the tree domain as something closer to an outer world technique. That explanation unsettles Deputy General Gu, because even he only knows outer worlds as a dangerous high-level secret. So Deputy General Gu immediately suggests using the secret treasure combined formation to break the wall instead of wasting more solo attacks. Su Qian agrees at once and reveals that their Grandmaster already prepared exactly that formation before the expedition, expecting the hidden sect to have strong defenses. Su Qian sends the order across the fleet, "Everyone get ready," because they are about to tear open the enemy's tree wall with the combined formation. On Warship 17, Tong Gang relays the message to Su Ning and Feng Qi, and all three feel the siege finally shifting from waiting to assault. When Tong Gang says General Su will use the secret treasure combined formation to rip open the tree wall, excitement flashes across the ship as the real breach is about to begin. When Tong Gang says Su Qian is about to use a secret treasure combined formation to crack the island's tree wall, Su Ning immediately understands they are pulling out one of the Core Sea Demon Sect's rarest siege weapons. Tong Gang repeats Su Qian's orders to everyone on Warship 17, and the whole ship tightens into attack mode. A few high-level figures fly out from the central warship with matching secret treasures in hand, and this time Su Qian takes the lead himself. At Su Qian's shout, the treasures lock together and blaze with green fire as the combined formation comes alive. The linked treasures twist into a giant green fire python and lunge straight at the tree wall. Elder Quan finally loses her confidence, recognizes the formation, and urgently orders the nearby hidden sect disciples to retreat. The fire python smashes through the wall, races around the whole island, and burns the tree barrier apart so badly that it cannot regenerate. The instant the barrier falls, Tong Gang roars for the assault to begin and reminds everyone to spare any rebels who surrender. More than 100 Dao Realm Masters answer at once and pour off the ships, with Su Ning and Feng Qi following behind Tong Gang as Warship 17's team. For the invaders, the hidden sect defenders are not just enemies anymore but a field full of merit waiting to be claimed. The uproar forces Lu Qi and the hidden sect's top deacons out into the open, and one glance tells them the camp is already in real danger. Knowing the sect master will blame them if this base falls, Lu Qi orders every leader to take their disciples, release the mutated demon beasts, and throw everything into pushing the invaders back. Once the island fighting starts, Su Ning notices Warship 17's 10-man formations are terrifyingly efficient, letting soldiers below Dao Realm fight like a 7th-stage master together. Tong Gang charges at the front in high spirits, and Warship 17's linked formations rip through the hidden sect like a machine built for slaughter. Because Su Ning and Feng Qi are stronger than the formation squads, they act as spearheads and casually crush any tougher targets that try to slow the advance. As the same vanguard system rolls forward across the island, Lu Qi finally grasps the ugly truth that the hidden sect never had a real chance once the imperial court got serious. Su Qian appears directly in front of Lu Qi and tells him to surrender now if he wants his disciples to have any chance to live. Lu Qi spits back that surrender is impossible and attacks Su Qian with his life on the line, turning the clash between leaders into an all-out duel. Near Warship 17's formation, a hidden sect 8th stage expert nearly breaks the soldiers' line, and Tong Gang is already thinking about dispersing before Su Ning moves. Su Ning tears space open behind the attacker and kills him in one clean strike, leaving Tong Gang stunned at how easily he cuts down enemies above his own realm. Feng Qi sees that kill too, and his old urge to compete with Su Ning collapses into a bitter admission that only Duan Chaomian and Yu Qiao can really stand beside him now. The island keeps tipping harder toward total defeat as ordinary disciples are crushed by soldiers, deacons are held down by sect seeds, and even the hidden sect's top leaders are being beaten back. Under siege from 4 deputy generals, the green-robed man and Elder Quan burn pills and trump cards to force their strength near the 9th stage, but even that still is not enough. The green-robed man breaks first and begs to submit, and the imperial court immediately seals him away inside a secret treasure space. Elder Quan curses him as a traitor, then decides she has no choice left and crushes a void stone to run. Deputy General Gu stays calm because he has a treasure that can track spatial fluctuations, and their side has already interfered with space to shorten any escape jump. Elder Quan rematerializes on the same island in disbelief when the spatial interference ruins her escape. Before she can flee a second time, Su Ning happens to pass by, spots the space ripple, and immediately recognizes a chance to seize a high-value target for merit. Already furious and desperate, Elder Quan looks at Su Ning as if he is just a minor soldier in her way and decides to kill him with one strike. Su Ning answers with Night Weaver, sending the phantom of the night beast behind him and plunging Elder Quan's senses into darkness just as her void greatsword falls. Her near 9th stage blow crashes into Su Ning's fantasy heart armor, and the transparent full-body armor holds so well that even he is impressed. With Elder Quan blind and off balance, Su Ning knocks her out in a single blow and captures her on the spot. Deputy General Gu arrives a moment later, sees Elder Quan already taken, and gives Su Ning full credit for capturing a hidden sect elder. Su Ning hands Elder Quan over, and Deputy General Gu seals her into a spatial treasure while promising to report this merit to Su Qian. As they split up again, Deputy General Gu cannot help thinking that the Corsi demon sect is frightening if even an elementary origin realm seed can fight like Su Ning. Elsewhere, Su Qian has fully suppressed Lu Qi and tells him the camp is lost and surrender is the only path left. Lu Qi finally accepts that he misjudged the imperial court, but instead of yielding, that lonely realization twists into madness. He stuffs a fistful of blood-red pills into his mouth and forces his strength all the way to the peak of Dao Realm 9th stage for one last suicidal attack. Lu Qi charges to die together with Su Qian, and Su Qian realizes too late that the surrounding space has been sealed so he cannot escape with the Void Stone. But when Lu Qi's strongest blow lands, a gentle white light on Su Qian absorbs everything and reveals a life-saving technique from above the Dao Realm. Su Qian calmly tells him this protection was bestowed by his master, and Lu Qi dies with nothing left but helpless regret. After Lu Qi falls dead, Su Qian quietly accepts that he could not keep him alive, but the hidden sect camp has now been completely annihilated with losses still within plan. On the ruined hidden sect island, Deputy General Gu reports that the enemy has been wiped out or captured, while the ordinary people forced to live here were left unharmed. Su Qian orders a final sweep for any survivors from the hidden sect, but makes it clear the island's captives are to be left in peace. When Su Qian asks who stood out most among the Corsi demon sect seeds, Deputy General Gu answers without hesitation, Yu Qiao and Su Ning. Su Qian is not surprised at all, and he openly judges that both of them are strong enough to become elders even if they never win the sect master seat. With the battle over for now, Su Qian gives the army 3 days to rest on the island before the return trip. Afterward, Yu Qiao seeks out Su Ning and brings up the rumor that he managed to capture a hidden sect elder alive. Su Ning downplays it, saying the elder was already injured and being chased by Deputy General Gu, so he only grabbed the chance that opened up. Yu Qiao still gives him credit and admits that his performance in this mission probably ranks first among their group. She adds that only Duan Chaomian might have done better, because someone that strong would have harvested huge gains on his own battlefield too. The conversation turns casual when Yu Qiao asks about Su Ning's background, and he tells her he rebuilt the Swallow Heron sect just 2 or 3 years ago. Yu Qiao cheerfully says she will visit if she gets the chance, and Su Ning welcomes her without hesitation. That easy moment breaks when Su Ning notices the sky dimming above them for no clear reason. A violent wind sweeps the island, and thick black clouds crash down until they hang less than 100 meters above the ground. The pressure is so terrifying that Su Ning and Yu Qiao can barely breathe. Ordinary Dao Realm experts stiffen in place, and everyone weaker collapses helplessly to the ground. A lone figure descends slowly from the cloud layer, and Yu Qiao realizes with a jolt that this pressure belongs to a grandmaster. As Su Ning's heart tightens, Yu Qiao voices the name both of them fear. This could be Yu Jin, the vanished founder of the hidden sect. Su Ning immediately connects the dots, remembering the long-standing rumors that Yu Jin was a genius on the same level as the Duan family's grandmaster and might have already broken through. Hovering over the wrecked island, Eugene coolly remarks that it is embarrassing for even his casually made hidden sect to be destroyed this easily. Then he casually stirs the space below him, and hundreds of Imperial Court soldiers vanish in an instant without even having time to scream. Watching from nearby, Su Ning and Yu Qiao instantly understand that if that strike had landed on them instead, they would have died just as easily. When Eugene raises his hand again, Su Qian steps forward alone and shouts for him to stop, even as the Grand Master's pressure cracks his bones. Eugene looks at Su Qian like a child, notices a familiar shadow in him, and decides to kill him first. Just as that crushing attack drops towards Su Qian, a golden light tears into the black clouds and wipes the strike away. The newcomers are Duan Hui and the Corsi Demon Lord, and Su Qian instantly recognizes that his master has arrived. Su Ning also realizes who the silver-haired youth is, because only a true Grandmaster could stand beside the Corsi Demon Lord like that. Duan Hui addresses Eugene by name, the void trembles around them, and the three top figures vanish from the island together. The battlefield shifts to the thunderclouds above the endless sea, where Duan Hui bluntly confirms that Eugene really has comprehended a second world origin and stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Eugene answers with easy satisfaction, greeting Duan Hui and Duan Huiao like old acquaintances meeting again after many years. Their reunion pulls Duan Hui back to the past, when he and Eugene were celebrated across the generation as a matched pair of peerless prodigies. Back then, their talent did not stop at reaching the top of the Dao realm as people expected, because both men eventually climbed beyond it. But their friendship shattered over Eugene's master, who pursued a blood-soaked demonic technique and secretly murdered powerful warriors to advance. When the Imperial Court finally exposed the crimes and moved to execute that master, Eugene begged Duan Hui to intervene and spare him. Duan Hui refused because he believed the man deserved death, and that choice became the break either of them ever came back from. After his master was killed, Eugene changed completely, later broke into the elementary origin realm, and turned that grief into revenge against the Imperial Court's people. The court answered by hunting Eugene and disbanding the hidden mist sect, and when Duan Hui personally chased him down, their battle ended with both men injured and Eugene escaping overseas. Centuries later, the hidden sect appeared with a suspiciously similar name, and now this long-buried feud has finally come face to face again. Duan Hui drops the nostalgia and condemns Eugene outright for founding the hidden sect, causing slaughter, and wrecking the order of State Wanqing. Eugene only laughs at that morality, saying that after reaching their level, ordinary people are no more than ants beneath them. Duan Hui shoots back that they also rose from that same weak beginning, but Eugene dismisses the point completely. Eugene says he will let the island survivors go this time only because Duan Hui came in person, and he casually reveals that the hidden sect itself was nothing more than a toy to him. He then warns that their next meeting will be a fight to the death, which makes the tension snap tighter instead of easing. Duan Hui refuses to wait, and immediately calls for the battle to happen now, as deeper origin power surges through his body in two distinct circulation paths. That flare of power makes the rule clear. Only someone who has verified two world origins against each other can break the Dao realm bottleneck. Eugene stays completely unshaken and says a fight between equals has no meaning if either side can truly finish the other. Duan Hui still means to fight, so he tells Duan Huiyao to move aside, and Duan Huiyao quietly withdraws because he knows he would only become a burden here. As the two grandmasters square off alone, the sea for hundreds of miles empties of life because demon beasts are already fleeing the pressure and terror. Duan Hui attacks first with everything he has, summoning a star-filled sky behind him and gathering that stellar force into his body. Eugene answers with his own full power, calling up countless beast phantoms from beyond this world and drawing their red glow into himself. Their first collision detonates over the sea, blasting up 100-meter waves and tearing every black cloud out of the sky. When the shock finally settles, the silence itself tells the truth. Either Grandmaster has managed to overpower the other. Duan Hui feels helpless and a little shaken, because after that exchange he knows he still cannot kill or capture Eugene. Eugene calmly says their feud cannot be settled yet, because the real deciding step will come only when one of them first grasps the origin power of the infinite worlds. He makes the stakes brutally plain. Once one of them reaches that level, the other is doomed to die. With that warning, Eugene turns and disappears into thin air, and this time Duan Hui does not chase him. Left alone in the quiet sky, Duan Hui first feels bitter regret that he could not finish the enemy today, and then an unexpected wave of relief slips into his eyes. After the sea finally calms, Duan Huiyao appears beside Duan Hui and gets the answer he feared. Even after fighting, Duan Hui still could not stop Eugene. Duan Hui calmly explains that he and Eugene are too close in strength, so their clash right now cannot produce a winner. He says the next fight will be final only after one of them merges two world origins and comprehends the origin of the infinite worlds. Then Duan Hui lays out the stakes without softening them. If Eugene wins, Duan Hui dies, the Duan family is slaughtered, and State Wanqing could fall back into chaos and war. Duan Huiyao is shaken that Eugene still has not let go of his old hatred after all these years. When Duan Huiyao asks when the final clash will come, Duan Hui can only give a wide window, as fast as 3 years, or as slow as 100. Knowing the fate of the whole family now rests on Duan Hui, Duan Huiyao agrees to return, and Duan Hui orders him to settle the sect's successor quickly before entering the outer world again once his true origin recovers. 4 months later, Su Ning and the returning fleets finally make it back to State Wanqing, and the safe return of all 3 fleets shows their side won across the board. At the docks, Su Ning and Yu Qiao part from Su Qian on good terms, because the campaign and the long journey back have turned respect on both sides into something real. Su Qian's force still paid a price, with 8 of the 41 core sea demon sect seeds dead, but the losses are judged acceptable for a mission at this level. The surviving seeds head back toward the core sea demon sect in small groups, because even now they are still rivals whose merits will shape their future status. Compared with the others, Su Ning and Yu Qiao return together smoothly, and Su Ning's earlier sense of distance from her eases on the road back. As soon as Su Ning returns to the sect island, Gu Sanjing hurries out to meet him like an anxious steward finally seeing his master come home alive. When Gu Sanjing asks how the mission went, Su Ning answers modestly that there were twists, but his performance should have been good. That understated answer makes Gu Sanjing genuinely thrilled, because he knows Su Ning never boasts, which means the result was probably outstanding. After a few days of resting off the strain of the campaign, Su Ning is summoned to Island Heart Peak by order of the sect master. At Island Heart Peak, Su Ning finds only 5 others already there, including Yu Qiao and Duan Chaomian, and quickly guesses these 6 are the top picks from the selection. A flash of black fog cuts across the peak, and Duan Huiyao appears in front of the 6 finalists. Duan Huiyao tells them their hidden sect mission performance has pushed them into the final round. One of them will become the next sect master, and the other 5 will all become elders. The news instantly changes the mood, because even losing the final contest now guarantees an elder seat. Duan Huiyao adds that the final assessment itself will be announced within half a month, but first the Imperial Court and the sect are rewarding them for this mission. He tosses out 6 storage rings, 1 to each finalist, turning the announcement into something immediately tangible. Then Duan Huiyao singles Su Ning out in front of everyone, saying Su Qian's report praised him highly and his live capture of a 9th stage hidden sect elder earned him the biggest reward of all. Su Ning answers respectfully, a little caught off guard by being publicly praised by the core sea demon lord himself. With that, Duan Huiyao dismisses the 6 to wait for the next order, and the meeting on Island Heart Peak breaks apart. Unlike the others, Su Ning hurries straight home, because for him resources are not just support for cultivation but the fastest path to direct advancement. The moment his consciousness enters the storage ring, Su Ning is stunned by the scale of the reward inside. He quickly realizes the cache is worth nearly 100 million energy, with medicinal pills and spirit herbs alone exceeding 60 million. That estimate is enough to make his next breakthrough possible on the spot, so Su Ning stops thinking and starts absorbing the energy immediately. 2 full days later, Su Ning finishes absorbing the medicinal resources and gathers 62 million energy, just over what he needs to advance. He opens the martial arts panel and, without hesitating for even a breath, spends 60 million energy to break through. The breakthrough hits instantly as Su Ning steps into Dao Realm 8th stage, the Origin Connection Realm. Su Ning feels the change clearly. His core and body can now draw in origin power directly, not just spiritual energy, giving his Dao power a huge qualitative upgrade. With origin power available everywhere, Su Ning realizes this realm frees him from worrying about thin spiritual energy and lets him travel the endless sea realm far more safely. The breakthrough aura draws Gu Sanjing in at once, and he arrives just in time to sense that Su Ning has advanced again. When Su Ning confirms he has reached the Origin Connection realm, Gu Sanjing is first stunned and then delighted by how absurdly fast Su Ning is growing. A few days later, the 6 finalists are summoned again, this time not to the sect master's peak but to the Elders' Hall. Elder Wei receives them warmly and congratulates them as the sect's future elders, a reminder that their status has already changed even before the final winner is chosen. Elder Wei then announces that the content of the final assessment has finally been decided. Instead of testing direct combat again, the sect will now judge them by something very different, their ability to train the younger generation. He explains the logic bluntly. A sect that cannot raise capable successors will decline no matter how strong it looks right now. Because Duan Huiyao still has bigger matters to handle, the original governance-focused test is simplified into a half-year teaching contest. Each candidate must choose 3 disciples below the Dao realm, train them for half a year, and then let those disciples fight each other to decide who becomes the sect master's successor. The 6 finalists react at once, because the rules sound simple but clearly are not fair. Since they get to choose their own disciples, Duan Chaomian's status as the Duan family's 3rd prince gives him an obvious edge in gathering the best talents and pouring resources into them. Su Ning takes the bias in stride because he cares more about future resources than the sect master seat itself, but Yu Qiao and the others can only hide their frustration and accept the rules. In the Elders' Hall, Elder Wei asks one last time if anyone objects, but the room stays silent because everyone knows this decision came from the core sea demon lord himself. Once no one speaks up, Elder Wei dismisses them and orders each candidate to return in 10 days with their chosen disciples for registration and strength verification. The meeting breaks up with everyone carrying their own calculations, and Duan Chaomian is the first to stride out in a hurry. Duan Chaomian immediately realizes the assessment is tilted in his favor and suspects Duan Hui forced Duan Hui out to shape the rules this way. He rushes off to contact the imperial capital, determined to use his mother and uncle's help to gather the best talents before anyone else can move. Since he knows he cannot beat the crown prince for the throne, Duan Chaomian fixes on a different prize, becoming the next sect master of the Corsi demon sect. To him, that position would be enough to make even the crown prince and the other kings treat him with respect. After the group disperses, Yu Qiao seeks out Su Ning and bluntly complains that the whole assessment is obviously favoring Duan Chaomian. Her reaction makes it clear she still cares deeply about the sect master seat and sees Duan Chaomian as her fiercest rival. Yu Qiao had already shown goodwill to Su Ning after he was rated extreme, hoping his presence would put extra pressure on Duan Chaomian. Su Ning stays much calmer and tells her the rules will not change, so the only real answer is to find suitable talents fast and train them well. Yu Qiao can tell Su Ning is not especially driven by this kind of power struggle, and that only leaves her more conflicted. In the end, Yu Qiao gives up complaining and walks away resolved to gamble everything on this contest. Left alone, Su Ning starts thinking seriously about where he can find 3 disciples good enough for the test. His first answer is Duan Chaofeng, since that faction should still be strong enough to locate 3 promising candidates even if it lags behind Duan Chaomian's side. Then another idea flashes through his mind. Fan Yuli might be worth bringing over too, because his strange talent and terrifying growth speed could still produce a miracle. Remembering how Fan Yuli once insisted on joining Swallow Heron's sect just to take him as master, Su Ning becomes more convinced that this reckless disciple is special. After returning to his residence, Su Ning immediately writes 2 letters, one to the Harmony King Mansion and one to Swallow Heron sect. To save time, he sends the letters out on the mid-level Dao Realm flying demon beast that once carried him to the Corsi demon sect. Gu Sanjing even volunteers to escort the beast, making sure nothing goes wrong on the road. Su Ning does not have to wait long, because on the 7th day Gu Sanjing returns with the people he asked for. The returning group includes 3 juniors to be trained and, to Su Ning's surprise, Zhang He as well. Zhang He greets Su Ning warmly, genuinely pleased to see how far he has risen since leaving their side. To Zhang He, Su Ning has fully lived up to Duan Chaofeng's hopes and now stands as a future elder, maybe even a future successor to the Corsi demon lord. Su Ning asks why Zhang He came too, still smiling but clearly curious. Zhang He explains that Duan Chaofeng worried Su Ning might not have enough people, so he sent Zhang He along to support him. He adds that after receiving Su Ning's request for 2 talented disciples below the Dao realm, Duan Chaofeng pushed every connection he had to find them as fast as possible. At Zhang He's signal, the 2 selected disciples step forward to meet Su Ning properly. They introduce themselves as Bian Huang from State Kuqing's Long Night sect and Ling Jia from the Ling family of State Luji. Ling Jia's background catches Su Ning's attention, because State Luji is not part of Duan Chaofeng's territory. Zhang He quickly explains that Princess Mo Lan helped secure Ling Jia, showing that Mo Lan also put real effort into Su Ning's request. That answer tells Su Ning something else too. The relationship between Duan Chaofeng and Mo Lan seems to have improved a lot. Facing Su Ning in person, Bian Huang and Ling Jia both look visibly nervous, because they are standing before a famous origin connection realm expert and future sect elder. But underneath that pressure, both young talents are excited, because half a year under Su Ning could sharpen their strength and tie them to a major figure. Su Ning gives the pair a simple approval, and even that brief praise immediately lights them up. Before the moment can settle, Fan Yuli squeezes forward from the back and loudly reminds Su Ning that he is here too. Even after time in Swallow Heron sect, Fan Yuli still acts like the same reckless, unpolished disciple around Su Ning. Su Ning checks his cultivation and is pleased to find Fan Yuli has already reached the Void Realm 8th stage. Fan Yuli immediately fires back that if Su Ning had not delayed his training, he would already have broken into the 9th stage. Watching that exchange, Bian Huang and Ling Jia cannot help feeling a little jealous, because neither of them would dare talk to Su Ning so casually. Su Ning only laughs, telling Fan Yuli not to fuss over being 2 days late to True Domain and revealing that he called him here to help him reach the Dao realm faster. That promise instantly changes Fan Yuli's mood, and he answers with a simple grin, making Su Ning promise to keep his word. After bringing his 3 chosen youths in, Su Ning takes them to Elder Wei to register them for the sect master assessment. At Elder Wei's desk, Su Ning learns that Duan Chaomian already has 3 disciples selected, while Yu Qiao and the other seed candidates still have not brought theirs. That immediately shows Su Ning the gap in backing, because Duan Chaomian's connections are clearly letting him move faster than everyone else. Back at the garrison, Su Ning turns captured Dao weapons and other useless loot into medicinal herbs and pills he can actually use. With his new status in the Corsi demon sect, he easily gathers enough materials to gain another 20 million units of energy. He pours all of that energy into the Corsi Pill Sutra and pushes it straight to the 9th level. Su Ning chooses alchemy first because pills are his sharpest tool for raising his 3 disciples fast without wrecking their future. After preparing more supplementary medicines, Su Ning leaves the island with Zhang He and the 3 disciples to train somewhere isolated from outside interference. Their destination is the frozen mountain chain in northern state Wanqing, a deadly place where even Void Realm experts struggle and Dao Realm beasts lurk under the snow. But with Su Ning and Zhang He guarding them, the three younger disciples can focus on cultivation instead of survival. Zhang He plants Duan Chaofeng's small tree world seed into the frozen ground to create their secluded training base. The seed erupts into a great tree, turning the empty mountain into a hidden cultivation site. Standing before the great tree, Su Ning tells the three that for the next half year he will train them with everything he has. The three answer him with open gratitude, knowing this secluded training is their chance to leap upward. Su Ning goes a step further and declares that all three are now his in-name disciples. Bian Huang and Ling Jia are stunned on the spot, because this is no longer just guidance from a powerful elder but a real master-disciple tie. They immediately salute him as master, thrilled to have truly entered Su Ning's line. Even Fan Yuli is moved, because the wish Su Ning once refused back at Swallow Heron sect has finally come true. Su Ning turns to Bian Huang and Ling Jia first, saying he has already mapped their foundations and will now push them into the Dao realm before sending them against demon beasts for real combat training. He gives each of them a bottle of custom-refined pills and orders them to take one every day until he prepares the next batch. Su Ning reassures them that these medicines are tailored to help, not the kind of reckless boost that burns away future potential. The two trust him completely, and they also understand the bigger truth. If they help Su Ning win a sect master position, they may someday rise from in-name disciples to true disciples. Su Ning sends Bian Huang and Ling Jia into the small tree world to cultivate, but he keeps Fan Yuli behind for a different conversation. Once they are alone, Su Ning tells Fan Yuli he has finally formed a guess about the strange power in his body. Su Ning says Fan Yuli may carry the bloodline of the Devour Beast. Zhang He is startled too, because the Devour Beast, like the Night Beast, is one of State Wanqing's 6 apex demon beasts. Su Ning explains that Fan Yuli's swallowing and growing mechanism matches the Devour Beast too closely, and he has already sensed unusual bloodline energy in him. He admits he once thought mixed human and demon beast blood was too absurd to believe, until he saw a hidden sect expert fuse top-tier beast blood into himself during the attack on the Harmony King mansion. That memory clicks for Zhang He as well, because he had seen Louis sprout wings during Su Ning's earlier battle. Fan Yuli takes the news in with a strange look, but Su Ning cautions that it is still only a theory for now. True to his straightforward nature, Fan Yuli lets the mystery rest and chooses to focus on getting stronger first. This time Su Ning hands Fan Yuli a whole storage ring, not just a bottle, and the amount of medicine inside catches him off guard. When Fan Yuli asks about the unfamiliar pills, Su Ning tells him many were specially invented or improved just for his physique. The care behind that answer lands with Fan Yuli, and he thanks Su Ning with real sincerity. Su Ning is openly betting more on Fan Yuli than the other two, because he can already see that Fan Yuli's ceiling is much higher. Fan Yuli feels that expectation too, and he enters the small tree world carrying both the pills and the pressure to deliver. After Fan Yuli goes in, Zhang He quietly says he hopes the three disciples will not disappoint Su Ning. Su Ning only smiles and says they just need to do their best, even though both men know his rising status is already approaching Duan Chaofeng's level. 2 months pass in the snow mountains, and under Su Ning's pills and guidance all three disciples finally break through the void bottleneck into the Dao realm. Now in a sparring match, Fan Yuli charges Bian Huang with a giant axe wrapped in Dao power. Bian Huang dodges and counters with his own Dao-infused sword, but the exchange already feels one-sided under Fan Yuli's brute force. From a nearby mountain, Su Ning and Zhang He watch the duel while Ling Jia stands behind them after already being crushed by Fan Yuli earlier. Zhang He praises Fan Yuli on the spot, because the first stage of Dao realm has made his already monstrous body even more oppressive. Ling Jia can finally see why Su Ning favored Fan Yuli so heavily, since even at the same realm she cannot compete with his speed of growth, or his combat instincts. Su Ning calmly realizes Bian Huang is about to break under the pressure. A moment later Fan Yuli catches the opening and slams Bian Huang hard into the thick snow. Fan Yuli shouts in triumph, drunk on the fight, while Bian Huang pops up from the snow and admits defeat. But Fan Yuli does not stop, because the thrill of battle has already pushed his eyes red and his mind away. Bian Huang panics and dodges the follow-up blow, but the axe still tears open his arm badly enough to expose bone. Seeing Fan Yuli charging at him with that crazed face, Bian Huang turns and runs straight towards Su Ning for protection. Su Ning is not surprised, because this berserk relapse has already happened before since Fan Yuli entered the Dao realm. He has already figured out the cause too. Fan Yuli's bloodline boosts his combat power, but once the fighting excites him too much, it also steals his reason. Su Ning steps in front of Fan Yuli and ends the rampage with a single tap to the forehead. The red fades from Fan Yuli's eyes, and he comes back to himself at once. Realizing what happened, Fan Yuli sees Bian Huang's injury and apologizes in obvious shame. Bian Huang says it is fine now that the danger is over, but the fear still lingers in his eyes. Fan Yuli turns helplessly to Su Ning, finally feeling the weight of this flaw in his own body. Su Ning pats his shoulder and promises that after watching him a little longer, he will find a way to deal with the bloodline's madness. After calming Fan Yuli down, Su Ning gathered his 3 named disciples and openly praised how much they had grown in 2 months. He set a brutal new target for the next 4 months, at minimum Astral Chi realm, and ideally straight into Origin Returnance realm. That goal sounded outrageous, But the three of them believed it because Su Ning had tailored pills for each of them and personally guided every step of their training. The three answered in unison, full of confidence, and accepted their master's impossible-sounding demand without hesitation. After that, the disciples returned to the small tree world, but Zhang He stayed behind to warn Su Ning that Fan Yuli's instability could not be ignored. Su Ning said he was already working on a pill to suppress Fan Yuli's instinctive outbursts, because both men knew Fan Yuli was their biggest hope for the coming assessment. 4 more months flew by, and half a year was finally up. Looking over the frozen landscape, Su Ning decided it was time to return to the Corsi Demon sect for the assessment. He called Fan Yuli, Bian Huang, and Ling Jie out, and the three disciples now carried themselves like completely different people. In just 4 months, all three had reached the 3rd stage of the Dao realm, with Fan Yuli breaking through first and Ling Jie last. Their speed was even faster than Su Ning's old path, because he had once fought for every resource alone while they advanced under his direct care and abundant support. Su Ning reminded himself that this explosive growth could only happen in the early Dao stages, and that the climb would slow once they entered the mid-levels. When Su Ning announced that it was time to go back and wait for the assessment, all three disciples visibly tensed at the thought of finally being judged. Bian Huang and Ling Jie felt almost suffocated, because they knew their performance could shape not just Su Ning's future, but the balance of power at the top of State Wanqing. Seeing that pressure, Su Ning calmly told them to relax and said he did not care whether he became sect master as long as they truly gave their best. Those words hit hard, and the three disciples answered with fresh resolve instead of fear. Bian Huang promised firmly that they would do everything they could for him. Ling Jie gritted her teeth and swore they would not disappoint their master. Beside them, Fan Yuli puffed up his chest and eagerly declared that he was in too. Su Ning had already solved the immediate danger in Fan Yuli's bloodline problem by refining a special pill that kept him rational during battle. It was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause, but after Fan Yuli once injured Bian Huang in a frenzy, this was the best answer they had. A flying demon beast cried out overhead as Zhang He arrived, already having packed away the small tree world for the trip. Su Ning led the group onto the beast's back, and they left the snowy mountain in a streak of light. A few days later, Su Ning and his disciples finally returned to the island of the Corsi Demon sect. Without delay, Su Ning brought the three disciples to report to Elder Wei. Elder Wei was genuinely surprised when he saw that all three disciples had reached Origin Returnant's realm after only half a year. He praised Su Ning not just as a fighter, but as a first-rate teacher too. Elder Wei told him there were still 10 days left before the final assessment, and so far no other seed had returned. That made Su Ning realize the others were probably squeezing out every last bit of progress before the deadline. Then Elder Wei revealed that the contest would be held at Island Heart Peak with both the Sect Master and Grand Master Duan Hiri present. Even Su Ning was caught off guard, remembering how overwhelming Duan Hiri had felt the last time he appeared. For the disciples, the pressure spiked again, because now they would be judged by the strongest man in all of State Wanqing. Elder Wei finished the registration, hinted that Su Ning's disciples might be this year's surprise, and sent them off to wait. Su Ning settled his group into a courtyard at the foot of the island and waited for the assessment day to arrive. Over the next few days, the other 5 seeds returned one after another with the disciples they had raised. Su Ning learned that only Duan Chaomian had produced a disciple in Dao Realm 4th stage, while the rest topped out at 3rd stage. That comparison made Su Ning more confident, because Fan Yuli had reached the peak of Origin Returnant's realm, and might even win outright if the rules favored him. 10 days later, Su Ning arrived first at Island Heart Peak with Fan Yuli, Bian Huang, and Ling Jie for the final assessment. One by one, the other seeds arrived too, until Duan Chaomian appeared last with the confidence of someone expecting to win. Among Duan Chaomian's disciples, one young man stood out immediately, the striking, half-veiled Pei Bing. Su Ning recognized him as Pei Bing, the temporarily recruited disciple who had already reached core materialization realm under a hidden master. Even so, after quietly judging everyone's aura, Su Ning felt his own 3 disciples were not inferior to the field. On paper, Duan Chaomian's team was still the strongest with 1 4th stage disciple and 2 3rd stage disciples, while Su Ning and Yu Qiao stood just behind him. Duan Chaomian made the same calculation from the other side and decided that only Su Ning and Yu Qiao were real threats. He also felt something strange about Fan Yuli, but trusted that Pei Bing's 4th stage foundation was too solid to be overturned by a lower realm fighter. Soon, several Corsi Demon sect elders appeared, and the disciples grew visibly uneasy under so many top Dao experts at once. Then black fog suddenly spread across the peak, and 2 terrifying figures stepped out of it. Grandmaster Duan Hui and Sect Master Duan Huiyao did not even need to release their aura fully for the disciples to go pale under the pressure. The elders, seeds, and disciples all bowed at once to greet the Grandmaster and Sect Master. Once the 2 leaders were seated, Elder Wei formally declared the final assessment open. Elder Wei explained the first test. The 6 teams would draw lots, fight in 3 rounds, and the first side to take 2 wins would advance. The seeds stepped forward to draw bamboo sticks, and the colors on the lots decided the matchups. Su Ning drew Fan Xinjian, whose team was clearly weaker, and Fan Xinjian himself took the result with calm resignation. Yu Qiao had worse luck, because her draw put her directly against Duan Chaomian in a hard early clash. Duan Chaomian disliked the pairing because beating Yu Qiao would probably force his disciples to reveal trump cards too early. Even so, he still preferred this over facing Su Ning's side and that unusually dangerous Fan Yuli right away. With the draw complete, Elder Wei raised a barrier over Island Heart Peak and turned the mountaintop into the assessment arena. The first battle would be Su Ning's team against Fan Xinjian's team, and Su Ning immediately chose Ling Jia to open the match. Ling Jia was startled that she was going first, and her nerves instantly tightened. Su Ning told her she was no weaker than anyone on the other side, and his steady confidence finally settled her. With Fan Yuli and Bian Huang cheering her on, Ling Jia gathered her courage and stepped into the barrier. Fan Xinjian's strongest disciple was already waiting inside, and the first clash carried the weight of the whole matchup. Knowing that an opening defeat would doom his master's chances, the opposing disciple introduced himself under heavy pressure and prepared to fight as the assessment truly began. Inside the barrier, Ling Jia cracked her black gold whip through the air while her opponent answered with a 13-blade formation, and neither side could break the other at first. Watching from behind Su Ning, Bian Huang got visibly anxious because this deadlock was happening to Ling Jia, the girl he had quietly grown close to. Fan Yuli calmly said Ling Jia would definitely win, and Su Ning immediately noticed he was seeing the fight the same way. When Bian Huang asked why, Fan Yuli said Ling Jia's power felt steady while her opponent already felt like he was forcing himself on borrowed momentum. Bian Huang admitted he felt the opposite, but Fan Yuli bluntly told him he had simply judged it wrong. Su Ning hid a smile and realized Fan Yuli's instinct was terrifying, because he could read an enemy's hidden weakness in the middle of battle. A moment later Ling Jia proved them right by dropping her defense and sending the whip forward like a black python in one sudden kill attempt. Her opponent reacted too late, and Ling Jia lashed him across the chest again and again until blood reached his mouth and his counterattack died on the spot. Before he could even surrender, Ling Jia's whip had already looped around his neck and Elder Wei declared the match over. Relieved that she had not embarrassed her master in the opening fight, Ling Jia politely released her opponent and accepted his respect. When Ling Jia returned, Su Ning openly praised her, and that simple approval made her smile even wider. Su Ning sent Bian Huang up next, and with the realm gap on his side, Bian Huang crushed his second stage opponent in only a dozen breaths. Elder Wei announced another win for Su Ning's side, and Bian Huang stepped out with a respectful salute after the easy victory. With 2 straight victories, Su Ning knocked Fan Xinjian out of the assessment, and Fan Xinjian could only accept the expected result with a quiet sigh. The next seeded clash was Yu Qiao against Duan Chaomian, and even Duan Huiyao and Duan Hui turned their attention toward the barrier. Duan Huiyao was still uneasy, because this final assessment format had been Duan Hui's idea and it clearly favored Duan Chaomian. As the fight began, Su Ning watched closely because every exchange here could reveal useful habits and trump cards for the rounds ahead. Su Ning soon judged that Duan Chaomian's disciple was slightly stronger, even though both sides looked close on the surface. After a long exchange, Yu Qiao's disciple exposed a flaw, and Duan Chaomian's side seized it immediately to take the first round. The second disciple stepped in, but Duan Chaomian still refused to reveal Pei Bing, which made Yu Qiao's face grow more serious. Yu Qiao had already sent out her strongest disciple because if she held him back any longer, she might not even survive to a third match. Even while pressured, Duan Chaomian's disciple stayed unnervingly calm, and Su Ning quietly judged his combat experience and judgment to be a level above the others. Because he could not turn his advantage into a win, Yu Qiao's disciple gradually grew impatient, and his movements started to lose shape. Su Ning saw the reversal coming before it happened, because that impatience was exactly the opening Duan Chaomian's side had been waiting for. Yu Qiao's disciple finally gambled on a sudden burst attack, but Duan Chaomian's disciple had already read that desperate move and shut it down cleanly. The failed gamble left a fatal opening, and Duan Chaomian's disciple instantly switched from patient defense to a storm of attacks. One blast of astral chi smashed into Yu Qiao's disciple's waist, spraying blood and ending the match before he could recover. Elder Wei declared Duan Chaomian the winner, and Yu Qiao was eliminated without taking even one round. Su Ning was impressed, because that disciple's mature control was beyond anything Ling Jia or Bian Huang could match right now. Yu Qiao could only swallow her frustration and hope Su Ning's team might somehow create a miracle against the hidden threat of Pei Bing. The last 2 seeds fought next, and the side with 2 third-stage disciples and 1 second-stage disciple took the win to finish the opening round. With the first round complete and every stronger roster advancing as expected, Duan Huiyao admitted Duan Chaomian now looked like the favorite. Duan Hui quietly disagreed, because the disciple standing beside Su Ning was no ordinary character. Both princes had already noticed the strange energy inside Fan Yuli, and even they could not identify it at a glance. Elder Wei then explained the second round, a battle of attrition where each side would send disciples in drawn order and the later position carried the edge. Su Ning, Duan Chaomian, and Lu Weiwen all understood the same thing at once: drawing third would be the best spot. When they drew lots, Su Ning got the lucky third position, Duan Chaomian got first, and Lu Weiwen landed in the middle. Su Ning knew that draw gave him a real advantage, but Duan Chaomian looked completely unmoved by being first. After the order was set, Elder Wei announced that Duan Chaomian and Lu Weiwen would start the attrition round after a short break. Back with his disciples, Suning immediately fixed the order as Ling Jia first, Bian Huang second, and Fan Yuli last. That lineup was exactly what everyone expected, because Fan Yuli was the only one Suning believed could really answer Pei Bing at the end. Suning told all three to fight without fear because he would not blame them for losing, and that reassurance finally eased their nerves. The break ended, Elder Wei called Duan Chaomian and Lu Weiwen to send up their disciples, and the final round officially began. The disciple contest opens with Duan Chaomian and Lu Weiwen both sending out their weakest disciples, but Lu Weiwen is already at a realm disadvantage. As expected, Lu Weiwen's weakest disciple loses first, giving Duan Chaomian's side an early edge. Suning calmly sends Ling Jia in next, and she steps into the barrier with a determined face. Ling Jia's whip crashes against Sword Shadows, but after a hard 15 minutes she starts slipping into a passive defense. Bian Huang and Fan Yoli try to cheer her on, but Suning can already tell she has no path to turn the fight around. Ling Jia finally loses after half an hour, though she leaves her opponent cut up badly enough that his next fight will be rough. She comes out feeling ashamed, but Suning gently tells her she did well and gives her a healing pill instead of blame. Watching from the side, Yu Qiao and Fan Xingzhan start to feel Duan Chaomian has the clear advantage after his disciple wins twice in a row. Lu Weiwen's next disciple nearly finishes the wounded swordsman, but one anxious mistake opens a flaw and gets him eliminated too. That makes 3 straight eliminations for Duan Chaomian's first disciple before Suning finally sends Bian Huang up. Bian Huang sees the other side is spent and attacks fast, ending the exhausted swordsman in less than a dozen breaths. Elder Wei announces Suning's side as the winner of that round, and Duan Chaomian answers by sending out his calm, terrifyingly talented disciple. The moment that disciple walks over, Bian Huang feels the pressure spike because he knows this opponent fights cleanly and never shows openings. Bian Huang holds on at first, but the longer they trade, the more it feels like one tiny mistake will end everything. Under that constant pressure, Bian Huang is eventually defeated, leaving Suning's side with only Fan Yuli. Pei Bing smiles and thinks he might not need to fight at all, but Duan Chaomian warns him that Fan Yuli is the one disciple he cannot underestimate. Pei Bing still doubts it because Fan Yuli is only at the 3rd stage of the Dao realm, yet Duan Chaomian insists he must be careful. Fan Yuli catches Pei Bing staring, reads it as a challenge, and glares back with his fighting spirit already rising. Then Fan Yuli makes a throat-slitting gesture at him, and Pei Bing's relaxed smile disappears on the spot. Pei Bing looks away at last, but now he badly wants Fan Yuli to survive long enough for their match. Lu Weiwen's last disciple goes up against the calm swordsman and gets eliminated too, ending her side's run completely. The calm disciple still looks stable after 2 more wins, so Fan Yuli now has to beat both of Duan Chaomian's strongest disciples by himself. Fan Yuli charges out eagerly for his turn, and Suning just smiles like he really believes a miracle is coming. As Fan Yuli steps up, Duan Hui, Duan Huiyao, and the elders all turn their attention to him because they can feel something strange inside his body. Instead of attacking right away, Fan Yuli grins, says he can finally show off, and pulls out an ice blue pill. Elder Wei immediately stops him because pills are banned in this battle of attrition. Fan Yuli fires back without fear, saying the pill is not for buffing or recovery but because he is afraid of killing his opponent. His arrogant line stuns the whole venue, while Suning only gives a helpless little smile instead of panicking. Before Elder Wei can decide, the pill floats away on its own and lands in Duan Huiyao's hand for inspection. Duan Huiyao studies it and tells Duan Hui this is a new kind of pill that simply suppresses excitement. Duan Hui approves it on the spot, and with the strongest figure's word, Elder Wei drops the objection. Fan Yuli thanks Duan Huiyao, swallows the pill, and a cold sensation quickly spreads through his body. Then he summons the giant axe Suning gave him, and his whole body surges with a fierce, oppressive aura. Even Pei Bing watching below gets excited, because Fan Yuli finally looks every bit as dangerous as Duan Chaomian warned. Fan Yuli attacks first like a human-shaped demon beast, using raw physical power instead of the usual astral chi style. His first axe blow smashes the calm disciple's sword guard and sends him flying instantly. Before the man can recover, Fan Yuli appears over him and hammers him straight into the ground. The whole venue goes dead silent, because none of the earlier fights came close to leaving that kind of crater. Elder Wei snaps out of it, rushes into the barrier, and drags the unconscious disciple out of the pit. Checking the injuries, Elder Wei is shaken to find shattered bones and a strange force still rampaging through the disciple's body. Even Elder Wei starts wondering if Fan Yuli is some kind of demon beast in human shape. Duan Huiyao quietly calls him a humanoid demon beast, but Duan Hui corrects him. Fan Yuli is human, just carrying Devour Beast's bloodline. That answer only makes things stranger, because even Duan Hui says he cannot implant a beast bloodline into a human like this. Duan Hui suspects it may be a method from an outer world, which makes Duan Huiyao immediately think of Eugene. They still do not decide Fan Yuli belongs to Eugene, but they agree he must be investigated later. Once Elder Wei settles the injured disciple and announces the result, Suning's side takes another win. Now even Duan Chaomian turns serious and asks Pei Bing how confident he is against that monster. Pei Bing answers honestly that he is only 50% sure, or 70% if he uses his first-class secret treasure. Duan Chaomian tells him to go all out, and Pei Bing steps forward with full confidence to meet Fan Yuli himself. The two finally face each other, trading names first because both can feel the other's battle hunger. Their fight starts brutally, with Fan Yuli's axe strikes throwing out sonic booms while Pei Bing proves far stronger than the disciple before him. Pei Bing can actually evade Fan Yuli's heavy attacks and keep making trouble for him, turning the match into a real clash instead of a stomp. Watching the cross-realm fight, Yu Qiao cannot help admiring Su Ning again for being monstrous himself, and somehow raising a disciple like this too. But as the battle drags on, Pei Bing realizes the real problem. His Dao power is burning away fast while Fan Yuli still does not look tired at all. Knowing he will lose if this continues, Pei Bing hardens his resolve and decides it is finally time to use that first-class secret treasure. Pei Bing suddenly breaks off his attack, puts away his golden spear, and draws a red-gold short sword that feels far more dangerous. Su Ning recognizes the weapon at once and realizes Duan Chaomian actually handed Pei Bing a first-class secret treasure. Su Ning knows that kind of treasure is normally for high-level Dao experts, and forcing a younger fighter to use it can damage their future. Up above, Grandmaster Duan Hui frowns in open disapproval when he sees Pei Bing using the first-class treasure. Duan Hui bluntly says using that treasure this way is no better than running a junior with a temporary buff pill. Duan Hui lightly suggests disqualifying Duan Chaomian, but Duan Hui still leans toward his clansman and only draws one firm line. If Duan Chaomian still loses now, he will not interfere again. On the field, Fan Yuli also senses what that sword is and decides he has to finish this before the weapon crushes him. Pei Bing pours Dao power into the short sword and lunges, knowing he cannot keep using it for long. Just as Fan Yuli tries to dodge, the sword's power drags at him like a swamp and locks his movement down. Forced to block head-on, Fan Yuli takes the strike and feels a sharp invasive force rip through his body. Pei Bing presses mercilessly, chaining blow after blow because he knows the longer this drags on, the worse it gets for him. Each collision sends more pain through Fan Yuli, and he realizes he is about to lose the match that decides Su Ning's future. Instead of taking another suppressing pill, Fan Yuli chooses the dangerous path and lets his bloodline frenzy rise. He throws back his head and roars so wildly that the whole arena feels like a demon beast just woke up in the ring. Bian Huang and Ling Jia instantly realize senior brother Fang has stopped suppressing himself, and Su Ning quietly prepares to rescue his disciple if this goes wrong. Pei Bing is rattled for a split second by that monstrous aura, then forces himself to attack even harder before Fan Yuli fully turns the fight. Fan Yuli's frenzy fully erupts, shattering the sword's restraint and swelling his body into a larger, more brutal form. The fight flips instantly, and the same Pei Bing who was pressing the attack is suddenly forced into desperate defense. Pei Bing understands the new balance perfectly. Fan Yuli can still take hits, but one clean axe strike will end him. Even the spectators are stunned now, because Fan Yuli is overpowering an opponent who is wielding a first-class secret treasure. At the worst possible moment, Pei Bing's movement falters, and Fan Yuli smashes the short sword right out of his guard. Fan Yuli flashes behind him and raises the axe again, his eyes empty of reason and full of killing intent. Before the axe can fall, Elder Wei appears behind Fan Yuli and taps the back of his head, knocking him out on the spot. With that, Elder Wei announces the result. Su Ning's side wins the final match. This is not just 1-1 anymore. Fan Yuli's madness has just carried Su Ning all the way to final victory and the successor's seat. Bian Huang and Ling Jia burst with joy, because Su Ning becoming sect master also lifts their own futures and status with him. Duan Chaomian feels the sting of defeat, but after using every trick he had, all he can do is accept that this loss is final. Yu Qiao watches Su Ning with mixed feelings, unwilling to lose yet oddly relieved that the man who beat Duan Chaomian also beat everyone else. Duan Huiyao jokes that even after all Duan Hui's pressure to favor Duan Chaomian, the sect still ended up in someone else's hands. Duan Hui accepts the outcome and turns serious, telling his brother to step down and focus on outer world origins while he himself prepares for the future battle against Yu Jin. Then Duan Hui tells Duan Huiyao to bring Su Ning over, and to learn more about Fan Yuli before calling him separately. Down on the field, Pei Bing is already being treated, and Fan Yuli wakes up under Elder Wei's intervention, smiling the moment he realizes he must have won. Fan Yuli hurries to Su Ning like a proud disciple asking for approval, and Su Ning answers with a simple, happy praise. Su Ning is pleased not just by the title but by what it means: control of major resources, faster progress to the 9th Dao stage, and maybe even a path above it. When Duan Huiyao calls his name across the field, Su Ning immediately goes to meet the two highest figures of the sect. With a sweep of Duan Huiyao's sleeve, Su Ning is brought straight to the 12th level of the Corsi Tower, where the sect's top brass meet. Mou appears in the chamber and is genuinely surprised that the newest seed contender really became Duan Huiyao's successor. After everyone sits, Duan Huiyao confirms Su Ning used to run a small sect and takes that as proof he can handle ruling this one with the elder's help. Duan Huiyao then explains why he built the Corsi Demon sect and what it truly carries, and the more Su Ning learns, the more he accepts this inheritance. Then Duan Hui takes over, and even with his aura restrained, Su Ning still feels the terrifying gap between them when the Grandmaster asks about Fan Yoli's origins. Su Ning tells them everything he knows, and when Fan Yoli's background still comes up blank, the two brothers silently suspect a link to Eugene. Without saying more on that point, Duan Huiyao formally hands Su Ning a Black Sect Master token and a memory crystal, making the transfer of authority real. Duan Huiyao names the gift inside the crystal the Ink Feather Clone Technique, a special origin technique Su Ning should start cultivating now because he will definitely need it later. Inside the Corsi Tower, Su Ning receives a Sect Master token and a memory crystal, then pauses when he hears the new origin technique is called the Ink Feather Clone Technique. Su Ning instinctively looks at MOU, and the smug black bird confirms the technique was built from its own bloodline as a template. Duan Hui explains that outer world exploration is normally too dangerous and treasure dependent, so they developed this clone technique from MOU to let a separate body do the exploring. That catches Su Ning immediately, because he already knows outer worlds exist beyond this one, separated by strange space and time. Duan Hui tells him the real reason only after Dao Realm 9th stage matters. Exploring outer worlds is the only path past the Dao bottleneck. Su Ning does not press for more, but the hint of a higher martial path leaves him even more determined to reach the 9th stage. Duan Huiyao adds one more limit. Su Ning can only practice the first half now, because the second half needs true origin from the 9th stage. Su Ning understands this is not ordinary attribute true origin, but the deeper power born after a true spirit materializes. With the explanation finished, Duan Huiyao brings Su Ning out of the tower to meet the elders and formally start handing the sect over to him. Soon after Su Ning leaves, Fan Yoli is brought in alone for Duan Hui's separate scrutiny. Outside, word explodes across the Corsi Demon sect that Su Ning has won the final assessment, and will become the next sect master. As the news keeps spreading beyond the sect, Duan Huiyao personally walks Su Ning through the whole organization and secures support from the elders around him. Duan Huiyao also warns Su Ning not to drown in administration and tells him to leave routine sect work to Elder Wei so he can keep cultivating. After the handover is settled and Fan Yoli's matter is finished, Duan Huiyao and Duan Hui leave the sect together for the Imperial Forbidden Land to continue another outer world expedition. At the Harmony King Mansion, Mo Lan is visiting Duan Chaofeng, and their once damaged relationship has mostly been repaired into a useful alliance. Their connection already helped Su Ning before, because when Duan Chaofeng needed a disciple for him, Mo Lan was the one who recommended Ling Jia. Then Xue Jinghua rushes in smiling and announces the bombshell. Su Ning has become the new sect master of the Corsi Demon sect. Duan Chaofeng jumps to his feet in shock and delight, because Su Ning taking control of a Duan-affiliated sect will sharply raise his own standing in the imperial family. He laughs openly, realizing just how lucky he was to build a real friendship with Su Ning before Su Ning rose this far. Mo Lan is pleased too, because Su Ning's hostility toward her has already eased, and her closeness to Duan Chaofeng now draws that distance down even further. Duan Chaofeng wants to rush over and see Su Ning immediately, still riding the excitement of the news. Mo Lan cools him down, pointing out that Su Ning has only just taken office and would be buried in urgent sect affairs right now. Duan Chaofeng immediately sees the point and agrees to wait a few days instead of barging in at the worst moment. The whole Harmony King mansion soon turns lively with excitement over Su Ning's rise. Not long after, the Swallow Heron sect hears the same news, and Deputy Sect Master Qing Xingtao gathers the elders first. Qing Xingtao announces that their own sect master has also become the master of the Corsi Demon sect, and he openly credits Fan Yoli for a huge contribution. The elders burst into excitement at once, because Su Ning holding both titles means major future benefits for the Swallow Heron sect. Once the Corsi Demon sect is sorted out, Su Ning's first real move as sect master is blunt and practical. He wants the sect's resources gathered for himself. He orders Elder Wei to prepare resources worth 100 million energy so he can force a breakthrough to Dao Realm 9th stage. With the resources piled before him in seclusion, Su Ning starts absorbing them all at once. When the absorption ends, Su Ning has burned through the full 100 million and brings his total stored energy to 110 million. Su Ning knows that amount is enough for both a realm breakthrough and the full ink feather clone technique, so he opens the martial arts panel and commits. The moment he confirms the breakthrough, Su Ning feels his mental will and supreme consciousness condensing into something separate from the body, a true spirit. This is the origin true realm, where his true spirit can resonate directly with the world origin and generate a far deeper kind of true origin power. Because the martial arts panel pushes him straight to the peak, Su Ning can already sense distant world origins hidden beyond the turbulence between worlds. He cannot lock those coordinates yet, but he is suddenly sure of the road ahead. To surpass Dao Realm, he must comprehend another world's origin and find the shared truth behind them. That understanding makes him appreciate Duan Huiyao and Duan Hui even more, because he now sees they were preparing his path to Grandmaster long before he realized it. He also has to admit one almost absurd fact. They expected him to reach this realm eventually, but he has already done it within a month of taking the sect master's seat. With the realm problem solved, Su Ning immediately turns to the ink feather clone technique and spends the last 10 million energy to master it completely. The full technique clicks into place, and Su Ning learns its exact rules, only one clone at a time, carrying his memories and consciousness through a separated strand of true origin. He also understands the price right away. If the clone is damaged, the lost true origin has to be restored and the original body will be hurt as well. Excited to test it, Suning activates the technique and an identical naked copy appears beside him in an instant. With a thought, Suning clothes the clone and confirms he can adjust its strength freely, from a mortal shell all the way up to his own full power. After a few tests, Suning dismisses the clone and quietly measures his new place in the world. Only the Grand Master and Yu Jin should still stand above him now. Even Duan Huiyao no longer feels like a wall to him, which means Suning has risen into the top 3 powers in all of State Wanqing. That new height changes his priorities again, and Suning decides he should start loosening his grip on sect management and focus on reaching Grandmaster instead. On Island Heart Peak, Elder Wei arrives with Duan Chaomian, Yu Qiao, and 3 other newly appointed elders to pay respects to Sect Master Suning. Suning suddenly appears before them in a flash, and the instant his eyes meet theirs, the 6 visitors feel as if they are facing Duan Huiyao himself. They snap out of the shock and hurry to salute, already understanding that Suning has broken into Dao Realm 9th stage and somehow reached a level that feels frighteningly complete. Right after taking over as Sect Master, Suning bluntly refuses Elder Wei's offer to report the 5 new elders' duties and tells them to settle it themselves. He immediately says he is heading to the palace to meet the Grand Master and the Demon Lord, making it clear he is already looking beyond sect paperwork. Before disappearing, Suning leaves Elder Wei in charge of urgent matters and tells him to discuss any big decisions with Duan Chaomian and Yu Qiao. After Suning vanishes, the elders trade uneasy looks because his move feels less like ruling and more like quietly handing power away. Elder Wei realizes Suning may already be at the Demon Lord level and is shedding responsibilities the same way higher experts do before chasing the Grand Master realm. The more Elder Wei thinks about Suning's insane rise over the last 2 years, the more certain he becomes that Suning wanted resources, not status, and his talent has already surpassed old legends. In the Forbidden Land beneath the Duan Imperial Palace, Duan Huiyao opens his eyes in the dark and bitterly admits that another outer world exploration has failed. He explains that this new outer world was even worse than the Arcanist world, and his clone was erased before he could uncover that world's origin. Because that failure consumed true origin again, Duan Huiyao can only wait another half-year before trying the Arcanist world one more time. Before Duan Hui can comfort him, both men suddenly sense a terrifying familiar aura rushing toward them. Duan Hui recognizes the presence first, and Duan Huiyao blurts out the answer in disbelief. It is Suning, and he has already reached the peak of the Dao realm. They instantly leave the sealed chamber and appear outside in the palace Forbidden Land to meet him. Suning arrives under a guard leader's escort, proving that even the palace now treats the new sect master with full respect. Suning greets the 2 seniors, and Duan Huiyao praises him without holding back now that his earlier coolness about becoming sect master finally makes sense. The 2 elders do not pry into Suning's secrets. They simply accept that his shocking breakthrough came from his own fortune and talent. Duan Hui tells Suning the next step is obvious now. He must search for the origin of an outer world, which is exactly why they made him learn the ink feather clone technique. Suning confirms he already understands that path and came here because he wants outer world coordinates from them. Duan Huiyao asks who will run the Corsi Demon sect while Suning is gone, and Suning plainly names Elder Wei, Duan Chaomian, and Yu Qiao. That answer makes Duan Hui twitch, because the sect could easily circle right back into Duan family influence. With that settled, the brothers bring Suning into the giant flower bud atop the tallest tree and down into a sealed independent space. Inside the isolated chamber, Duan Hui tells Suning he holds coordinates for 8 outer worlds and invites him to choose one. Because the Duan family already treats him as one of their own and a future trump card against Yu Jin, Duan Hui explains all 8 worlds without holding anything back. After hearing the options, Suning quickly settles on the Arcanist world. The choice is easy because the Arcanist world is the best known target, and its 10-to-1 time flow makes exploration far more efficient. Duan Huiyao takes over the explanation and warns that the Arcanist world's transcendent system is completely different from martial arts. Their power does not come from training the self but from obtaining special external transcendent items, so their native martial arts path cannot simply be carried over. Duan Huiyao bluntly says that once they enter that world, they can barely rely on more than basic physical ability, and even he has failed again and again trying to climb from scratch toward its origin. To keep Suning from wasting years blind, Duan Huiyao condenses everything he knows about the Arcanist world into a memory crystal. While that crystal is being prepared, Duan Hui explains the real prize. If Suning comprehends the Arcanist world's origin, he can finally break the Dao realm bottleneck and become a Grandmaster. He pushes the idea even further and says that merging 2 world origins could open the path toward understanding the origin of infinite worlds, the road he himself is walking now. Then the mood turns urgent as Duan Hui reveals he still has an unfinished decisive battle with Yu Jin coming sometime within 5 to 100 years. If Duan Hui loses, the Duan family's entire network of allied forces will suffer, which means Suning's own side is tied to that future too. Duan Hui openly asks Suning to grow fast enough to become the answer to Yu Jin, and Su Ning accepts that burden with a solemn promise. Duan Huiyao finishes the memory crystal at last, hands it over, and Su Ning absorbs the information to gain his first real grasp of the Arcanist world. When Duan Hui asks when he wants to leave, Su Ning answers without hesitation, anytime. So they decide to send him immediately, and Su Ning cannot hide a flicker of excitement at finally stepping into an outer world. Su Ning steadies himself with one important advantage in mind: even through a clone, his martial arts panel will still work and any energy gathered can return to his main body later. Following Duan Hui's instructions, Su Ning first condenses a clone with no martial arts power at all. Duan Hui explains the rule clearly: any trace of martial power would make the Arcanist world's membrane reject the clone or crush it under suppression even if it got through. To protect the trip through space-time turbulence, Duan Hui brings out a huge fruit shell-like object and seals Su Ning's clone inside it. Once everything is ready, Duan Hui tears open space with his consciousness and launches the shell-wrapped clone into the violent current between worlds. Inside the shell, Su Ning's clone feels the terrifying force outside but survives because the protective shell holds against the turbulence. Then the shell slams into the Arcanist world's membrane like a body sinking into a swamp, and after a hard push it finally breaks through. As soon as the crossing succeeds, the clone is hit by dizziness, while Su Ning's main body stays behind in perfect focus, calmly tracking that distant consciousness from the sealed chamber. Su Ning finally breaks through the world membrane and drops into the Arcanist world inside a giant fruit shell. He forces the shell open from the inside, steps out safely, and watches the strange container melt away behind him. Standing alone in the new world, Su Ning feels the Arcanist world's unfamiliar mystery settle over him. Thanks to Duan Huiyao's memory crystal, he already understands this world's language, customs, and power system before taking another step. He reminds himself of the real goal here: rise all the way to rank 9 Arcanist and fully comprehend the Arcanist world's origin. But he also knows becoming an Arcanist is hard for ordinary people, and chasing random inheritances could waste time or destroy this clone. So Su Ning sets the first priority lower and simpler: survive, find people, and secure a foothold before reaching for power. The story shifts to the barren wind region, where mortal cities run daily life while Arcanist institutions quietly control everything from behind the scenes. Inside the fierce wind escort, several escorts nervously admit their next shipment is too valuable to move without a real expert. Their leader Yao Feng agrees the cargo matters too much to risk, especially because it is meant for the Black Willow Institute. When Yao Feng worries that true local experts already belong to big factions, one escort brings up a new swordsman who works alone and refuses recruitment. Yao Feng immediately orders them to go hire that swordsman and puts the matter in Du Zhao's hands. By now Su Ning has already entered a city, adapted to local life, and started quietly asking around for any road that leads to Arcanists. Because he still needs food and lodging as a mortal here, he makes a living under a simple cover identity: swordsman Su Ning. One day a knock reaches his courtyard door, and the chance he has been waiting for walks in. Du Zhao introduces himself from the fierce wind escort and directly asks Su Ning to join an escort mission. He offers 500 taels for a trip that will take around 4 months, enough to show this shipment is no ordinary job. Su Ning only asks one thing first: where the cargo is going. When Du Zhao finally admits the destination is the Black Willow Institute, Su Ning's interest sharpens on the spot. The moment he confirms it is an Arcanist institution, Su Ning accepts without hesitation. After Du Zhao leaves pleased, Su Ning quietly admits to himself that this escort may be his first real doorway into the Arcanist world. He learns the caravan leaves the next morning, so he decides to head to the fierce wind escort that same night and join properly. A month later, the caravan pushes through heavy rain with mud underhoof and a tense ring of riders guarding the goods. At the front, Yao Feng calls back that a county city is only 20 miles ahead and promises 2 full days of rest there. The men visibly perk up, because the non-stop journey has worn everyone down except the much steadier Su Ning. Riding over, Du Zhao treats Su Ning with open respect now, because everyone remembers how he crushed the most dangerous bandits on the road. Du Zhao even says Yao Feng plans to pay extra after they arrive safely, but Su Ning stays calm because the money is not what truly matters to him. Then, without warning, Su Ning's instincts scream that something is wrong. He shouts a warning just as an arrow rips out of the forest toward the front of the convoy. Yao Feng reacts fast but still gets hit in the arm, and the moment he sees the poison spreading, he makes a brutal choice to save his life. With no time to hesitate, Yao Feng draws his sword and cuts off his own poisoned right arm. The sudden attack throws the escort line into panic, and a second wave of arrows crashes down from the trees. Masked attackers burst out of the forest next, turning the ambush into a close-range fight around the cargo. Yao Feng, now one-armed and bleeding, still roars for everyone to hold the line and meet the enemy. As Su Ning cuts through the attackers, he realizes this is no random bandit raid and that someone came prepared for this shipment. He starts targeting the strongest enemies first, dropping the hard hitters before they can break the escort formation. With Su Ning removing the main threats, the fierce wind escort finally steadies itself and drives the rest of the attackers back. Yao Feng immediately orders the team to protect the goods and rush for the county city before a second disaster can hit. But just as the convoy starts moving again, Su Ning suddenly stops everyone in place. Out through the rain come 4 black-clad knife men, cold and disciplined enough that even before the real threat appears, the mood turns deadly. Then the man behind them steps into view, an old-robed figure whose clothes somehow stay dry under the storm. The instant Suning sees him, his instincts lock up, because this is the first person in this world who feels strong enough to kill him outright. Suning immediately understands what that pressure must mean. This old man is very likely an arcanist. The old man lifts his hat, reveals a ruthless face, and coldly offers terms. Leave the goods, break your right arms, and he will spare your lives. Yao Feng, Du Xiao, and the rest finally grasp the worst part of the ambush. The enemy behind it is really an arcanist, and the whole convoy freezes under that terror. When the hat-wearing old man reveals himself as an arcanist, the fierce wind escorts freeze on the spot because resisting him could get them killed, but failing the delivery would also doom them. Suning quietly measures the pressure coming off the old man, decides this should only be a mid-level rank 1 arcanist, and realizes he can probably win. The old man loses patience, mocks them for not obeying, and flicks out a cloud of poisonous smoke to cripple the whole escort line at once. The front escorts are swallowed by the poison and tumble from their horses, and the ambush turns deadly in an instant. With the escort team rattled by the arcanist's presence, the old man sends his 4 black-clothed men in to finish them and seize the goods. Suning trades blows with one attacker, but his real target is the arcanist in the rear, because he knows the fight only ends if that old man goes down. He suddenly turns the exchange around, kills the man in front of him in one clean counter, and opens a path straight to the arcanist. Suning charging an arcanist shocks everyone around him, including the old man himself. The old man retreats and hurls a ball of black corrosive mucus, trying to stop Suning before he gets into killing range. The attack bursts open midair, but Suning whirls his long blade and knocks every drop aside before it can touch him. The blade is ruined by corrosion, yet Suning uses the broken weapon anyway and throws it to cut off the old man's escape. Now truly frightened, the old man realizes his weak body will not survive close combat, and screams for his remaining men to save him. He tries one more corrosive shot, but Suning has already read the trick and slips past it with ease. Suning draws the short knife at his waist, gets right in front of the old man, and ends the fight with a slash across his throat. The surviving escorts are left staring because Suning has just killed a rank 1 arcanist with his own hands. The last 3 black-clothed men lose all nerve and try to run, but Suning chases them down one after another and kills them too. Once the threat is gone, Suning snaps Yao Feng out of his shock and tells him to get the shaken team moving again. Before they leave, Suning searches the dead arcanist and finds a cloth bag full of broken stones that carry usable energy. He keeps the stones instead of using them on the spot, quietly pocketing a prize that may matter later. As the reduced convoy rides on, Du Xiao worries more pursuers could be coming, but Suning judges the dead man was probably just a lone rogue arcanist after easy loot. Yao Feng backs that up, explaining a proper arcanist faction would not need to rob a Black Willow delivery in the wild. The team finally relaxes a little, but the ambush has cost them dearly and only 8 people remain. Yao Feng thanks Suning again for saving everyone, and Suning brushes it off as simply doing the job he was paid for. The escort reaches a county city, rests there for 3 days, and then sets out again toward their real destination. Another month passes on the road, and this stretch is much smoother because Suning easily scares off 2 more groups of horse bandits without losing anyone. After passing through a dark forest, Suning finally sees the Black Willow Institute ahead, a huge manor crouched under dense towering trees. At the open gate, Suning notices the few guards are all ordinary mortals, and that tiny detail immediately gives him hope he can stay here even without arcanist power yet. Yao Feng carefully presents the delivery certificate, enduring the guard's cold attitude because offending this place is not an option. After checking the paper, the guard's expression softens and he goes inside to fetch someone from the institute. A young man in black willow robes comes out with the guard, and Suning immediately senses he is an arcanist about as strong as the old man he killed, but far younger and more promising. The young arcanist impatiently checks the cargo, confirms everything is in order, and tosses Yao Feng the reward without any warmth. When the goods are about to be taken inside, Suning quietly stops Yao Feng and tells him not to wait for him. Yao Feng understands at once, thanks Suning for carrying the whole trip, and lets him walk into the institute with the young arcanist. After Suning disappears inside, Du Xiao asks if they should wait, and Yao Feng quietly explains that Suning clearly wants a chance to remain in the Arcanist Institute. The escorts can understand that choice, because a swordsman like Suning has already hit the mortal limit, and would naturally chase the path beyond it. Even so, Yao Feng knows staying is only the first hurdle, and he can only hope Suning gets what he came for before leading the team away. Inside the institute, Suning follows the young arcanist to a separate courtyard and notices several ordinary people already working there as servants. The young arcanist has Suning drop off the goods and casually dismisses him, barely bothering to look at him. Suning stops him and bluntly asks for a chance to stay and do chores at the Black Willow Institute. The young man looks him over and says servants are normally taken only through a proper registration selection, making it sound like the answer is no. Suning catches the greed hidden in that tone, so he pulls out the cloth bag he took from the dead arcanist and offers it over. The moment the young arcanist sees the stones inside, his attitude softens and he quietly pockets the bag. After weighing the bribe, he finally agrees to let Suning stay as an official servant in their institution. He warns that servant life here will not be easy and makes the hierarchy clear. Suning must obey the young man, his master, and his senior sister. Still, he dangles exactly what Suning wants to hear, saying that if he performs well, he may eventually get a chance to touch the power of arcanism. After thanking the young arcanist who accepted him, Suning is placed under a servant's care and quietly slips into Black Willow Institute as a low-level servant. A servant explains the institute's rules, and Suning settles into a side room while learning how tightly this place controls its people. Half a year passes, and Suning fully adapts to servant life while secretly using arcanist resources to climb to rank 2 behind everyone's back. At dawn, Suning heads to the backyard where his daily work is cultivating the institute's valuable arcane plants. Because he used to be a master alchemist, Suning handles arcane plants with practiced ease, and the quality of what he grows makes him the most valued servant in the whole courtyard. While no one is watching, Suning checks the precious plants he hid in a neglected corner, and counts down 3 more days until they mature enough to push him to rank 3. He realizes the martial arts panel still lets him advance by pure energy, so unlike normal arcanists, Suning never needed a mentor or public resources to break through. If he can reach rank 3, Suning plans to stop hiding here and enter another arcanist institution with a real position instead of a servant's identity. When Suning steps into the front yard, a cold young woman arrives, and he respectfully greets her as Master Guan. Guan Yu only gives Suning a polite nod before hurrying inside, which already feels unusual for this early in the morning. Soon after, Shinhashin rushes in just as anxiously and ignores Suning's greeting completely. Watching both disciples act out of character, Suning suspects trouble has hit the Black Willow Institute even if he cannot confirm it yet. 3 days later, Suning harvests his hidden plants, absorbs their energy, and quietly breaks through to become a rank 3 arcanist. When he checks the martial arts panel, it confirms his new realm as rank 3 arcanist, with wind barrier and arrow of corrosion now listed under arcane techniques. Now strong enough to leave, Suning weighs his next move but hesitates because a servant suddenly revealing rank 3 power could draw deadly suspicion from a rank 4 arcanist. That night, another servant named Zhuang Hu knocks on Suning's door in secret, breaking the institute's rules because he is clearly panicked. Once inside, Zhuang Hu blurts out the rumor that Black Willow Institute is about to be invaded. Suning immediately takes it seriously, because in this world arcanist institutions really do wipe each other out over scarce resources. Zhuang Hu explains he overheard disciples saying all the arcanists outside have been recalled, which makes Suning connect the rumor to Guan Yu and Shinhashin's earlier anxiety. Terrified of dying in an arcanist war, Zhuang Hu asks the question none of the servants dare say out loud: should they run? Suning knows escape would be easy for him now, but instead of leaving, he quietly recognizes the coming war might be his chance to profit. He decides to stay but offers to help Zhuang Hu escape, promising to distract the guards even though Zhuang Hu knows that is dangerous. At daybreak, Suning follows through and covertly protects Zhuang Hu's escape from Black Willow Institute. When Zhuang Hu's disappearance is reported, Jintu grimly confirms that even the servants now know invasion is coming. Shinhashin, rattled by the crisis, asks if they are just waiting to die. Jintu admits chaos is unavoidable and tells both disciples to spend their remaining time sharpening their arcane techniques if they want a better chance to survive. Then Jintu orders them to stop any more servant escapes, because even in a crisis he still sees the servants as property that must remain to serve. Guan Yu wants to argue that the servants should be released to save whoever can live, but seeing the other's attitude, she swallows the thought and stays silent. Another half-month crawls by, and the whole Black Willow Institute sinks into an oppressive, brittle calm as everyone waits for war. Working in the backyard, Suning pieces together that 2 powerful enemies mean to wipe out Black Willow Institute completely, but he stays calm because he only needs to avoid a direct clash with a rank 4 arcanist. To keep that advantage, Suning refines an aura restraining pill from the plants here so he can keep passing as an ordinary servant once the fighting starts. The attack finally begins with a violent explosion at Black Willow Institute's gate, and Suning knows the war has arrived. Before Suning can move, Shinhashin shouts for all the servants to assemble in the courtyard. Once everyone is gathered, Shinhashin threatens to kill any servant who tries to flee during the chaos. His cruelty comes from fear as much as control, because Shinhashin himself wants to run but knows the enemy has marked the institute's people and escape may only lead to a hunt. The servants scatter back to their rooms in fear, praying the battle stays away from them. Suning pretends to obey too, but once he reaches his room, he slips away in secret and heads toward the fighting instead. At Black Willow Institute's front gate, Suning hides in a loft and watches enemy arcanists in 2 different uniforms flood the grounds. From his hiding place, Suning quickly sees the problem. The attackers outnumber Black Willow by almost 2 to 1, and they came to wipe the institute out, not negotiate. Then 2 oppressive voices ring across the chaos, ordering Institute head Fang to surrender and become their servant instead of dying. Suning realizes rank 4 arcanists are involved just as Institute head Fang refuses to kneel and the 3 powerhouses move their fight into the forest to avoid killing their own side. Before Suning can think further, 2 gray-robed invaders storm up into the loft and casually decide to kill the servant standing there. One invader flicks out a wind blade towards Su Ning's neck, still treating him like an easy kill. Su Ning answers with wind barrier, and the 2 attackers finally realize the quiet servant is an arcanist. A moment later, Su Ning fires arrow of corrosion and drops both men where they stand. Su Ning searches the corpses, absorbs the energy from their materials on the spot, and decides this battle is the perfect chance to stockpile power fast. So instead of hiding, he starts moving through the institute, ambushing invaders and harvesting energy wherever the chaos leaves an opening. He even sweeps up the institute's arcane plants, reasoning that if he doesn't take them now, the invaders will destroy or steal them anyway. After another successful sweep, Su Ning figures he has finally gathered enough energy to break through to rank 4 once he gets a safe moment. Then a familiar voice cuts through the noise when Guan Yu shouts for someone to let her junior brother go. When Su Ning rushes over, he arrives just in time to see an invader twist Shen Hexin's neck and kill him. Su Ning barely reacts to Shen Hexin's death, because the man only tolerated him as a bribed servant and never treated him with real care. The killer and another rank 2 invader immediately turn on Guan Yu and attack her together. Their yellow spike attacks hammer her from both sides, and Guan Yu realizes she is about to die under the pressure. Before the 2 invaders can finish her, Su Ning's corrosive arrows punch straight through their chests. Guan Yu looks up and is stunned to see that her savior is Su Ning, the servant from her courtyard, somehow casting power only a rank 3 arcanist should have. Su Ning does not explain himself and simply collects the enemy's belongings, because saving Guan Yu was just repaying the kindness she showed him before. Guan Yu quietly thanks him, and Su Ning shrugs it off before asking the question that matters now: does she want to escape? Guan Yu is tempted, but once she thinks it through, she realizes fleeing alone would make her an easy target anywhere after Black Willow falls. Su Ning says the best option is to go as far away as possible, and when she asks his destination, he tells her he is heading south through the Barren Wind region. He has already picked the south because bigger arcanist forces and constant wars there should create more chances to seize resources. Guan Yu asks to go with him, admitting without saying it outright that a lone weaker arcanist could be enslaved, exploited, or used for experiments on the road. Su Ning agrees, partly because Guan Yu seems sensible and partly because having someone handle daily chores would be useful. Then a rank 4 voice booms over the whole institute that Head Fang has already fled badly injured, and the last of Black Willow's resistance finally breaks. Realizing the institute is finished, Su Ning grabs Guan Yu and bolts for the exit with the rest of the collapsing crowd. Several waves of pursuers come after them on the way out, but Su Ning cuts them down cleanly and forces a path beyond Black Willow's territory. After half a day of non-stop running, Su Ning and Guan Yu finally stop in a desolate mountain cave with no pursuers in sight. They decide to rest there for 2 days, eat a little, and recover before continuing south. Once Guan Yu settles down, Su Ning moves deeper into the cave and sits cross-legged alone, ready to use the energy he gathered in the raid. Guan Yu can't stop wondering who he really is, because the servant she knew yesterday has already overturned everything she thought she understood. In the end, she can only be grateful to have survived, and she falls asleep leaning against the cave wall while Su Ning begins his breakthrough. Using the martial arts panel, Su Ning spends 2,500 energy and steps into rank 4 arcanist without hesitation. The breakthrough leaves him with a surge of satisfying power, and he calmly checks the energy he still has left. Since more than 500 energy remains, Su Ning immediately starts searching Duan Huiyao's memory crystal for one stronger technique to add next. He chooses Gravity Field, a rank 4 technique that can manipulate gravity across an area. Another 500 energy disappears, and Su Ning engraves Gravity Field into his abilities just as smoothly as the rest. After testing the feel of it, he judges that rank 4 power plus Gravity Field should be enough to carry him safely into the south and let him establish himself there. By morning, Guan Yu wakes up and instantly senses that Su Ning feels completely different from the day before. She quickly corrects herself from calling him by name to the more respectful brother Su, already understanding that their positions have changed. Su Ning tells her plainly that he advanced to rank 4 arcanist during the night, and the news leaves Guan Yu staring at him in disbelief. A man as young as Su Ning reaching the same level as Black Willow's head is so absurd that Guan Yu can only swallow all her questions and keep them to herself. 5 months later, Su Ning and Guan Yu finally reached the mountain range that marked the southern border of the Barren Wind region. Even after months on the road, Su Ning still had nowhere near enough resources to break through to rank 5, which only made the need for a real arcanist organization more obvious. As they rested in the mountains, Guan Yu quietly kept serving Su Ning like a dependent follower, handling the food and daily chores without complaint. She offered him dried meat, and Su Ning accepted it with a brief thanks before eating and washing it down with water. The moment also showed a hard truth of this world: even a rank 4 arcanist like Su Ning still needed ordinary food, because arcanists stayed physically mortal until rank 7. Looking toward the southern lands ahead, Su Ning muttered that their next step had to be joining an arcanist organization. Guan Yu thought that should be easy for him, but Su Ning warned that ordinary groups might accept him while truly powerful ones rarely open their doors to outsiders. With no background and no clear entry point, Su Ning could only shelve the problem for the moment and decide to take it one step at a time. Just as they were about to move on, Su Ning suddenly sensed several strong auras rushing toward them and realized rank 4 arcanists were nearby. Guan Yu panicked at the warning, and Su Ning immediately took control by telling her to swallow an aura-restraining pill and hide. Without waiting for an answer, Su Ning concealed his own aura and rushed off alone to see what kind of trouble was coming. From high in a lush tree, Su Ning found a pursuit in progress. An injured old rank 4 arcanist was protecting a younger man while black-clothed pursuers closed in around them. Su Ning quickly judged the balance of power and saw the problem at once. 2 healthy rank 4 enemies completely outmatched the badly injured old man and his protected young master. The old man tried one last bargain, offering to surrender his young master's claim to the institute head position if the killers would just let them live. The answer was cold and final. They had not come to negotiate, only to bring back 2 heads. When Uncle Jiang cursed them for going this far even after taking power, the attackers stopped pretending and moved in to finish the job. Uncle Jiang tore open a gap and desperately told Lu Wang to run, choosing to face the 2 rank 4 enemies alone. But the pursuers reacted faster, and Lu Wang was seized by the black-clothed subordinates before he could escape. Hidden in the tree, Su Ning pieced it together. This was an institute succession purge, and that meant the crisis below might be exactly the chance he needed. As the killers decided to execute Uncle Jiang first and capture Lu Wang alive for their acting institute head, Su Ning finally made his move. The 2 rank 4 pursuers sensed danger too late, because a crushing force suddenly dragged at their bodies and locked them in place like they were sinking into a swamp. Su Ning followed that opening with arrow of corrosion, driving 2 deadly shots straight through their chests. Before the others could even understand what happened, more corrosive arrows flashed out and wiped out the remaining pursuers as well. Lu Wang stood there stunned, because a moment ago he had been finished and now every pursuer around him was dead. Uncle Jiang was just as shaken, but he forced himself to call into the forest and ask which hidden friend had saved them. Su Ning stepped out of the woods and revealed himself, and the sight of such a young rank 4 savior immediately threw Uncle Jiang off balance. Su Ning introduced himself as a lone arcanist from the north of the Barren Wind region, which only made the pair more shocked. A young lone arcanist reaching rank 4 was rare enough to sound almost absurd, so Uncle Jiang thanked him carefully while trying to figure out why he had intervened. Instead of pretending otherwise, Uncle Jiang openly said they would repay him as best they could, because by now he could already sense Su Ning had a purpose. Su Ning took that invitation and brought up what he had overheard, starting with the simple question of whether Lu Wang was the successor of an Arcanist Institute. Once Uncle Jiang admitted it, he also revealed the name that mattered. Lu Wang was the chosen successor of the Ice Feather Institute. He explained that Lu Wang's grandfather had been the old institute head, and after Lu Wang's parents died in an earlier upheaval, the old man had poured his hopes into raising this grandson as his heir. Half a year ago, Lu Wang advanced to rank 3, so Uncle Jiang took him traveling through the central Barren Wind region to broaden his horizons and sharpen his combat sense. But on the verge of heading west, they were hit with devastating news. The old institute head had suddenly died, and instructor Yin Qingling had taken the position of deputy institute head. They rushed back south with their entourage, only to be hunted on the road by Ice Feather Institute men who openly admitted they were acting under Yin Qingling's orders. Uncle Jiang laid out the motive bluntly. Plenty of people in Ice Feather still supported the old institute head's line, so if Lu Wang returned alive, Yin Qingling could lose control. That left them trapped between 2 bad choices, because returning meant walking into more assassinations while giving up the inheritance felt impossible to accept. Su Ning pressed for the details that mattered to him next, asking how strong the Ice Feather Institute really was in the south. Uncle Jiang answered that Ice Feather was a medium-sized secret arcanist faction, and its late institute head had once been a rank 6 arcanist with real standing in the region. When Su Ning followed that by asking Yin Qingling's strength, the answer came back just as clearly, rank 5. After weighing everything in silence, Su Ning finally showed his hand and asked if he could join the Ice Feather Institute. The request startled Uncle Jiang, but he quickly understood the logic. This lone arcanist had saved them because he wanted a way into a worthwhile organization. And once he thought it through, Uncle Jiang saw the upside too, because a peak rank 4 helper like Su Ning could become a badly needed weapon against Yin Qingling. With the institute in crisis, Jiang Su quickly agrees to bring Su Ning into Ice Feather Institute through his connections. That answer settles Su Ning's choice too, and he quietly commits to escorting Lu Wang back and standing against Yin Qingling. Su Ning thanks Jiang Su, already aware that joining this way means stepping straight into the institute's internal power struggle. He immediately hands Jiang Su a healing medicine, giving the battered old ally something his group lost during the escape. Jiang Su swallows the medicine with Lu Wang's help, trusting Su Ning a little more in the middle of their retreat. While the 2 of them recover, Su Ning calmly searches the dead pursuers and finds only a thin haul of resources. Before leaving, Su Ning also asks to bring Guan Yu into the institute as a disciple, and Jiang Su agrees without hesitation. Su Ning heads off to fetch Guan Yu, leaving Jiang Su and Lu Wang alone for the first honest talk since the rescue. Once Su Ning is gone, Lu Wang finally admits his nerves and asks whether this mysterious genius can really be trusted. Jiang Su says Su Ning's background is impossible to read, but for now they need him, and the fact that he just saved their lives is enough reason to trust him temporarily. When Lu Wang asks about the injuries, Jiangsu reveals that Su Ning's medicine was shockingly potent and suspects Su Ning may have refined it himself. That only makes Su Ning seem more formidable to Lu Wang, who starts viewing him as far more than just a strong stranger. Then Jiangsu goes further and says he wants Su Ning installed as an instructor once they get back to Ice Feather Institute. Lu Wang is startled, but Jiangsu lays out the reality. Yin Qingling will block Lu Wang's inheritance, so their side needs Su Ning tied firmly to their camp. Jiangsu warns that Lu Wang's fight to reclaim the institute head position will be ugly from the moment they return. 2 days later, the group finally reaches the remote entrance of Ice Feather Institute. Seeing home again lights a hard edge in Lu Wang's eyes, because now he has come back for revenge and answers. He no longer just hates Yin Qingling for the assassination attempt, he also suspects the old institute head's death may be tied to him. Jiangsu looks at the institute with relief and grief at once, still carrying the loss of the old institute head. When Su Ning asks if they are going in, Jiangsu buries his grief and answers with cold killing intent. The 4 of them walk into Ice Feather Institute together, entering the real battlefield at last. Elsewhere inside the institute, Yin Qingling is stunned to hear that Jiangsu and Lu Wang made it back alive. His shock quickly turns ugly, because the failure of his ambush means Lu Wang can now openly challenge him for the position. Yin Qingling forces himself to think it through and realizes that inside the institute, killing Lu Wang by force is no longer easy. So he immediately calls for Instructor Gu, already preparing a political counterattack instead of a direct one. On Lu Wang's side, the first ally to receive them is Instructor Su Siki, a bald old supporter of the late institute head. Su Siki immediately notices Jiangsu's condition, and the reunion turns serious. After hearing that Yin Qingling's men hunted them down, Su Siki explodes and nearly charges out on the spot. Jiangsu grabs him and warns that without direct evidence, confronting Yin Qingling now would only hand the acting institute head an excuse to strike back. That argument cools Su Siki down, though only barely. Then Su Siki turns to Su Ning and sincerely thanks him for saving Jiangsu and Lu Wang from the pursuers. Seeing Su Ning up close, Su Siki is struck by how young he is for a peak rank 4 arcanist. Jiangsu announces that he wants to introduce Su Ning into Ice Feather Institute, and Su Siki's first reaction is an instinctive frown. But Su Siki quickly understands the need. Their faction is weaker, and Su Ning could become the reinforcement they desperately lack. He immediately backs the idea and agrees to help push Su Ning into an instructor seat. Hearing that plan aloud, Su Ning realizes they are not just repaying a favor, they are trying to bind him tightly to their side. When Su Siki asks for the full strategy, Jiangsu says they must seize the initiative and force a meeting about Lu Wang inheriting the institute head position. He expects Yin Qingling's camp to block that succession anyway, but that fight can be turned into a second move. If Lu Wang's claim is delayed or rejected, they will immediately pivot and recommend Su Ning as an instructor, where resistance should be smaller. Su Siki agrees at once and heads out to gather the remaining supporters of Lu Wang before the coming meeting. After that, Su Ning and Guan Yu are given places to stay and finally get a quiet moment inside the institute. Once they settle in, Guan Yu admits what is really bothering her. Joining this faction fight could easily drag them into danger. Su Ning answers that danger is exactly where the opportunity is, because without this opening they would never enter a large arcanist organization at all. His confidence comes from his own strength, since becoming an instructor would speed up his climb to rank 5 and eventually make Yin Qingling manageable. Guan Yu calms down after hearing that, trusting Su Ning as the backbone she has relied on all this time. 2 days later, Jiangsu comes personally to fetch Su Ning for the high-level meeting that will decide their next move. Jiangsu makes the stakes clear on the way. He and Su Siki will do everything they can to win Su Ning an instructor position today. When Su Ning enters the meeting room, about 10 Ice Feather Institute figures are already waiting and all eyes swing toward the outsider at once. The mixed looks on their faces tell him almost everything he needs to know, because some are friendly, some curious, and some openly hostile or mocking. As Jiangsu tells him to sit, Su Ning quietly reads the room and starts mapping out who belongs to each side before the battle of words begins. At the Ice Feather Institute's high-level meeting, Yin Qingling walks in with his fierce supporter Gu Qixing, and the room immediately splits over what to call him. Yin Qingling sits in the top seat with a cold smile and starts the meeting like the position is already his. Before anything else can begin, Gu Qixing turns the meeting into a trap by walking straight at Su Ning and demanding to know why an outsider is sitting in on institute business. Su Siki slams the armrest and fires back that Su Ning was already accepted into the Ice Feather Institute, so his presence is completely legitimate. Gu Qixing presses harder, saying a rank 4 arcanist with an unknown background cannot be admitted without reporting to the institute head first. Jiangsu turns that argument around at once, saying they would have reported it to the institute head if the real one were alive, and that an acting head is not the same thing. When Gu Qixing insists Yin Qingling became acting head by everyone's agreement, Jiangsu openly tears that claim apart. Jiangsu finally says the real issue out loud. The old institute head chose Lu Wang as successor, and now that Lu Wang is back, Yin Qingling should step down. With both camps bristling for a clash, Yin Qingling forces himself to stay calm and answers the challenge directly. Yin Qingling admits Lu Wang was named successor, but he immediately claims Lu Wang is too young and too weak at rank 3 to carry the institute's name. Gu Qixing and Yin Qingling's supporters pile on at once, arguing that only a strong leader can hold the Ice Feather Institute together after the old head's death. Jiangsu cuts through the performance, saying stability is just an excuse and that seizing the institute head position is their real goal. Gu Qixing storms up to Jiangsu in open threat, and Su Siki rises too, ready to answer violence with violence. Instead of exploding, Jiangsu suddenly asks Yin Qingling how he plans to settle the dispute, and the shift tells Yin Qingling compromise might be possible. Seeing a way to buy time, Yin Qingling proposes a compromise. Lu Wang can inherit the institute, but only after he breaks through to rank 4. Jiangsu says that timeline is too long, but his tone softens just enough for everyone to hear that a deal is taking shape. Yin Qingling adds a hollow promise that he will even help Lu Wang grow stronger, trying to make the delay sound generous instead of self-serving. Jiangsu counters with a real price for compromise. Until that day comes, Lu Wang must have full instructor duties and stand above every other instructor in status. He pushes even further, demanding that Lu Wang be free from Yin Qingling's orders while still able to command the instructors himself. Gu Qixing's camp hates the idea, but Yin Qingling accepts it immediately because he knows their loyalty still belongs to him, not to Lu Wang. With Lu Wang's position secured for now, Jiangsu asks for one more thing, another instructor slot. When Jiangsu names Su Ning, Gu Qixing snaps that letting an outsider join the institute was already too much, and making him an instructor is outrageous. Jiangsu stakes his own life on it, promising that Su Ning will help the institute, and saying he will pay with his life if Su Ning ever harms it. Yin Qingling studies Su Ning in silence, wary of this young rank 4 arcanist, and even suspecting he may have dealt with the men sent after Lu Wang. In the end, Yin Qingling agrees, deciding that if Su Ning stays inside the institute, there will be chances to deal with him later. Jiangsu announces the result on the spot. Su Ning is now an official instructor of the Ice Feather Institute. Once the bargain is struck, the meeting breaks up, but the split inside the Ice Feather Institute is sharper than ever. Afterward, Gu Qixing worries in private that Lu Wang's camp now controls 7 of the institute's 12 instructors. Yin Qingling brushes the numbers aside, confident that holding the institute head seat gives him the real advantage and that Lu Wang will not reach rank 4 for years. He says that over those years, he can keep suppressing Lu Wang and quietly tighten his control over the entire Ice Feather Institute. But when Gu Qixing brings up Su Ning again, Yin Qingling admits the outsider is genuinely dangerous. Yin Qingling decides the problem has to disappear and says they need to find a chance to get rid of Su Ning. Gu Qixing warns that Su Ning will not be easy to kill, so Yin Qingling reveals the safer plan. Let someone else handle the assassination. Then Yin Qingling says something far uglier. If they could scheme against the old institute head, there is no reason to hesitate over Su Ning. Gu Qixing is rattled badly by the reminder, but Yin Qingling coldly tells him to calm down and put people on Su Ning's movements. After Yin Qingling leaves, Gu Qixing stands there sweating and trapped, knowing he is too deep in the conspiracy to back out now. For several tense days, Lu Wang's camp and Yin Qingling's camp kept the peace on the surface, but the struggle inside Ice Feather Institute never really stopped. Su Ning stayed out of those clashes and poured all his effort into gathering resources as an instructor backed by Jiangsu's faction. In just 3 months, that support let Su Ning collect nearly 15,000 energy units, enough for a major breakthrough. He also figured out a key arcanist rule: related spells could evolve directly into stronger versions, which meant the panel could save him energy during upgrades. 3 months later, Su Ning finally spent the energy and pushed himself up to rank 5 arcanist. When he checked his new state, all 3 of his techniques had advanced with him: Storm Barrier, Corrosive Rain, and Gravitational Spiral. That jump changed more than his rank, because Su Ning now judged his combat power to be strong enough to threaten rank 6 opponents. With that strength in hand, Yin Qingling no longer felt like a deadly shadow hanging over him inside the institute. Su Ning immediately decided to tell Jiangsu and the others, because his breakthrough could break the balance of power and help Lu Wang seize the institute head position sooner. When he arrived, Jiangsu, Su Siki, and Lu Wang were already deep in a grim discussion about Yin Qingling growing bolder by the day. Jiangsu warned that Yin Qingling seemed ready to tear away the mask and start real war instead of hidden pressure. Su Siki agreed, saying Yin Qingling acted like a man who had already found something to rely on. That only made Lu Wang more anxious, because everyone knew Yin Qingling would never let him reach rank 4 peacefully and hand over power on his own. Right in the middle of that pressure, Su Ning pushed open the door and walked in with news that would change everything. Su Ning got straight to the point and told them he had advanced to rank 5 arcanist. To prove it, he released a trace of his aura, and the room's shock instantly turned into relief and excitement. For Lu Wang, the moment felt even bigger, because Su Ning was around his age and already standing at a level he had barely begun to approach. Jiangsu finally felt their biggest weakness disappear, since Su Ning's new realm meant Yin Qingling's rank advantage was no longer crushing them. Su Siki could barely contain himself, marveling at how perfectly timed Su Ning's breakthrough was just as Yin Qingling's pressure was peaking. He also could not help comparing himself to Su Ning, because at Su Ning's age he had only just reached rank 3 and had stalled for decades after that. Jiangsu quickly turned practical and asked whether Su Ning could hide this new rank from Yin Qingling. Su Ning said yes without hesitation, confident he could completely suppress his aura and stay hidden even from much stronger eyes. So Jiangsu told him to stay concealed and become their hidden trump card for the moment that really mattered. After that, the three men finally filled Su Ning in on the worsening situation, and he left with a much clearer picture of the storm gathering around them. On his way to visit Guan Yu, Su Ning suddenly spotted Gu Qixing in the institute and immediately sensed something off in the man's flustered face. Instead of calling out, Su Ning slipped behind a rock garden, hid his aura, and waited to see where Gu Qixing was really going. When Gu Qixing headed straight for Yin Qingling's residence, Su Ning silently followed him. Gu Qixing entered Yin Qingling's study, and rank 5 Su Ning slipped past the guards so easily that no one noticed him climbing onto the roof. From above the study, Su Ning pressed in close and began listening to their secret conversation. Inside, Gu Qixing reported that the Wind Sea Institute had given them a clear yes. That name alone made Su Ning tense up, because Wind Sea Institute was a powerful southern faction led by a rank 6 master, and far stronger than Ice Feather Institute had become. As he listened closer, Su Ning realized this was not ordinary contact at all but a murder arrangement. Gu Qixing said that as long as they could lure the targets out of Ice Feather Institute, Wind Sea Institute would kill them. Yin Qingling was pleased and coldly named the targets, Jiangsu, Su Siki, or Su Ning, because losing any one of them would cripple Lu Wang's side. Su Ning heard his own name in that list and understood just how seriously Yin Qingling already viewed him as a future threat. Yin Qingling laid out the next step too, planning to call another meeting and use institute business to send 1 or 2 of them outside the walls. Gu Qixing looked frightened even after agreeing, because he knew this kind of betrayal would make him hated across the whole southern region if it ever came out. Then Yin Qingling said the quiet part out loud and reminded him this was not their first crime together. He bluntly revealed that Gu Qixing had also helped arrange the old institute head's death, and the words made Gu Qixing tremble on the spot. Hidden above them, Su Ning was stunned by the full scope of what he had uncovered, because in one eavesdropped meeting he had exposed both a fresh assassination plot and the truth behind the old institute head's murder. Inside his private residence, Gu Qixing nervously warns Yin Qingling that their secret ties to the Wind Sea Institute could turn them into puppets later. Yin Qingling shuts that fear down at once, saying the Wind Sea Institute only wants a cut of Ice Feather's future resources and will keep quiet as long as they both do. He even pats Gu Qixing's shoulder and sends him away, acting like everything is under control. But the second Gu Qixing is gone, Yin Qingling's face turns murderous, and he decides this unstable ally will have to die once the bigger plan is finished. Listening unseen from the roof, Su Ning catches every word and slips away without Yin Qingling noticing him at all. On his way out, Su Ning decides not to wait for the trap to close on him and instead moves to bait the enemy into a cleaner counterattack. He catches up to Gu Qixing and casually calls out, forcing the other man to put on a fake friendly smile. Su Ning probes him with a pointed question about what he is thinking, and Gu Qixing is visibly rattled for a moment before brushing it off. Then Su Ning drops the real bait, saying he plans to go outside in 3 days and wants Su Siki to come with him. Gu Qixing instantly realizes this is even better than their original scheme, because if Su Ning leaves on his own, the assassinations will point away from Yin Qingling and himself. He quickly excuses himself and hurries off, while Su Ning watches him go with a small, satisfied smile. Once out of sight, Gu Qixing turns around and heads back to report the favorable change to Yin Qingling immediately. Su Ning returns to Jiangsu's study, where only Jiangsu remains, and gets straight to the point. He reveals that he tailed Gu Qixing to Yin Qingling's courtyard and secretly overheard their conversation. Su Ning lays out the whole hidden rot at once. Yin Qingling and Gu Qixing colluded with the Wind Sea Institute. The old institute head was murdered, and an assassination has already been arranged for him. The news hits Jiangsu like a blow, and he can barely believe what he is hearing even while staring at Su Ning's steady face. When Su Ning confirms it without hesitation, Jiangsu's grief erupts and he smashes the table in fury. Jiangsu roars out Yin Qingling and Gu Qixing's names, unable to accept that the old institute head was not lost to cultivation backlash but murdered by traitors. Su Ning reins him in and explains that he has already baited Gu Qixing, so in 3 days he and Su Siki can draw out the assassins instead. He makes the goal clear too: catch the attackers alive and drag the truth back to Ice Feather Institute where Yin Qingling and Gu Qixing can be exposed in front of everyone. Jiangsu forces himself to calm down and agrees that public proof matters more than reckless revenge. Even so, he asks one last hard question: whether Su Ning is truly confident enough to face the assassins without gambling his life. Su Ning answers with complete confidence, knowing the Wind Sea Institute is very unlikely to send one of its rare rank 6 experts just to kill supposed rank 4 targets. Jiangsu decides to work in parallel, secretly reopening the investigation into the old institute head's death so he can ruin Yin Qingling with hard evidence. With the plan settled, Su Ning leaves to brief Su Siki, bringing him fully into the trap. 3 days later, Su Ning and Su Siki ride out of Ice Feather Institute together through the dense forest, fully aware they are walking into an ambush. As hidden pursuers start shadowing them from the trees, Su Ning quietly warns Su Siki to stay sharp. Susiki understands the signal immediately, because Su Ning already told him the full truth about the traitors and the coming assassination. Then the trap springs, and more than a dozen ice arrows suddenly rip out of the forest from both sides of the trail. Because they were ready for it, both men leap clear in time while their frightened horses bolt deeper into the woods. 5 masked assassins step out at last, and Su Ning sizes them up in one glance as one rank 5 leading 4 rank 4s. The leader orders the kill, and the 4 weaker assassins split into close-range and long-range attackers to strike both targets together. Su Ning meets the ambush head-on with Storm Barrier, throwing up a thick wall of wind and blades around himself and Susiki at the last instant. The barrier doesn't just block the attacks, it reflects part of them back, and the assassins are caught off guard by their own power snapping into them. Seeing that counterattack, the rank 5 leader realizes the intel was wrong and shouts that one of the targets is actually rank 5. He immediately orders a retreat, but Su Ning is already moving before any of them can escape. Su Ning's gravitational spiral seizes the 4 rank 4 assassins at once, dragging and crushing them down until they collapse screaming but alive. That one move wipes out the whole support group, and the surviving rank 5 assassin turns and runs for his life. Su Ning chases him down and uses another gravitational spiral to stop his escape cold. To crack the man's defense, Su Ning follows with corrosive rain, summoning black raindrops that hiss against the leader's emergency light shield. The shield starts breaking apart under the acid-like barrage, and for a moment the assassin thinks he is about to die. But Su Ning cuts the corrosive rain off at the final moment, and knocks the leader out instead, keeping his promise to take them alive. The entire ambush is over almost instantly, and Susiki can only stare as Su Ning stands there after subduing all 5 assassins alive. Susiki is shaken all over again by how absurdly strong Su Ning is, realizing this goes far beyond an ordinary early rank 5. Su Ning orders him to bring the prisoners back in secret so they can be interrogated inside Ice Feather Institute before the traitors realize the plan has failed. After recovering their runaway altered horses, the 2 men head back toward the institute with all 5 subdued assassins in tow. Near the Ice Feather Institute, Su Ning and Susiki leave their horses outside and quietly haul the 5 captured assassins in through a side route. They bring the prisoners straight to Jiangsu's courtyard and confirm the catch: 4 rank 4 arcanists, and 1 rank 5 assassin. Jiangsu is visibly relieved that both of them made it back unhurt, but Susiki pushes to interrogate the captives before Yinqingling grows suspicious. Jiangsu agrees at once and orders the assassins taken to the underground sealed room, where he plans to handle the interrogation himself. Because the courtyard servants were dismissed in advance, the 3 of them move the prisoners below without exposing the operation. In less than 2 brutal hours, Jiangsu breaks the assassins and pulls out everything they know about Yinqingling's dealings with the Wind Sea Institute. The biggest revelation hits hard. The assassins also exposed that Yinqingling had plotted against the old institute head. After washing the blood from his hands, Jiangsu says they have wrung out all the useful information and should move immediately against Yinqingling. Susiki wants to call everyone together and tear off Yinqingling's mask on the spot. Jiangsu agrees the assassination case is enough to destroy Yinqingling, but he still regrets that they lack direct proof tying him to the old institute head's death. Su Ning points out that Yinqingling once used letters to contact the Wind Sea Institute, so those letters might still be hidden in his residence. Jiangsu doubts a schemer like Yinqingling would keep such dangerous evidence, assuming he must have destroyed it already. Su Ning argues the letters were leveraged too, because if Yinqingling ever fell, the Wind Sea Institute could be dragged down with him. He lays out the plan. Jiangsu will force Yinqingling into a public meeting, and Su Ning will sneak into the man's courtyard to search for the letters. With no time to waste, Jiangsu moves to set the trap in motion. Elsewhere, Gu Qixing rushes to Yinqingling and reports that Jiangsu has suddenly summoned all the instructors for an emergency meeting. Yinqingling's first thought is that Su Ning and Susiki should already be dead, but the lack of any confirmation makes him uneasy. Unable to spot the flaw in his own setup, Yinqingling decides to go to the assembly hall and see what Jiangsu is trying to do. As soon as Yinqingling leaves, Su Ning slips into the now exposed courtyard to search the study before the window closes. Su Ning searches fast, knowing the study and bedroom are the most likely places for hidden letters Yinqingling would never carry on him. In the assembly hall, Yinqingling arrives to find everyone already seated and asks Jiangsu why he called this sudden meeting. Instead of answering directly, Jiangsu rises with a cold stare and asks how the institute should punish someone who colludes with outsiders to murder their own people. The question hits exactly where it should, and both Yinqingling and Gu Qixing instantly realize the assassination plot has been exposed. Pressed to answer in front of everyone, Yinqingling can only stiffly say that such a traitor should be executed. Jiangsu immediately calls for the proof, and Susiki drags in the crippled rank 5 assassin leader for the whole hall to see. Jiangsu publicly accuses Yinqingling of working with the Wind Sea Institute to kill Su Ning and Susiki, and the entire hall breaks into shocked uproar. Gu Qixing panics and tries to call it slander, but Jiangsu coolly points out that the assassin's identity can be verified at any time. As the room turns hostile, Yinqingling realizes everyone now sees him as a man who brought outsiders in to harm their own institute. Cornered, Yin Qingling instantly betrays his ally and shouts that Gu Qixing used his name to collude with the Wind Sea Institute behind his back. He doubles down in front of the instructors, painting himself as a careless superior who failed to discipline a subordinate but was never part of the crime. Gu Qixing can barely process the betrayal before Yin Qingling silences him forever with a wind blade that cuts off his head on the spot. After killing Gu Qixing, Yin Qingling acts almost calm, as if one clean execution can erase the trail back to himself. That confidence lasts only a moment, because Su Ning walks in holding a small stack of letters he found in Yin Qingling's residence. Su Ning crushes Yin Qingling's excuse by revealing the letters as hard proof of his collusion with the Wind Sea Institute. He goes even further and declares that these letters also expose Yin Qingling's plot against the old institute head, stunning the hall all over again. Yin Qingling snaps out of his daze and realizes there is only one way left to survive: kill Su Ning and seize the letters. He lunges first, hurling several large wind blades at Su Ning right in the middle of the assembly hall. Su Ning calmly raises Storm Barrier, and the reflected blades slash back into Yin Qingling instead. Wounded by his own attack, Yin Qingling finally understands why the ambush failed. Su Ning is already a rank 5 arcanist. The other instructors are just as stunned, because this is the first time they realize how strong Su Ning really is. Knowing he cannot win, Yin Qingling turns and tries to flee the assembly hall before the room can close around him. Su Ning cuts that off with gravitational spiral, crushing Yin Qingling down before he can get away. Yin Qingling slams to the ground badly hurt, and Su Ning steps on him to capture him alive once and for all. With Yin Qingling unconscious from rage and injury, Su Ning hands the letters around so every instructor can see the proof for themselves. The letters confirm everything, and the hall turns from shock to raw hatred when they realize Yin Qingling really plotted against the old institute head. Even the instructors who once supported Yin Qingling feel ashamed now, and Jiangsu steps in to steady the room before the institute fractures further. Seeing the tide fully turned, Susiki declares that with Yin Qingling exposed as the institute's sinner, the young institute head should finally inherit the position. With Yin Qingling dead, the instructors immediately swing behind Lu Wang and push him to inherit the Ice Feather Institute. Seeing the room has already decided, Jiangsu formally announces Lu Wang as the new head. Lu Wang finally lets out his relief, because killing Yin Qingling avenged half his grandfather, and this new position fulfills the rest of that old wish. He thanks the elders for their support, but his eyes linger most on Su Ning, Jiangsu, and Susiki, the people who truly made this possible. Lu Wang openly admits he is still only rank 3 and too young to hold the institute alone, so he asks the seniors to keep backing him. The hall answers with support, and the hard work of stabilizing the shaken institute begins at once. Su Ning stays out of the institute's internal management on purpose, because a powerful outsider who reached for authority would only make everyone wary. He has no interest in chores anyway, and as long as the institute keeps supplying resources, that is enough for him. Several quiet days pass, and Su Ning mostly stays in his courtyard, only stepping out now and then to give Guan Yu some guidance. Then Jiangsu comes to see him looking visibly worn out after days of non-stop work settling the institute's mess. Su Ning tells him to rest more, but Jiangsu answers with a tired laugh that the Ice Feather Institute is finally stabilizing. Jiangsu lowers his voice and reveals an uglier update. Ice Feather has reached a temporary agreement with the Wind Sea Institute. He admits they hate Wind Sea for stealing resources and helping kill the old head, but right now Ice Feather is too weak to seek revenge. Wind Sea wants the collusion buried to protect its name, so the two sides compromise. Ice Feather gives up the evidence and gets resources in return. Su Ning understands how bitter that choice is, then quietly promises that once Ice Feather is strong enough, Wind Sea will pay for this. Jiangsu asks him to keep cultivating, and the institute starts pouring a large share of resources into Su Ning to secure its future strength. Over the following days, Su Ning absorbs everything he receives, but rank 6 still needs too much energy to rush. So he settles into an almost idle rhythm, cultivating in private and teaching Guan Yu and Lu Wang on the side. Lu Wang's growth is steady but modest, while Guan Yu makes the big leap and breaks through to rank 3. Months slip by, and after more than a year in the Arcanist world, Su Ning finally stacks up enough resources to make his next jump. Using 120,000 units of energy, Su Ning breaks through to rank 6 Arcanist and steps into the top tier of the Southern Barren Wind region. But the breakthrough does not make him happy for long, because rank 7 would need a terrifying 3 million energy, and the gap is suddenly enormous. He quickly realizes the Southern Barren Wind region has become too small for him, and Ice Feather cannot possibly feed that next step. Su Ning decides to leave eventually, but not before clearing Ice Feather's debts and removing the danger hanging over the institute. In his mind, that means two things: crush the Wind Sea Institute first and make sure Ice Feather has a suitable high-level protector after he goes. Once he decides, Su Ning leaves his courtyard and goes straight to find Jiangsu. Jiangsu is surprised to see him show up in person, because Su Ning rarely comes out now that the institute is stable. Su Ning gets straight to the point and says it is finally time to settle the feud with the Wind Sea Institute for good. Jiangsu is still processing that when Su Ning reveals the reason. He has already advanced to rank 6. The news hits hard, because Jiangsu knows Su Ning only reached rank 5 a few months ago, and this kind of growth feels almost unreal. Even so, Jiangsu worries the move is too hasty against 2 veteran rank 6 enemies, and he says so honestly. Su Ning just reminds him that he already killed a rank 5 the moment he first reached that level, making it clear this is not blind confidence. That settles it for Jiangsu, and Su Ning tells him to prepare the takeover while he handles YNC's top combatants himself. A few days later, Jiangsu returns to report that everything is ready and the old head's death has been quietly spread to shape public opinion first. With the groundwork laid, Jiangsu places the final step in Su Ning's hands, and Su Ning calmly accepts. Su Ning leaves the Ice Feather Institute alone for the kill, while instructors and disciples mobilize behind him to seize WinC's assets once the leaders fall. At the WinC Institute, 2 rank 6 elders sense Ice Feather's recent defiance and discuss the agreement breaking down. They know another clash was always coming, but they still cannot understand what gave Ice Feather the nerve to strike first. They briefly wonder if Ice Feather found outside help, then dismiss it because no southern faction should want to offend WinC directly. Then both of them suddenly feel something wrong as several spiraling forces rip into their bodies from nowhere. They try to break free with arcanism, but they reacted too slowly and come out of the attack already badly wounded. Shaken and huddled together, they demand to know who just hit them. Su Ning steps out and names himself as Ice Feather Institute's attacker, turning their worst guess into reality. Before they can recover, Su Ning sends out 2 giant wind blades and cuts both rank 6 arcanists down on the spot. With WinC's top experts erased in a blink, Su Ning coolly notes that the job is done. After Su Ning killed WinC Institute's 2 rank 6 masters, Ice Feather Institute took over the enemy faction almost without a fight. The purge was handled carefully. Stronger WinC arcanists who had not joined the murder plot could submit and stay, while the rest were driven out of the southern Barren Wind region. That decision immediately strengthened Ice Feather Institute, adding 2 rank 5 arcanists and 6 rank 4 arcanists under Su Ning's shadow. The whole southern region panicked at first, because everyone heard that a man with rank 7 level strength was now backing Ice Feather Institute. Ice Feather Institute quickly released proof that WinC had attacked first, and that was just enough to stop the other forces from treating this as naked aggression. Even after calming down, those forces still felt the same hard truth. One top-level expert like Su Ning could flip an entire power struggle by himself. Instead of trying to conquer the South, Ice Feather Institute started building shared interests and alliances, quietly preparing for the day Su Ning would leave. 2 years passed, and with Su Ning's support, those alliances held firm enough that Ice Feather Institute could finally stand on its own. During those same years, Jiangsu and Su Siki advanced to rank 5, and Lu Wang broke through to rank 4, giving the Institute real high-level backup after Su Ning was gone. Su Ning also cashed in on Ice Feather's expansion, collecting enough resources to gather 3 million energy and break through to rank 7 half a month before departure. That breakthrough settled it for him. The Barren Wind region could no longer feed his next step, so it was finally time to leave. He said goodbye to Jiangsu, Su Siki, Lu Wang, and Guan Yu, and everyone took it hard even though they had known this was coming. This time Guan Yu stayed behind, accepting that she could not keep up with Su Ning anymore and that Ice Feather Institute was now the right place for her. Su Ning set his sights on the city of Arcanists, the one place packed with enough powerful Arcanists and resources to carry him toward rank 9. He knew that if he could rise 2 more ranks in this world, he could fully grasp its origin, retrieve his clone, and finally step into the Grandmaster realm. Another full year disappeared on the road before Su Ning finally reached the giant walls of the city of Arcanists, and let out a rare breath of relief. At the gate, even the guards felt strong by outside standards, and they stopped Su Ning to assess and register this new arrival. Su Ning cooperated, got a badge certificate and a city booklet for free, and immediately realized this place operated on a whole different level. Once inside, Su Ning found Arcanists everywhere, with rank 3 and 4 figures crowding the streets so densely that low-rank outsiders barely had a place here. He decided to keep things simple first, and find a place to stay while he learned how this city really worked. Half a month later, Su Ning had learned the city's power structure well enough to see that major families and institutions ruled it together. After weighing his options, he decided to join an Arcanist family rather than an institution. The reason for that rush became clear. The Arcanist Tower was about to open, and every major faction was desperately recruiting rank 6 and 7 experts to form exploration teams. Su Ning learned that the tower stood in the heart of the city, and was a legendary relic built by 3 vanished rank 10 Arcanists. Because people believed the secret of reaching rank 10 might be hidden inside, the city's factions treated every 10-year opening like a high-stakes war for opportunity. With less than 2 months left before the opening, Su Ning knew he had arrived at exactly the right time and refused to let that chance slip. He chose the Gao Arcanist family for one blunt reason. They paid the best, offering 5 million energy worth of resources up front and the same again after the tower run. That deal alone would cover 40% of what he needed for his next breakthrough, so the choice was obvious. Su Ning went straight to the Gao family mansion and plainly announced that he was here to join their Arcanist Tower team. The guard brought him to a middle-aged rank 8 Arcanist, who was surprised to find that this quiet newcomer was already a rank 7 expert. Once Suning confirmed his level, the Gao family man immediately saw him as badly needed reinforcement for the team's thin top ranks. He warned Suning honestly that the tower was rich in resources but carried a very real risk of death. Suning accepted that risk without hesitation, treating the tower like another deadly mystic realm worth entering. The recruiter added one more hard condition. Once Suning joined, he could not back out midway and would have to follow the Gao family's commands inside the tower. Suning agreed again, and the two signed the contract on the spot. He was assigned a private residence in the compound, and the first batch of rewards arrived almost immediately. Suning wasted no time and absorbed all 5 million energy worth of resources, stunned again by how easily the city produced what the outside world could not. Because the contract barred him from leaving before the tower opened, Suning stayed put and used the next 2 months to learn everything the Gao family would teach. In repeated briefings, the Gao family drilled the team on the tower's environment so nobody would walk in blind. From those sessions, Suning pieced together the team's full shape, about 100 explorers built around a peak rank 8 leader and 4 more rank 8 elites. There were also 25 rank 7 arcanists, including many outsiders like Suning, while the remaining 70 rank 6 members would handle basic support inside the tower. When the 2 months finally ended, the Gao family's entire exploration team assembled and set out for the city's center on the day the tower was due to open. On the way, Gao Qishuan, a bald rank 7 member of the Gao family who had grown friendly with Suning, came over buzzing with excitement. Gao Qishuan asked how Suning was feeling, but Suning stayed as steady as ever, taking the coming tower run like just another dangerous trial. Gao Qishuan admitted this was his first time entering the Arcanist Tower too, and unlike Suning, he could barely hide how eager he was to rush inside. Suning arrived with the Gao family at the sealed grounds around the Arcanist Tower, where only the city's major factions were allowed near this tightly controlled treasure trove. Seeing the crowd, Suning realized just how many factions had come, and that entry quotas were divided by strength, with powerful families like the Gao clan bringing far larger teams. He also understood the key limit here. Rank 9 Arcanists could not enter, so every faction had only rank 8 leaders gambling with a dangerous but not limitless expedition. Then the tower finally began to open, glowing white before its surface turned into a shimmering liquid curtain that sent the whole crowd into motion. Gao Yuji warned the Gao team that everyone would be scattered after entry, so surviving meant finding allies fast and staying alert for both the tower's traps and rival factions. With the order given, the Gao family charged in with the other factions, and Gao Qishuan exchanged a brief good luck farewell with Suning before they vanished into the tower. After a dizzy teleport, Suning landed alone in a dark red volcanic space filled with smoke, heat, and a sharp sulfurous stench. Remembering the tower's rules, Suning knew every independent space had different dangers and resources, and only a teleportation gate could throw him into the next unknown area. He also recalled his deal with the Gao family. Ordinary tower resources were his to keep, but any hidden fragment had to be handed over afterward in exchange for reward. That made Suning even more curious, because hidden fragments were rumored to hold the lost secret of reaching rank 10, a path the Arcanist world had forgotten long ago. For now, he chose the practical approach: scout the area first, gather resources if the place was worth it, or leave quickly if it was empty and dangerous. After searching the wasteland, he found no life, no plants, and no obvious treasure, which made the whole place feel like a dead zone. Just as Suning was ready to give up and look for the teleportation gate, he noticed a nearby volcano and decided to check it before leaving. At the crater, he found only bubbling dark red magma dangerous enough to injure even a rank 6 Arcanist, but still no visible resources. He was about to move on when a low roar echoed from the tallest volcano, and the sudden eruption instantly pulled his attention that way. Sensing that something powerful was hidden there, Suning rushed over with his guard up instead of retreating. At the crater, he confirmed the danger. A gigantic golden-scaled monster lay sleeping in the magma, its body almost filling the volcano, and its aura far beyond what he could handle head-on. Suning judged the beast to be around elementary 9th stage strength and guessed that only the tower's legendary builders could have created a monster this terrifying. Then he spotted the real prize, because the volcano wall was packed with hidden rock flame crystals that nearly blended into the stone. Recognizing the crystals, Suning was stunned to realize this haul alone could give him more than 3 million units of energy if he could take it safely. But the reward came with a brutal catch, since prying crystals from the wall could easily wake the sleeping monster right beneath them. To give himself at least one escape route, he backed off and spent the next 2 hours searching until he finally found the teleportation gate at the foot of a smaller volcano. Only after securing that retreat did Suning return to the highest volcano and carefully climb down the inner wall to start harvesting the crystals. He chose the fastest method and absorbed the rock flame crystals directly, turning each one to powder while keeping one eye locked on the monster. As time passed, Suning quietly cleared most of the crater wall, until only the richer crystals above the monster's head were left untouched. By then he had already absorbed even more energy than expected, and the final untouched crystals looked rich enough to push his total gain past 5 million. After a hard pause, Suning decided the risk was worth it, and climbed onto the space above the monster to absorb the best crystals too. The gamble paid off at first, because these top-grade crystals held 5 to 10 times more energy, and Su Ning's total reserve surged toward 10 million. Then the atmosphere changed in an instant when Su Ning noticed the monster's breathing had stopped. He looked down and met a pair of cold eyes, because the sleeping monster had finally woken up and was staring straight at him. Su Ning reacted without hesitation, snatching up the last few crystals instead of leaving them behind before throwing himself out of the crater. A furious roar and exploding magma blasted out behind him as the volcano erupted with the monster's rage. Knowing speed was everything now, Su Ning wrapped himself in a protective arcane domain and sprinted all out toward the teleportation gate. Behind him, the giant golden-scaled monster burst fully from the volcano and thundered after him across the ground, turning his escape into a desperate chase. In the volcanic tower space, Su Ning sprinted for the teleportation gate, while a monster behind him kept blasting lava fireballs at his back. While dodging for his life, Su Ning glanced back and spotted a silver hidden fragment lodged beneath the monster's neck. The gate was almost in reach, but when the monster threw back its head and roared in frustration, Su Ning saw a reckless opening. He gambled hard, burst back across the distance, and snatched the hidden fragment straight off the monster. The monster instantly went berserk and flooded his escape route with a chain of lava fireballs. Su Ning forced his arcane domain to the limit, took the impacts head-on, and even coughed blood before his shield finally carried him through the gate. When the distortion ended, he stumbled into a completely different space, open sky, endless green grass, and blessedly no immediate danger. Badly injured and relieved to be alive, Su Ning stayed put and swallowed healing arcane medicine instead of risking more movement. As he recovered, he examined the silver fragment and realized it felt like outer world coordinates, much like the sensation of sensing other worlds in martial cultivation. That clue made him suspect the missing rank 10 path in this world was tied to lost coordinates, so he carefully stored the fragment to trade later to the Gao family. A few hours later, the medicine and his stronger rank 7 body had fully repaired the damage from the lava barrage. He spent half a day scouting the grassland, confirmed it was comfortable but resource-poor, and marked the local teleportation gate for when it was time to leave. Over the next half-month, Su Ning kept jumping through space after space, avoided other arcanists when he spotted them, and steadily built up more resources and hidden fragments. By then, 3 months of the tower's opening had passed, and Su Ning's reserves had climbed to 23 million energy, leaving him just short of rank 8. His next jump dropped him into a new independent space, this time a damp giant forest with muddy ground and towering trees that blocked most of the sky. To understand the terrain, Su Ning climbed to the top of one giant tree and found the same thing in every direction, an endless sea of treetops. Seeing no birds or other life in the sky, he dropped back to the forest floor and started another careful sweep for resources and the exit gate. That search was interrupted when a squat tree suddenly lashed out with a dozen spiked tentacles aimed straight at him. Su Ning threw up his arcane domain in time, and the strange plant's venomous-looking blows thudded harmlessly against the light membrane. Once he saw the plant could not break his defense, Su Ning answered with wind blades and tore the tentacles apart. He followed up with a spiral wind strike through the trunk, nearly killing the conscious plant and exposing something hidden inside it. Inside the dying tree, Su Ning pulled out a transparent solid core, and the moment he touched it, the martial arts panel told him it held exactly 2 million energy. The number made him smile, because this was the last piece he needed to break through. He absorbed the energy at once, and the solid core melted into useless slime in his hand. After rinsing the residue away with a quick water technique, Su Ning immediately chose to advance to rank 8. The breakthrough succeeded, and Su Ning felt his arcane domain swell far wider than before as he officially entered rank 8. That jump in strength excited him, but the next truth was sobering too. Rank 9 would demand a brutal 120 million energy. Even so, becoming rank 8 made him much more confident as he prepared to keep exploring carefully instead of getting careless. Before he could go far, a shout echoed through the trees. Someone was ordering another arcanist to hand over all hidden fragments, and promising to spare his life. Guessing it was a clash between factions, Su Ning changed course and moved in to see what was happening. He found Gao Qishuan in full retreat, the bald young Gao family arcanist hurling desperate techniques behind him while 3 fierce pursuers closed in. As he fled, Gao Qishuan was already panicking because he still had not found the local teleportation gate. Gao Qishuan shouted that they were breaking the tower's no-fighting agreement, but one pursuer mocked him for believing a promise nobody ever keeps. The threat only got uglier when the pursuers demanded his hidden fragments again, and Gao Qishuan knew they would kill him whether he obeyed or not. With no path left to run, Gao Qishuan finally stopped, roared back a refusal, and decided to drag his enemies down with him in a last stand. In the giant forest space, Gao Qishuan pushes his rank 7 arcane domain to the limit and fights 3 pursuers head-on, gambling everything on a brutal offense. The 3 enemies hesitate at his desperate style, but Gao Qishuan can feel himself running out of strength and realizes he is close to dying here. He roars and prepares one last suicidal strike, ready to drag an enemy down with him. Before he can move, thin blood lines suddenly open across all 3 pursuers' chests, and they drop dead at once. Gao Qishuan whirls around in confusion and finally spots Su Ning walking toward him through the trees. The moment he recognizes him, Gao Qixuan blurts out that Su Ning saved him, still half stunned by how fast it happened. Su Ning answers lightly, and Gao Qixuan immediately realizes something bigger is wrong because Su Ning killed 3 rank 7 experts from far away in a single blow. When Gao Qixuan asks outright, Su Ning confirms that the tower's resources helped him break through to rank 8. Gao Qixuan can only call it impressive, suddenly aware that the younger Su Ning now stands at a level few in the city of Arcanists can match. As Su Ning collects the dead men's spatial rings before their resources can be lost, he asks how Gao Qixuan got into this mess. Gao Qixuan explains that he found a hidden fragment inside a special giant tree, but while he was examining it, these 3 spotted him and tried to ambush him. He says he barely dodged the sneak attack, but the 3 kept chasing him until Su Ning arrived, and he had already started thinking about how to die without losing everything. When Su Ning asks who they were, Gao Qixuan names the Green Frame Institute and makes it clear this kind of bullying fits their reputation. Su Ning quietly notes the name, knowing Green Frame Institute is one of the city's 2 strongest factions, which makes the danger here even more real. Shaken by how close he came to death, Gao Qixuan asks to stay with Su Ning from now on instead of wandering alone. Su Ning agrees without much fuss, because at peak rank 8 with power close to rank 9, taking Gao Qixuan along is no burden to him. The 2 decide to finish searching this space for resources and hidden fragments before moving on through another teleportation gate. Gao Qixuan is careful not to cling too close, searching the neighboring area instead so he can help without slowing Su Ning down. 2 months pass inside the tower, and with less than 10 days left, Su Ning's haul has already climbed past 40 million units as he edges closer to rank 9. For Su Ning, this tower has shortened his road forward dramatically, and he can't help comparing it to the martial arts world, where gathering this much would have been far slower. During that stretch, Su Ning and Gao Qixuan also reconnect with the Gao family's main force, which has managed to gather more than 60 members before the final phase. That huge gathering only happens because the tower's last 20 days pull everyone into one enormous complex space, where the real final showdown is expected to erupt. Based on past experience, the final few days here are when resources and hidden fragments appear in bursts, and Su Ning sets his sights on pushing his reserves to 80 million before the tower closes. He figures that once those hidden fragments are exchanged after leaving, he should be just 1 step away from rank 9. While Su Ning rests in his tent, a Gao family member arrives with a summons from Gao Yuji, and the message itself shows how much Su Ning's status has risen after becoming rank 8. Su Ning heads to the central wooden house, the camp's command room built with arcane techniques. Inside, Gao Yuji greets him warmly, because the rank 7 talent he recruited earlier has now become one of the expedition's true pillars. Su Ning takes in the room and sees the other top fighters gathered there, all rank 8 arcanists, and the Gao family's main force for the endgame. Once everyone is seated, Gao Yuji gets straight to the point. The tower will close in less than 10 days, and the final concentration of resources should begin within 3. He warns that the so-called agreement not to fight inside the tower is meaningless once valuable resources appear, and everyone in the room knows he is right. Gao Yuji makes the hard truth even clearer. When the rarest resources emerge, even rank 7 arcanists are mostly spectators, and only the 5 rank 8s can really contest them. So he asks everyone to put aside whether they are Gao family or outside recruits and act as one side when the clashes start. The others agree at once, and Su Ning also makes his stance clear, locking in the alliance for the coming fight. With that settled, Gao Yuji unfolds a map and reveals the 8 known resource concentration points in the complex space. His plan is simple and fast. Each rank 8 will secure 1 concentration point first, while lower-ranked members cover the remaining 3. Su Ning is assigned to a huge inland lake, one of the key places where the final resources are expected to erupt. No one objects to the allocation, and Gao Yuji ends the meeting with one last reminder to stay alive once the competition turns savage. 2 days later, Su Ning reaches the huge lake early and claims a small island in the middle as his best vantage point. He settles down cross-legged to wait, already wondering how much energy this final outbreak might bring him. Half a day later, an unfamiliar rank 8 in a light purple robe lands on the island and silently tests whether Su Ning will give way. Su Ning tells him plainly that the island is already taken, with no polite dance around the issue. When the man does not back off, Su Ning releases his peak rank 8 aura, and the pressure instantly changes the whole mood. Realizing he is only mid-rank 8, the purple-robed arcanist immediately apologizes and leaves rather than start a pointless fight early. After that, several other rank 8 auras approach the lake too, but once they sense Su Ning's presence, they all choose to keep their distance. By the next half-day, the shores around the huge lake are lined with waiting arcanists from multiple ranks, all holding their breath for the eruption to begin. At dawn, the whole place falls into a strange quiet, with only wind, fish, and passing birds breaking the silence. Then the silence shatters as part of the lake explodes upward in a roaring water column, announcing that the final concentration has finally begun. As the spray bursts apart, a large cluster of hidden fragments rises into the air above the water, and the real fight is about to start. At the lake in the tower's final zone, pillars of water suddenly blasted upward and kicked off the long-awaited concentration outbreak. The moment resources and hidden fragments appeared in the air, Suning lunged for the nearest outbreak point with everyone else right behind him. He moved fastest, sweeping most of that cash into his spatial ring before the other rank 8 arcanists could rip much away. The others glared at him warily, but nobody wanted to start a real fight this early and lose the chance at the next wave. By the time Suning turned to chase another point, the rest of the lake had already been stripped clean by other competitors. While waiting for the next round, Suning replayed what he saw and realized the loot had not really risen from the lakebed at all, but appeared through a spatial trick first. He decided to sense those spatial fluctuations in advance so he could react even faster when the next burst came. Days passed in a brutal rhythm of eruptions, and with just one day left before the tower sealed, everyone had already piled up massive gains. As the end drew closer, the earlier restraint vanished and stronger arcanists started fighting openly, and even robbing the weak for their spatial rings. A lot of rank 6 and rank 7 arcanists gave up entirely, hiding in safe corners so they could at least leave alive with what they still had. Suning, though, was thriving, and the sudden flood of resources pushed his stored energy all the way to 100 million. He quickly worked out that once he traded his hidden fragments with the Gao family, he should have enough for the last 20 million he needed to break into rank 9. On another outbreak, Suning caught the spatial ripple early, rushed the point first, and swept up the entire burst before anyone else could touch it. This time the burst contained no arcanist resources at all, only hidden fragments, which suited Suning just fine. He knew those fragments could reveal other outer world coordinates if someone pieced them together, but he did not care because his own path did not depend on that method. Between eruptions, Suning noticed 2 men on a nearby island staring his way and talking about just how absurd his haul had become. The younger man wanted to gang up on Suning inside the tower and take his spatial ring, but his senior brother shut that idea down because even with more people, they still might lose. Then the senior brother revealed the real danger. After the tower closed, he expected a chance to seize Suning's gains outside instead. When the green-shirt man pointed out that open robbery outside the tower should be impossible, his senior brother lowered his voice and said this time would be different. According to that secret rumor, once the tower sealed, the Green Frame Institute planned to lead a city-wide upheaval, force every faction to hand over hidden fragments, and refine them together to chase the secret of rank 10. The 2 men ended up grinning at the thought that their institute head might become the first rank 10 arcanist in centuries. At last the final round ended, and with his spatial ring packed full of hidden fragments, Suning was in an excellent mood. As the tower prepared to shut, Suning felt the surrounding space start to twist around him again. A moment later he was ejected outside, standing before the Arcanist Tower now restored to its quiet normal state. Looking around, Suning immediately saw the cost of the expedition, because only about 60 to 70% of the people who entered had made it back out. He found Gao Yuji, and Gao Yuji was plainly relieved to see Suning return alive after the tower's last violent phase. When Gao Yuji asked about his harvest, Suning answered simply that it was great, even though he privately knew his hidden fragments alone were worth an enormous exchange. The Gao family finally gathered its survivors, and out of the 100 people who entered, only about 60 had returned. Gao Yuji did not dwell on the losses, because many of the dead had only been hired hands, and the resources the survivors brought back more than justified the expedition. He immediately led everyone back to the Gao family mansion to register their hidden fragments and claim their exchange rewards. At the mansion, the Gao family staff began counting and grading each person's hidden fragments before arranging the matching resources. When Suning handed over his share, the Gao family was stunned because his fragments alone nearly matched the combined total of the other 3 rank 8 arcanists. That performance even drew out a rank 9 expert from the Gao family, who personally came to meet Suning and test the waters. The rank 9 arcanist invited Suning to become a guest elder of the Gao family, but Suning politely refused because he had no intention of staying in this world long term. With that settled, Suning stayed in the Gao family mansion and waited for the exchanged resources to arrive. 2 days later the delivery finally came, and after absorbing everything, Suning's energy soared to 160 million. That was more than enough, so Suning prepared to break through, knowing he would still have plenty of energy left even after reaching rank 9. He set his goal clearly in his mind: become a rank 9 arcanist here, grasp this world's origin, and then return to the martial arts world for his next leap. Suning opened the martial arts panel and chose to spend 120 million energy on the breakthrough without hesitation. The moment the upgrade began, Suning felt a familiar but alien force flood in as he directly touched the origin power of the arcanist world. Because the panel pushed him straight to completion, Suning smoothly comprehended that origin and finished his rank 9 advancement in one clean step. He could not help comparing himself to the Corsi Demon Lord, who had entered this world dozens of times and still stopped at rank 6, while Suning had reached the origin on his very first run. But when Suning tried to sense other outer worlds as a rank 9 arcanist, he found only vague space-time turbulence instead of usable coordinates. That confirmed his suspicion that rank 9 arcanists in this world could not locate outer worlds at all, which meant they should have no normal way to grasp a second origin and advance to rank 10. And that left Suning with one sharp question at the end of it all. If the path was blocked, how had the 3 rank 10 arcanists managed to do it in the first place? Su Ning stops himself from returning home when he suddenly senses 8 rank 9 arcanists rushing straight toward the Gao family. The intruders break into the mansion openly, and Gao Linha comes out with 3 Gao family rank 9 experts to meet them with rising dread. Gao Linha is shaken when he recognizes the visitors as fighters from both Green Frame Institute and Smoke Rune Institute, 2 powers that normally clash instead of cooperating. Fei Qingyi steps forward and coldly says he has a request, but his attitude makes it feel like a command from the start. That request is brutal. Fei Qingyi wants to borrow the Gao family's hidden fragments, and Gao Linha immediately refuses because fragments are not something that can simply be lent out. Chiu Shirley takes over the explanation and reveals the real plan. The 2 institutes have joined forces, pooled their fragments, and are hunting for enough pieces to crack the secret of rank 10. He even promises to share the breakthrough later, but the pressure in the courtyard makes it obvious this is coercion, not a fair offer. Knowing he may lose everything either way, Gao Linha tries to stall and asks how many hidden fragments they want. Fei Qingyi answers without hesitation that they want all of them, turning the negotiation into outright plunder. Gao Linha flatly refuses, because handing over the family's centuries of fragments would be nothing less than betraying the Gao family itself. Fei Qingyi drops the pretense at once and orders the group to seize the fragments by force. Gao Linha and the Gao experts throw themselves in the way, desperate to stop the raid before the treasury space is breached. Fei Qingyi crushes the resistance with his arcane domain, smothering half the mansion under terrifying pressure and nearly locking the Gao family leaders in place. When Gao Linha denounces him, Fei Qingyi answers with naked murder, warning that he can wipe them all out if they keep talking. Then the crushing pressure suddenly vanishes, and everyone realizes someone stronger has just stepped in. Su Ning descends from the sky and calmly calls their behavior what it is, robbery dressed up as a request. The Gao family recognizes Su Ning at once, but what shocks them even more is his aura, because he now feels like a peak rank 9 monster instead of the rank 8 talent they knew. Fei Qingyi and Chiu Shirley are just as rattled, because this hidden expert erased Fei Qingyi's domain far too easily to be a normal rank 9. Chiu Shirley immediately bows his head and tries to retreat, deciding that offending Su Ning any further is not worth the risk. Su Ning answers by spreading his own arcane domain over all 8 intruders, instantly reminding them that leaving is no longer their choice. Instead of acting on his own, Su Ning asks Gao Linha whether he wants these enemies spared, making it clear he is helping the Gao family settle its own grievance. Chiu Shirley seizes the opening and hurriedly apologizes, even promising future secrets of rank 10 if Gao Linha will let them walk away alive. Gao Linha wants revenge, but he forces himself to think like a family head and realizes killing them could bring the whole city down on the Gao family once Su Ning is gone. In the end, Gao Linha tells Su Ning to let them go, choosing survival over a satisfying bloodbath. Su Ning accepts that choice and withdraws his domain, and the trapped rank 9 invaders waste no time leaving the Gao family estate. Once the danger passes, Gao Linha rushes forward to thank Su Ning, suddenly treating him as the kind of figure who could change the Gao family's fate. Gao Linha immediately tries to keep him by offering an elder position, unrestricted authority, resources, and even free access to the hidden fragments. But Su Ning politely refuses, because he has already repaid the Gao family in his own mind and is ready to leave this world behind. Before the conversation can finish, Su Ning's expression shifts and he instantly throws his arcane domain around Gao Linha and the others to shield them from a new attack. Looking outside the shield, Gao Linha sees Fei Qingyi has come back with Feng Yushan, the Smoke Rune Institute head, and the 2 top figures are openly targeting Su Ning now. Su Ning is not surprised at all, and with his departure already decided, he coolly chooses to show these 2 exactly how far above them he stands. Fei Qingyi warns Feng Yushan that Su Ning is stronger than both of them expected, revealing he only came back because he thought 2 institute heads together could kill this threat. The 2 institute heads merge their arcane domains and crash them against Su Ning's storm-filled domain in a full rank 9 clash above the mansion. Even joined together, their attacks cannot break him, and Feng Yushan quickly realizes Fei Qingyi badly underestimated the man they came to kill. Facing Fei Qingyi and Feng Yushan together, Su Ning feels no pressure at all and decides to stop dragging the fight out. Su Ning unleashes his full strength, and his arcane domain surges hard enough to crush the merged domains of the city's 2 strongest men. Fei Qingyi is stunned because this is the exact opposite of what he expected when he teamed up with Feng Yushan. Feng Yushan realizes they cannot win and immediately calls for retreat. Su Ning refuses to let them escape and expands his domain again to trap both men. The force inside Su Ning's domain drags them toward him, and under that suppression they can barely even activate arcane power. For the first time, the 2 top arcanists of the city look genuinely terrified that they are about to die. A gentle voice suddenly asks Su Ning to show mercy, and the calm tone is so overwhelming that he instinctively withdraws his domain. A plain white-robed man appears in front of Su Ning, smiling gently, but Su Ning instantly knows he is facing a rank 10 arcanist. Fei Qingyi and Feng Yushan are just as shaken, because they thought the arcanist world had not produced a rank 10 arcanist for centuries. Without explaining in public, the white-robed man says they should talk elsewhere and warps space around Su Ning. In the next instant, Su Ning finds himself with the stranger on a lonely high peak wrapped in cloud and mist. The man calmly introduces himself as Shangguan-ji, and Su Ning is jolted because that is the name of the vanished rank 10 who helped build the Arcanist Tower. Shangguan-ji immediately sees through Su Ning's secret and notes that he is not from the Arcanist world at all. Su Ning realizes Shangguan-ji means no harm, because a true rank 10 could have erased this clone whenever he wanted. Shangguan-ji apologizes for stopping the kill, saying Fei Qingyi and Feng Yushan are the only people left in the Arcanist world who might one day reach rank 10. That answer only deepens the mystery for Su Ning, because rank 9 Arcanists here cannot even locate outer worlds, let alone break through. Shangguan-ji reveals that 1,000 years ago the Arcanist world could still sense outer worlds, and that was how he himself became rank 10. Then he explains the disaster. Chaotic turbulence struck the space-time turbulence around the Arcanist world and changed its entire outer environment. Su Ning understands the danger, because even normal space-time turbulence is deadly, and chaotic turbulence is far worse. Shangguan-ji says the Arcanist world itself survived, but the turbulence outside it became much more chaotic, and even changed the world's time flow. That finally explains why time in the Arcanist world runs at the striking 10-to-1 ratio Su Ning heard about before entering. Shangguan-ji goes further and says entering this world from outside is still possible, but leaving it through that changed turbulence is overwhelmingly harder. A rank 10 can force a way out, but rank 9 Arcanists cannot, which means even finding outer world coordinates would still not let them advance. Su Ning realizes this is the real reason the Arcanist world stopped producing rank 10s. Shangguan-ji says he and the other two rank 10s feared the whole Arcanist system would rot if rank 9 experts could no longer see any road forward. To keep that collapse from happening, the three of them built the Arcanist Tower and used it to preserve hope. They even let people believe the secret of rank 10 was hidden inside the tower, so ambitious Arcanists would keep striving instead of giving up. When Su Ning calls that a lie, Shangguan-ji corrects him and says the hidden fragments really do contain outer world coordinates, just not a usable path yet. Shangguan-ji then reveals the other two rank 10 Arcanists already risked their true bodies to leave the Arcanist world and search outer worlds for a solution. Hundreds of years have passed without their return, and even Shangguan-ji cannot hide the worry in his eyes. Su Ning sincerely admires them, because they gambled their lives for the future of the Arcanist world's entire transcendent path. After a quiet pause, Shangguan-ji asks how long Su Ning still plans to remain in the Arcanist world. Su Ning admits that if not for Fei Qingyi and Feng Yushan forcing this last conflict, he would already have returned home. Shangguan-ji asks one favor before they part. If Su Ning finds a way to resolve the chaotic turbulence after reaching rank 10 in his own world, he should send that answer back. Because he respects both Shangguan-ji and this world, Su Ning agrees without hesitation. Before leaving, Su Ning remembers the Gao family and asks Shangguan-ji to protect them from retaliation by the two rank 9 Arcanists he just spared. Shangguan-ji agrees at once, and with that one answer the Gao family's hidden crisis is quietly settled. The two men exchange a final respectful farewell on the mountain peak. Su Ning triggers his return, and his clone vanishes in a burst of white light. Shangguan-ji watches the empty space for a moment, lost in thought, and then disappears as well. Back in the martial arts world, Su Ning's true body suddenly opens his eyes in the dark forbidden chamber beneath the Wanxing Imperial City. Duan Huiyao and Duan Hui assume he failed and look at him with immediate regret. Su Ning calmly answers no, and that single word catches both men off guard. Then the two origin powers inside Su Ning merge, his bottleneck shatters, and he steps straight into the Origin Realm Grandmaster level. The two princes are stunned, because in less than half a year Su Ning has jumped from Dao Realm 9th stage to Grandmaster. Duan Hui turns openly excited, because this pace means Su Ning may surpass even the coming threat of Eugene. As Su Ning settles into the new realm, he realizes he can still use the origin power of the Arcanist world even after returning home. He immediately sees the next path too. He must find the shared nature of these two origins and move toward the origin of the infinite worlds. For Su Ning, that next step is not about talent but fuel, so he turns to Duan Hui with a blunt request for an insane amount of cultivation resources. In the Duan family's dark forbidden chamber, Su Ning unexpectedly asks Duan Hui for as many cultivation resources as the imperial family can gather. Duan Hui does not understand why an origin realm expert still wants resources, but he agrees without hesitation and decides to fully support Su Ning. Su Ning thanks both of them as Grandmaster and Demon Lord, still treating them with full respect after all the help they have given him. Duan Hui openly admits Su Ning's talent has gone beyond his understanding, and he now wants to see Su Ning become the one who comprehends the origin of infinite worlds. When Su Ning promises he will do his best, the pressure hanging over Duan Hui and Duan Huiyao finally eases, because Eugene is no longer their only hope or threat. Su Ning says he will first return to the Corsi Demon sect, because now that he has reached the origin realm, keeping the sect master title no longer means much to him. He asks to hand the Corsi Demon sect over to Duan Chaomian, putting the post back into the Duan imperial family's line. Duan Hui readily agrees and thanks Su Ning, understanding that this is both a favor to the Duan family and a natural move for someone at Su Ning's level. After Su Ning leaves, Duan Hui immediately moves to mobilize trusted subordinates and orders the imperial family to gather resources for Su Ning on a huge scale. Back at the Corsi Demon sect, Suning summons every elder to the main peak, leaving the whole leadership unsure what kind of announcement is coming. The elders quietly note that Suning has acted a lot like the old Corsi demon lord, taking power and then vanishing for half a year. Suning suddenly appears before them, and the gathered elders immediately bow to greet their sect master. The strongest elders instantly feel something shocking from Suning's presence, because his aura now resembles the Duan family's grandmaster. A moment later, even the weaker elders notice the change, and Duan Chaomian and Yu Qiao exchange stunned looks when the same guess hits them. Suning announces that after speaking with the grandmaster and demon lord, he is stepping down as sect master of the Corsi demon sect. He names Duan Chaomian as the new sect master, stunning the whole peak because Suning has held the position for less than a year. Duan Chaomian is so overwhelmed that Yu Qiao has to nudge him back to his senses, a small sign that the two of them have grown much closer. After collecting himself, Duan Chaomian accepts the position and promises Suning that he will not fail him. Suning bluntly asks one last favor, telling Duan Chaomian to take care of his Swallow Heron sect after the succession. Duan Chaomian agrees at once, and his respect is clearly no longer about politics but about the fact that Suning has already stepped into the Grandmaster realm. With the handover finished, Suning says farewell, knowing even Gu Sanjing and his own people in the sect should be safe under a sensible new leader. Before he goes, Yu Qiao steps out and asks the question everyone is desperate to hear answered. Has Suning really advanced to the Grandmaster realm? Suning confirms it with one calm sentence, and that answer hits the entire sect like a thunderclap. He vanishes from the Corsi demon sect, leaving the elders standing there dazed under the full weight of what they just learned. Suning returns to the Swallow Heron sect and quietly puts his own side of things in order before his next breakthrough attempt. He also visits the Harmony King mansion to tell Duan Chaofeng the news in person. When Duan Chaofeng hears that Suning has become a grandmaster, he is left completely stunned by how far his old acquaintance has risen. Duan Chaofeng realizes that simply being Suning's friend now lifts his own standing in the Duan imperial family above many core bloodline members. Once those last matters are handled, Suning returns to the imperial capital to wait for the mountain of resources Duan Hui promised him. He briefly considers going back to Abyss North to see his family, but decides to wait until after he has comprehended the origin of infinite worlds. So Suning shuts himself away and begins preparing for the final advancement that could decide everything. Half a year later in the Forbidden Land, Suning finally absorbs the last needed energy from a special crystal and sees the number he has been waiting for. The Duan imperial family has truly emptied its strength for him, and now Suning finally has enough energy to attempt comprehension of the origin of infinite worlds. When he opens the martial arts panel, the available energy has reached 1 billion units, and the path to the next realm is suddenly right in front of him. Without hesitating any longer, Suning chooses to spend the full billion units and make the breakthrough he has chased for so long. The instant the breakthrough begins, the two different world origins inside Suning start merging toward one deeper shared essence. By touching that common core between the martial arts world and the arcanist world, Suning forms a brand new understanding of world origin itself. His body also transforms again, becoming strong enough to move through space-time turbulence freely instead of merely surviving it for a while. Because he always reaches the peak of each realm instantly, Suning skips the long tempering process and directly forms a body naturally suited to the infinite worlds. That new body means Suning can now travel between worlds and still keep his full strength without relearning each world's transcendent system. When the breakthrough ends, Suning realizes he has grasped the origin of the infinite worlds itself, the very limit of transcendence in this universe. He steps out of the sealed room and looks up at the sky, quietly struck by the thought that in less than 10 years he has gone from village boy to the peak of martial cultivation. The mysterious aura of his breakthrough reaches Duan Hui and Duan Huiyao, and both rush over at once. Duan Hui can barely contain himself as he asks the obvious question, because the aura he just felt should only belong to someone who has crossed that final threshold. Suning confirms that he has already comprehended the origin of the infinite worlds. The two old powerhouses burst into relieved laughter, because from this moment on they no longer have to fear Eugene alone. But that relief lasts only a moment, because Suning suddenly says that he can feel someone coming. When Duan Hui asks if he means Eugene, Suning confirms it and explains that this is not a guess but a strangely real sensation born from his new realm. The coming fight is suddenly real, and Duan Hui and Duan Huiyao grow grim again even after Suning's breakthrough. Suning stays steady and says the real concern is not himself, but whether the people around them might get caught in the aftermath. So the three of them immediately shift into preparation mode for the final clash that has been hanging over all of State Wanqing. At the same time in an outer world, Eugene opens his eyes after reaching that same final realm himself. Eugene knows he has now touched the transcendent limit of the universe, with only long-term physical refinement left before his body fully catches up. With the breakthrough done, his thoughts return immediately to Duan Hui and the revenge he has carried for years. He remembers that he and Duan Hui were once sincere friends, before his master's death and his sect's destruction turned them into enemies. Since leaving State Wanqing, Eugene has lived for one goal only: kill Duan Hui, destroy the Duan family, and repay the blood debt of his fallen master and sect. Now that he has finally crossed the last threshold after more than a year at the edge of it, Eugene decides the time to end everything has arrived. He leaves the outer world and travels through the space-time turbulence, unharmed by the tearing force that once would have been deadly. After crossing the world membrane, Eugene returns at last to his homeworld, the martial arts world. But the moment he steps into State Wanxing, Eugene stops in surprise because he senses another Grandmaster who has also comprehended the origin of infinite worlds. He immediately realizes that aura does not belong to Duan Hui, which means a new peak-level opponent has appeared and the decisive battle really is unavoidable now. With that realization, Eugene disappears again and heads straight for the imperial capital. In the hidden courtyard beneath Wanxing's forbidden area, Suning suddenly senses Eugene closing in, and the mood snaps tight. Duan Hui asks if they should intercept him, but Suning calmly says there is no time left. The next instant Eugene appears in the courtyard, and the Duan siblings go on guard at once. Eugene looks down on Duan Hui and bluntly says the old talk about them being equals was wrong. He adds that Duan Hui is only lucky because someone else reached the final realm for him, so their promised duel no longer matters. Duan Hui answers without pride or excuses and simply says Su Ning will settle this in his place. Eugene sizes Su Ning up as a young genius he never noticed before, and even sounds pleased to test himself against such a junior. The room falls silent for a few breaths, with both men measuring each other before the real clash begins. Then Su Ning and Eugene move at the same time, tear open space, and vanish into the space-time turbulence for their final battle. After the rift seals shut, Duan Hui and Duan Huiyao can only wait for the result. Inside the distorted space-time turbulence, Su Ning and Eugene face each other in a place only Origin Realm beings can survive. Eugene drops all pretense and calls this the ultimate battle at the very limit of transcendence. He strikes first, wrapping himself in the origin power of the infinite worlds, and driving a devastating punch at Su Ning. Su Ning meets him head-on, and the two top beings trade brutal collisions that shake the turbulence itself. As the fight drags on, Su Ning realizes this realm has no secret techniques left, only a direct contest of world origin power. That also means they are evenly matched, because Origin Realm's strength changes by understanding, not by the usual gap between early and peak stages. Su Ning's only real edge is the body already adapted to the infinite worlds, but in a normal origin power fight even that barely matters. Eugene reaches the same conclusion and quietly decides to use the backup plan he prepared in advance. While still trading blows, Eugene starts steering the battle away from its original position on purpose. Su Ning notices the strange change and immediately understands Eugene is luring him somewhere. Instead of reacting, Su Ning calmly goes along with it, confident that his adaptive body will keep him alive no matter what trap is coming. Once they are far enough away, Eugene suddenly breaks off the fight and leaves Su Ning standing in the unstable region. Su Ning openly asks why he was led here, and Eugene admits a normal battle will never settle their winner. Then Eugene turns and flees, and the space-time distortion around Su Ning instantly grows wild. Su Ning finally sees the trap for what it is, a chaotic turbulence meant to tear apart anyone without a fully adapted body. Eugene assumes the trap has worked, because no one should survive being swallowed by that chaos before their body finishes adapting. He even reflects on how he discovered this regularly appearing turbulence long ago, and saved it as an absolute killing move for an Origin Realm rival. Convinced Su Ning is gone, Eugene turns back toward the martial arts world, already thinking about cleaning up the rest of the Duan family problem. But before he can leave, Su Ning blasts out of the chaos like a cannonball and grabs him by the throat. Su Ning coldly reveals the trap failed because he already has a body adapted to the infinite worlds. That answer shatters Eugene's composure, because he knows that kind of body should take a very long time to form. Su Ning says he finally knows how to end this fight for good, and Eugene instantly senses what is coming. Eugene fights desperately to break free, but Su Ning does not let him escape even for a moment. Since their origin powers cannot truly crush each other, Su Ning uses Eugene's own method and drags him straight into the chaotic turbulence. Inside the chaos, Eugene's body starts to break apart under the tearing force, and this time there is no way out. Eugene is completely destroyed, while Su Ning's special clothes are the only thing that failed to survive the turbulence. Su Ning changes into new clothes, realizing the adaptive body he gained ahead of time became the hidden trump card that decided everything. He waits until the chaotic turbulence finally dies down, making sure Eugene is truly gone before returning. Back in the martial arts world, Duan Hui and Duan Huiyao rush to meet him the moment he reappears alive. Su Ning simply tells them it is over, and the centuries-long threat of Eugene finally ends there. Duan Hui feels both relief and a quiet sadness, because the friend he once knew has now truly vanished for good. With Wanxing stable again, Su Ning says his part is done, and he is finally heading north to go home. The Duan siblings thank him, and Su Ning answers with equal sincerity because they helped him reach this realm too. As Su Ning journeys back after 9 long years, his thoughts soften at the idea of seeing Abyss North, family, and old friends again. Back in Abyss North State Feiyun, Tao Tao is now a grown Source Sect disciple chasing a black-robed Void Realm criminal through a desolate mountain. Her teammates Li Ji and Yang Xiuquan chase with her, and the 3 elite disciples mean to drag this killer back alive for execution. Cornered and panicking, The black-robed man swallows a desperation pill and suddenly turns to fight instead of run. Tao Tao recognizes the danger instantly, and warns Li Ji and Yang Xuechuan that his strength is about to spike. Li Ji orders Tao Tao to stay near him while he and Yang Xuechuan take the front line and create an opening for her. The pair's heavy on light sword teamwork holds the criminal for a while Tao Tao harasses him from the side. But the criminal realizes he may die before killing any of them, so he gulps down 2 more pills and pushes himself into an even worse frenzy. His aura surges all the way to a level comparable to the Void Realm's 7th stage, and Tao Tao blurts out the terrifying jump. Seeing there is no longer a fair fight, Li Ji shoves Yang Xuechuan away and tells Tao Tao to run while he buys them time with his life. The criminal condenses a black fog spear and drives it straight at Li Ji for the killing blow. Then the man's attack stops dead in mid-strike, because a bloody hole suddenly opens in his forehead. The enemy collapses on the spot, leaving Li Ji, Yang Xuechuan, and Tao Tao stunned and scrambling to understand what saved them. A familiar voice casually praises Li Ji's courage from behind them, and Tao Tao freezes before she even turns around. When they look back, a white-clothed man is standing there smiling, and Li Ji and Yang Xuechuan thank him as a passing senior. Tao Tao finally faces him, chokes out a trembling uncle, and the years apart hit both of them at once. Li Ji and Yang Xuechuan are shaken to learn this is Su Ning himself, the legendary strongest warrior of Abyss North from 9 years ago. Tao Tao rushes into Su Ning's arms like a child again, and Su Ning feels the ache of all the years he missed while she grew up. Half a month later, Tao Village is lively with celebration because Su Ning has returned home with his family. Before settling in, Su Ning personally visits the Tao Village elders and the people who once helped him at the beginning of his path. After that, he returns to the family's renovated old courtyard and quietly takes in the place where everything first started. Su Lian and Tao Tao busily prepare a family banquet, while Su Ning and Tao Yuchuan sit in the courtyard eating peanuts and drinking tea. Then Gui Yi bursts in with his wife and young son, still as loud and excited as ever to see Su Ning again. Gui Yi proudly pushes the boy forward and tells him to kowtow to his godfather, making Su Ning realize the child is his godson. The boy brightly recites that Su Ning is the strongest warrior in Abyss North, and the old friends can only laugh at how huge the legend has become. When the food is ready, both families gather at the table and finally share the reunion meal they missed for so many years. After a few rounds of drinks, Gui Yi asks the question everyone would ask a wanderer like Su Ning: "Are you leaving again?" Su Ning says not this time, because he plans to stay in Tao Village for decades and simply be with his family. Gui Yi is delighted and immediately says he will stay around too, turning the meal even warmer. Su Ning knows he could keep exploring outer worlds and chase an even higher path, but for now he chooses home over ambition. Late that night, after the guests leave, Su Ning lies in his old room under the starlight and lets the meaning of Tao Village settle over him.